We'll call the meeting to order for the afternoon of April 14th, 2020. I guess we'll begin with call the roll. Tony, are you able to hear us?
Yes.
Great.
Jimenez. Perales.
I see Sergio now.
Okay, Jimenez is here. Perales.
Yep.
Diep.
I'm here.
Thank you. Councilmember Diep. Councilmember Carrasco. Councilmember Davis. Esparza. Arenas.
Here.
Thank you. Foley.
Here.
Camus.
Here.
Mayor Liccardo.
Present.
Oh, Councilmember Jones.
Here.
Okay, great. Let's rise if you're able to, wherever you are, and for the Pledge of Allegiance. Please adjust your cameras accordingly when you're standing. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the
United States of America and to the republic
for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you all. All right. The evening session is to be canceled under orders of the day. Are there any other changes to the printed agenda? Looking now for raise of hands. If not, we'll take a motion on the orders of the day.
Motion
So
to approve the orders of the day.
Second.
Motion from Councilmember Camus, second from Councilmember Foley. All right, Madam Clerk.
Jimenez. Councilmember Jimenez. Perales.
Aye.
Councilmember Diep.
Present.
Roscoe. And this is a vote on orders of the day, not attendance. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Esparza.
Yes.
Councilmember Arenas.
Aye.
Foley.
Aye.
Camus.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Mayor Liccardo.
Yeah, aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're on to the closed session report, Rick.
Let me unmute. Council met in closed session this morning. We were given authority to file an appeal in one case, and that's the Great Tech versus City case. There will be more information provided upon request.
Thank you, Rick. All right, we're on to item 3.1, which is the report of the city manager. And before Dave jumps in, I just wanted to say how proud I am to be part of an organization where people have just so nimbly and determinedly jumped into doing jobs that they had no idea they were signing up for when they began their work at the city, around everything from food distribution to helping homeless get off the street and into shelter, and just an enormous amount of work that is both life-saving and life-sustaining, and just very grateful to our many, many city employees who have jumped in very heroic ways, but ways that are very unheralded. And Dave, thanks for all your leadership.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council, for the opportunity to report out again. Just continuing along with the Mayor's comments there, just like to start off these reports on just highlighting some of the work that's going on, often kind of behind the scenes. And today, just kind of contrasting two different types of scenarios that we have. First, with our field personnel, and the example I'm going to use today is with our Department of Transportation sewer crews, who their work is essential, continues on, and must continue on as it always does. But in this case, with modifications, changes to how they do the work, and also in terms of how we do our shifts. The sewer crews work 24/7. but the team has had to stagger their work schedules so that we
Dave, I'm
can.
sorry, can I ask Chief Garcia to please mute his, thank you very much.
So, thank you. So the DOT crews other crews have had to do the same thing, have had to stagger their work schedules so that they are able to accommodate the social distancing and other safety requirements that we have for our field personnel. So just want to, and it took us a while to work through some of those issues, but really a lot of appreciation to the Department of Transportation for continuing to do all that work, not just the field crews, but the engineering crews that support them in terms of keeping the sewers working. And by contrast, the work that a lot of our office personnel do, that has changed greatly. A lot of our office personnel are able to work at home remotely. I want to just highlight the work actually of retirement services. They quickly had to move out of their office and start working at home, but also then realized that there were still things that needed to be done in the office. So certain employees needed to come in and receive mail and distribute mail. And just highlighting the work of Teresa Stichler in that office when she went in to do that mail work, realized that a mail had been coming in for employees and those employees needed that mail to do their work, and she was able to scan it all, send it all to them, get them the work and the information they need to do their job. So I just want to appreciate the work of all of our office personnel that have had to kind of make huge adjustments to getting their work done. Next, I want to really highlight the work that the public health campaign team has done. This is city staff and others with the help of Behavioral Insights team. The stay-at-home messaging, I think, has been effective. A lot of work around kind of testing different types of approaches through surveys in English and Vietnamese and in Spanish, getting feedback from those surveys, incorporating that feedback into the messaging and putting it into production. That messaging has gone out to council offices and city departments. We've talked a little bit about the PSAs that have done in 6 different languages by some of our community leaders. And also the PSAs that have been done on radio in, I think, 8 different stations, 3 different languages. And I just can't highlight the importance of that communication work. I think it's going to be even more critical as we look forward and transition into the next phase, whatever that is. I think we're going to need to continue our ability to be able to communicate with the community effectively. Next, I just want to remind you, last week we went over, Jim Shannon and myself went over where we're at with the budget. We're not going to really do that again today, but just wanted to kind of highlight where we're at. And I really put it into kind of 3 phases. The next phase that the council will see, as we mentioned, is at the end of April, where we address the current year fiscal issues with some of our proposals to do cost reductions to be able to manage within the budget of the current year. And then for next year, the proposed budget that will be out in early May will really have a 2-phased approach. One phase will be a proposal for reductions that need to take place on July 1st, and another set of potential reductions that could be taken a little later on in August, September, should we need additional reductions. Later on in the presentation today, you will hear more on kind of where we're at with being able to get some recovery, but we need to have a plan in place if we don't get reimbursement for some of the things that we're doing. So that budget process, like I said, will be in 3 phases. The next phase will be the current year adjustments that we need to make at the end of April. I did just want to acknowledge the governor's announcement today at noon. I'm not sure how many people saw that, and I won't attempt to completely summarize it, but what the governor did is lay out a framework for transitioning into the next phase. They laid out plans for really the goals that need to be achieved and really the indicators that need to be able to be in place to be able to support a transition. There were 6 indicators that he identified: the ability to monitor through testing and tracing, the ability to prevent infection of high-risk populations, the ability to for the health system to be able to support any future surges, the ability to develop therapeutics and treatment, the ability for businesses and schools and childcare to support physical distancing. And then the 6th and final was the ability to determine when and if we need to reinstate certain stay-at-home measures. And so I'm sure there'll be much more to come on this. I think what the governor stressed is we need a few more weeks of the current scenario to really ensure that things have stabilized and not to pull back too soon. But obviously, he was interested in being able to have a plan for transitioning forward, as I know many others are. And so I think that's work that we'll be doing in the near future. All right, I'm going to jump into the presentations from the team. So you're going to hear from Lee with a EOC update. Also, Lee and Jim Shannon on kind of where we're at with recovery and reimbursement opportunities through the different funding packages. You'll hear from Jim Ortball on where we're at with our emergency housing plan, and you'll also hear from Eddie, our police chief, on a public safety update. And so I'm going to pass that off to Lee next.
Thanks, Dave. Let me share my presentation with everyone. And while I do that, Councilmember Jimenez, it looks like you socially distance in the right place. So we have had a full week in our emergency operations center. And as Dave mentioned, several of us are going to be kind of giving you updates today. Kip Harkness, our other emergency operations director, is working with our local assistance team this afternoon, kind of on future planning efforts around food distribution, our broadband and connectivity to our schools, and starting to develop the city's plan for the next stage, which is kind of our post-shelter stage and how the city enters into that. So as we go over today's updates with you, we're really going to focus on 4 things: kind of updates on our food distribution program, updates on the homeless assistance, as well as the emergency housing recovery efforts, some updates from last week on the information that Jim Shannon and Bennett Chang were able to share, and then hand it off to Chief Garcia to talk about some of our current trends in our crime stats. I did want to start by saying for all of you and our general public, what we are doing is working. We are flattening the curve and reducing the spread of COVID-19 in San Jose and within the county. On a per capita basis, the number of confirmed cases in our area is less than almost any large metropolitan area in the country. As you can see, some of the larger circles kind of showcase that, and as you can see within the county of Santa Clara and San Jose, it's quite small. So, this is because of the good work of many people in our community and the city. The city's been able to provide services to allow people to stay home, and our community is responding with incredible collective solidarity and staying home. As Kip would remind us, as he did last week, we are not yet out of the woods. It is critical to sustain the shelter in place for at least the next few weeks following county guidance. And we are feeding an awful lot of people as they stay home. In the past week, since you last received an update from us, we've added capacity in our program with the entering of a memorandum of understanding with Revolution Foods to scale to meet our peak demand based off of projections. This includes adding 750 meals per week in addition to the 1.8 million you see there. So it's a 42% increase of capacity that we're able to meet based off of peak demands on where our modeling is showing. We're also starting significant planning work around the governor's announcement and FEMA's possible shift to reimbursing some of our local and small restaurants in these feeding programs and how we might also incorporate them. And really, collectively, a lot of great partners are with us in this work, and centralizing all that work from resources, capacity to even data reporting so that we can move forward and make data-based decisions as a group has been a challenge, and yet everyone has stepped up and been able to kind of move towards this centralized business model, and appreciate all of our partners and everyone in the city working on that. We're also sheltering a number of people in between the city and the county, over 2,600 beds countywide that we've been able to stand up. Just some highlights before I turn it off to Jim Mortball on this is our Parkside Hall is nearing capacity, and the South Hall will be ready starting tomorrow for any overflow that we are seeing at Parkside. And then the Camden Community Center will be open this Friday, focusing on families in need. And again, that'll open this Friday. And I'll turn it over quickly to Jim Mortball, Deputy City Manager and our Operations Chief, to highlight some of the great work going on in the emergency housing section.
Great. Thank you very much, Lee. So good afternoon. So since last Tuesday, when the City Council allocated state homeless housing funds to build emergency transitional housing to address the COVID crisis and the homeless shelter crisis declaration, we moved quickly to develop the first site at Monterey and Bernal. A site concept layout was developed last Friday by our Public Works Department. 30% plans will be completed by this Friday that a contractor will use to purchase modular units and to prepare the site to receive them. City staff is negotiating with Habitat for Humanity. They're the agency that built the Mayberry Bridge housing community. We're negotiating with them to amend their existing agreement to deliver the Monterey Bernal site. We can do that much quicker by working with them. It would probably be the quickest delivery method we have to stand up additional emergency housing units. Once that amendment is complete, we'll initiate site preparation right off the bat and then order modular units that will be placed on the site. That will be happening over the next couple of weeks. The schedule calls for this emergency housing to be stood up and available for occupancy in June. Early June is our goal, but it could be mid-June. Staff will be back to council next Tuesday to formally appropriate the funds that you took action on reallocating last week, the homeless housing assistance program funds. So that money will be recommended for appropriation next week. It'll be used for this emergency transitional housing. Will be a big chunk of that use. And then we're also exploring the other sites that we identified on that potential site list to figure out which ones can be developed and stood up within this emergency timeframe. So tremendous amount of work between the housing department, public works, city real estate, and the city manager's office to bring on as many emergency transitional units during this emergency as possible. So lots of work going on that front, and we'll continue kind of moving on a 7-day-a-week basis to advance this critical priority. I'll turn it back to you, Lee.
Thanks, Jim, and thank you for all your leadership and fast actions on those. We're going to turn to recovery, and I'll be handling the slides, but Jim Shannon is also available as the council has questions on these. Recovery, as we've started to mention, we've built that into much more of a direct kind of service within the emergency operations center, so that we're thinking of it during the actual event as opposed to something that's just after the event. And the way we've started to really frame this issue up, as we've talked to our local delegations at the state and federal level, is there's a lot of different pots of money and a lot of requests. So for us to organize ourselves, we've really organized ourselves around the 3 challenges of now, and how do we petition FEMA and other pots of money to deal with our direct kind of response to the COVID emergency, as well as what are the pots of money that will help stimulate our economy And then as an organization, how do we look at lost revenue so we can continue to support both of those efforts? So that's been our frame as we've kind of entered the arena into recovery. And within recovery, this will be a rapidly changing kind of landscape as Congress and as the state legislature comes back. But right now, we're really kind of focused on the FEMA public assistance funding and program, where we're going to be seeing some upfront funding up to 50% for some of our response in the next few weeks, as well as the Coronavirus Aid Relief and Economic Security Act, or the CARES Act. I did want to just review what was presented to you last week, kind of the CARES framework that Congress adopted, and you can see that on the screen, and then just provide some brief updates that have transpired since last Tuesday. So on the economic impact and payments, those are expected to actually go out tomorrow. So that's $1,200 for individuals, $2,400 for married couples, and $500 for qualifying children, and that's all qualifying individuals and children. The federal administration did yesterday say they are talking about ways to address the unbanked households in the United States through issuing debit cards in the next several weeks. On the update around the Corona Relief Fund, just as a reminder, this is direct money to states and jurisdictions with more than 500,000, and I'm going to be touching upon that in a future slides. On the HUD front, an additional $2 billion has been put into CDBG and the Emergency Solutions Grants, the ESG grants. We are working now to help inform kind of future guidance on the formulas and what that is restricted or not restricted for, and we'll be communicating that to the administration as well as Congress on future packages. And then on the FAA airport assistance, just as a reminder, these funds can be used for the purpose of which airport needs to to offset lost revenues, including debt payments, capital project, any payroll or operational expenses. Airport was on a call with the FAA today on the guidance for this $10 billion program, and happy to announce that the airport will be receiving just shy of $66 million in an initial grant as part of this work to help our airport cover costs through the end of the year. And as we start to implement that program, John Aiken and the airport will report out accordingly. One thing that's transpired over the last week is Congress was eager to talk about kind of CARES Act 2.0 and what that may look like. I think the realization came in for Congress that they needed to have some interim measures. So CARES Act 1.5, or kind of some bridging money for the economy and local government. So Democrats and Republicans at the federal level are working on an interim package to address some of these needs. Currently, Senate Republicans issued a bill that increased Small Business Administration's Paycheck Protection Program by $250 billion, but it did not include any other provisions. Senate Democrats blocked this proposal, instead trying to increase SBA, hospital, and local government relief as part of a bill. It should be noted that House Democrats have also issued a bill that would increase additional funding to the Coronavirus Relief Fund, which is our direct pot of money. The proposal did also clarify that the relief fund could be used for lost revenues for local government, which would be substantial for the county of Santa Clara and for the city of San Jose. None of those have moved forward this week, however. So Senate Republicans and House Democrats are still continuing negotiations on both those proposals. And we are working through the administration as well as with our congressional delegation on communicating our needs through that package. On the CARES Act, we promised last week we would do follow-up on how this negotiation is taking place, and really Congress has been much more focused on the interim bills as opposed to CARES 2.0. However, it is still being negotiated quietly, and I'll be honest, how this takes shape, it really depends on what Congress's focus is. If it's still on addressing the crisis and the immediate need, the CARES Act for 2.0 will likely mirror what 1.0 looks like, including additional funding, additional repayments for any debts, capital projects, as well as we will be advocating for lost revenues for local government. If Congress is much more focused on the recovery, we're likely to see much more of an economic stimulus bill. Based off of our federal lobbyist conversation and working with our IGR team, it's much more likely this bill is going to try and accomplish both of those. But as we learn more, we promise to report out to council on what that looks like. On our statewide recovery program, just as a reminder, the state actions thus far, has been SB 89, which is $1 billion in funds for COVID-19 response. A lot of that has been focused on PPE equipment for our hospitals, as well as ventilators for our hospital and our systems for our first responders, as well as a direct allocation to cities and counties for addressing the needs of our homeless community. As we've started to work with the legislature and the governor's office, and I know the mayor's office has been actively engaged here on the recovery steps, we're starting to work with the state on the digital divide and state Department of Education on the digital divide and digital literacy programs, as well as potential loss in sales and property tax for counties and cities, as well as a stimulus program that the governor's been developing through GoBiz. And there's a lot more to capture there, but in the interest of time, I'll just kind of state that the legislature does reconvene on May 4th, and they are likely to take action on several fronts. So we will be spending time with our local delegation and the governor's office, adding kind of specificity to the city's request around those. The administration is also weighing in on a lot of future federal funding priorities, including the flexibility of funding for our own COVID-19 response, as we've discussed many times, focusing in on additional homeless funding, small business assistance, and support for undocumented and mixed documented families across our county and state. We're also scheduling, that'll happen later this week, virtual meetings with our congressional delegation with the Emergency Operations Center to focus in on what our relief efforts look like, as well as how we start to step out of this. And finally, we are coordinating closely with all of our partners at the federal level, the National League of Cities, and working closely with the mayor's office as part of the big lift with the big city mayors in the state and the U.S. Conference of Mayors, which has been a very important voice in our advocacy efforts thus far. And then lastly, before I turn it off to the chief, I did want to announce that yesterday at 12 p.m., the Treasury portal opened. And as a reminder, this is part of the CARES Act for the assistance for state and local government. This money needs to be used for the expenses can be used for any expenditures that were incurred due to the public health emergency that were not accounted for in our budget. And lastly, any operations that were part of our COVID-19 response that happened between March 1st and the end of this calendar year. Any city or county or state with a population of 500,000 or over are petitioning and going through the U.S. Department of the Treasury versus some of the other methods. So that's just roughly 170 local governments in the United States are petitioning through this. California, it is going to be based off of, throughout the United States, this will be based off of U.S. Census data and population. So for California, $15.3 billion will be available for assistance through this program. At 10:50 a.m. today, we did submit our first application for part of these relief funds. The portal included no guidance on methodology for disbursement of funds or a guidance on what the funds could be used for. However, that will be coming forward by this weekend and into next week. What we were able to submit was simply our financial statements as well as bank and routing information so the U.S. Department of Treasury can act very quickly next week as we start to petition and go with the guidance. So, important updates on the recovery front. I really do want to thank Jim Shannon for his leadership, as well as the rest of the recovery section for moving very quickly to meet these timelines this week. An awful lot of work went into this, but the recovery effort, as you all know, is important as we continue to address the crisis on hand. With that, that is the end of the Emergency Operations Center update. I will turn it over to Chief Garcia for his portion of the presentation.
All right, I think I successfully unmuted.
Nice work, Chief.
All right, thank you. Little victories. So thank you for having me this afternoon. I know it's very important that we talk public safety with regards to what we're going through now. We'll kind of give you the plan that we've been kind of keeping up with. So in this short presentation, I'd like to give an overview of our health order compliance cars, how we're sitting on Part 1 crimes throughout the city, our computer-aided dispatch events. Those are calls for, in other words, calls for service that we're experiencing, and then department wellness. So I'll start off with compliance cars. So obviously we started the compliance cars back around March 16th, March 17th. And as of, obviously we needed to have an end date on when we're getting our data. So as of April 13th, we have our just compliance cars, because to remind everyone, it's 8 officers we send out during the day, 8 officers we send out during swing shift, have actually responded or handled 1,537 calls. So 1,537 total calls in these last few weeks. Some highlights of some businesses that they've responded to has been auto sales. They've handled 19 calls there, 4 bars, 15 cafes, 45 churches. This one kind of went up recently, 103 construction sites, 112 grocery stores, 519 miscellaneous businesses, 191 parks, 211 residential type calls. Those are individuals, neighbors, calling on others in the neighborhood that they feel aren't following the order. 72 restaurants, 81 schools, 89 spa or salons, and 76 vape shops. To date, and I'll say this, and I've said this often, I'm proud of the majority of our residents in our community for abiding by the order. So far to date, we've only had to give out 3 citations. One is a report that's at the district attorney for review. As far as Part 1 crimes go on in the city, and this is basically how we're based on for major crimes in the city. One thing that I will pass on to the council members is that I sent a message over to our patrol division to ensure that all the division captains send their council members specific information to their districts, or specific information to their divisions. We'll stay from a divisional level because the numbers I'm going to go over are more citywide numbers, but the captains will be reaching out to their prospective council members to give out specific information on areas of the city. Now, we started running these numbers, Part 1 crimes, the week after the shelter in place. And so we have our data from March 15th and to what I'm about to tell you is from March 15th to April 11th. And what we did is we compared that time frame this year to the same time frame last year to try to get a sense as to crime trends during the shelter in place, obviously, and a specific time when obviously we didn't. So violent crime in that particular time frame, which will encompass the entire shelter in place. Violent crime in 2019, and I'm going to deal with numbers on this first part because they're not huge numbers in this somewhat short time frame. So violent crime in 2019 total, we had 341 compared to in 2020, we have 255. Homicides in 2019, we had 3 to 2 in 2020. We had 41 rapes in 2019. We have 33 reported in 2020. We've had 3 domestic rapes in 2019 to 6 reported in 2020. We've had 126 robberies. We had 126 robberies in 2019. We've had 87 during the same time frame in 2020. We had 171 aggravated assaults during the same time period in 2019 compared to 133 in 2020. Domestic violence, we had 22 cases last year compared to 25 this year. Child abuse stayed static at 8 for both years. From a property crime perspective, overall in 2019, we had 2,063 cases during the same time frame. In 2020, we've actually had 1,403. Burglary in 2019, 338, compared to the same time frame this year of 278. Commercial burglary, 179 in 2019 to 167 this year. Residential burglary, 157 in 2019 compared to 98 this time period. Schools, 2 in 2019 compared to 13 in 2020, and I'll get back to that in a little bit. Larceny, 1,163 in 2019 compared to 685 in 2020. Auto theft, 562 in 2019, 440 in the same time period of 2020. For a grand total of Part 1 crimes, when you deal with violent and property, last year during the same time frame, 2,404 compared to this year during the same time frame, 1,658. Let's go back real quick to what we've seen a little bit, and I'll continue the presentation, but we've seen a little bit at schools. So we've seen an uptick at schools in some of our schools and mostly in our Foothill division. And so what we started doing proactively is we've conducted patrol checks, foot patrols, and made contact at schools. We've made over 1,000 foot patrols, patrol checks by school liaison units and our TABS officers, and 93 by patrol alone. We've done, so that basically it's 1,284 total patrol checks and foot patrols on the date range that we've been talking about, which is roughly around March 15th to April 11th. We've done proactive contact with 19 school districts, asking to secure expensive equipment, computers, etc., to offsite and do some other crime prevention tactics and techniques at those schools. There have been a series of burglaries. There have been about 9 burglaries particularly in or about this time frame. We've made 4 arrests in those burglaries. Obviously, as we've talked about many times, 50 burglaries aren't committed by 50 different people. So arresting these crews definitely helped us solve some burglaries and helped us prevent some in the future. With regards to, and I understand this is not just a local issue, but a national issue with regards to domestic violence and sexual assault. One of the things, obviously, is we have not seen, at least to this point, the fears that we have had with regards to these numbers spiking. But certainly we are keeping our eye on it and ensuring that we still continue to be proactive, as we've spoken about on many an occasion, how these crimes can be underreported. So some of the techniques that we're using is we're doing PSAs for domestic violence awareness. We're doing videos in English and Spanish and Vietnamese. We're collaborating greatly with our DA's office and the YWCA on messaging. Matter of fact, District Attorney Rosen is doing some written PSAs as well. We're monitoring our trends in the family violence unit. And again, this is just what the numbers bear. So far, we've not seen significant increases since the shelter in place. We've been conducting Zoom meetings with the Court and Community Partners Committee. This committee is made up of family court judges, DAs, public defender's office, private attorneys, NGOs, advocacy groups, and law enforcement agencies. The advocacy groups report also they do not see an increase in domestic violence contacts. And there have been no increases in domestic violence arraignments in family court per the judge, which is consistent with what we're seeing. Obviously, again, our messaging to our community has been one of continued outreach, of continued people to report, and things of that nature. We're actually in the process now of taking a deeper dive at the information, since, again, I know some people have been very interested with these particular areas, to take a deeper dive in a council memo to go through sexual assaults and domestic violence, to go over suspect info, victimology, location, and things of that nature, similar to something that we would do in PISFIS, but so that the entire council can see where we're at. Because again, as I will say, these issues are just not specific to San Jose, but it is a fear, a righteous fear, quite frankly, the longer a shelter in place goes on, I think nationally. As we move on to our computer-aided dispatch events, really, these are our priority calls that we go through. You won't see out of the calls that we go through, whether it's calls for service or officers meeting the citizen or doing premise checks. During the time frame, this is a little bit more truncated, but during the time frame of March 15th to April 4th in 2019, we had a total of 23,551 computer-aided dispatch events. In 2020, during the same time frame, we've had over 20,774. Of interesting note is the priority 1s and 2s calls, and those are our highest priority calls that officers get dispatched to. That during that time frame, and with this one I can talk percentages because the numbers are a little bit higher, but priority 1 calls during this time frame went from 638 in 2019 to 603 in 2020. So even with the shelter in place, our priority 1 calls only went down about 5.5%. Our priority 2 calls, we had 5,726 in 2019 and 5,244 in 2020 during that same time frame. So again, only down about 8.5% also. And so the officers are still doing a lot. There are some things that have slowed down a bit for us, but certainly making up for it with a lot of the contacts that they're making out with the community. As far as department wellness, we've, I think we feel like we've made great strides with regards to how we prepared for this, and the officers have responded admirably, not just the officers, but our dispatchers and our other civilian staff that we have. And so far to date, we have 5 department members that have tested positive, 1 sergeant, 2 full-time officers, 1 reserve officer, and 1 civilian staff member. But one of the positive things is also we've had approximately, and I think they're coming in every day, 37 negative results on some of the testing. And so again, that really concludes my overview of how we're at in this short time and that we're here, that we've had. But again, the department has responded amazingly. I couldn't be prouder of the men and women. And with that, that will be it for me.
Thanks, Eddie. And so, Mayor, that concludes staff's update.
Thanks, Dave. Thanks, Eddie and Jim and Lee and everyone. Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you. I had to unmute myself. I have a question for Lee, or I think it's Lee. First off, are we including legislative advocacy for our undocumented residents in our city? We're seeing a huge need because they're ineligible for the $1,200. They're ineligible for unemployment. Public charge doesn't take COVID relief into account, but having low income, losing your job can be negative factors. Are we including that in our legislative efforts around COVID?
We absolutely are, yes.
And what is that?
So there's, and I can obviously have Benna and team loop back around next week or with an email. There's a few different pots of money. We are still in direct advocacy on just CARES 1.0 and how that money comes into the city and what it's available for. So that has been one of the streams that we've continued to communicate on. And then for future funding packages from the federal government, whether it's kind of this bridge bill that we've talked about or the larger kind of CARES Act 2.0, what that looks like, we've been asking for that in those 2 pots as well. And if they're in those pots, we think we'll be somewhat successful in all of the smaller kind of subcategories issuing that money. But if I'm missing any detail, I can have the team loop back around with you.
Okay, that would be great. I know that this is, everything about COVID is fast moving, but including this, the governor has made some comments, but not commitments. So it would be great to have this stay as an item that can continuously come back and be included in the update, because this impacts the COVID Homeless Prevention Fund and so many other things. Yeah. I have a couple of questions for the chief. So first off, a huge thank you to the PD for the extra patrols around our schools. Even though Franklin McKinley, for example, increased their private security patrols, and in spite of everyone's best efforts, there was a burglary at a school in Franklin McKinley. And thanks to the officers this past weekend, they were able to catch the people that did it and recover the Chromebooks and the hotspots so that those kids were able to get their Chromebooks. So thank you. I had a question about how is COVID impacting recruitment? The city has set some pretty ambitious goals around hire ahead, and we do have retirements and things like that coming up. How is the police department continuing to recruit in these times?
Well, as anything else, council member, thank you for the question. It's not been easy. Obviously, recruiting has taken a hit here in this recent going through this pandemic, with less applications, obviously, which means less individuals who are worthy to wear the patch, obviously, and to start our academies. We had to push the academies back. We had to send our large academy home for a few weeks. Unfortunately, and we're working with Post the best we can, but unfortunately, there's not any satellite training that you can get Post credit for, and so we're bringing the larger academy, the one that was further along, back in a couple weeks in April, and I'm hoping that I can graduate them June 26th on schedule, is what the hope is. However, the academy that started after them, who were 4 weeks in, we're going to have to start over because there's been too long of a time frame. Also, one of the things, as long as we're in the reality we're in now, we can only run one academy at the substation. And so we have to wait until this academy graduates in June before we can start the next one. Obviously, so we've certainly have been impacted. We can definitely take a deeper dive, and I have staff actually working on that information. But to say it hasn't impacted recruiting, I mean, it has. But again, the team is doing the best they can to do satellite things. They just recently had their selection meeting via Zoom, and so again, they're working the best they can, but it's taken a hit.
Thank you. Thanks for the update. And then I have a question. Is Kip on Zoom?
No, Kip's not available.
No, he's not available today.
Okay. So I'm back to Lee. So in looking at last week's meal numbers and this week's meal numbers, it looks like we're up about 12% citywide. So I know that sites in District 7 anyways are just doing their best to estimate needs. But in spite of that, we just had a food distribution last week where people lined up 3 hours, and it actually went down a mile through neighborhood streets where people lined up in their cars and waited 3 hours to get 2 boxes of food. And so how are we expanding that system so that we can more nimbly meet those needs, understanding that it's kind of a guessing game?
Yeah, so I'd say the work on that really comes down to 2 fronts. And I'd say the second is the expanding in the capacity, which I think through the MOU and some of the work we'll be doing with some of our small and local restaurants, it'll take shape there. I'd say on the first part though, it's really more of an efficiency and kind of centralizing all the information so that as we go to administer and operationalize this program, that we don't run into instances like that. So now that every single site that we are working with is reporting in on needs, not just on food, but also on the volunteers needed to do that program and anything else in supporting related to PPE that they would need, we're now able to kind of move resources, not just the food, but people and PPE into those slots where I did see pictures of the site in your district where there was a 2-hour wait. There's one in
Great.
District 3 and District 4 that also had rather large waits. So with that centralized business model, we can be a little bit more efficient and exact with the management decisions that Angel and team are making with all those nonprofits. So that has been a bulk of the work that's really finalized in the last week. So we're hoping to avoid instances like that now.
And so last week there was in the food presentation there was discussion around the quick partnership with San Jose Unified to leverage their sort of centralized kitchen process, and then learn from that and take it to other school districts to feed everybody. I understand one is already feeding adults, and how is that going in terms of the timeline and targets that we hope to be able to hit within that system?
Yeah, so that is actually one of the reasons that Angel is not on this call. He's in a meeting with many of the school districts on this issue right now, and making sure that across all the school districts that we're expanding to include the adult capacity and lessons learned from some of those school districts where we've been able to run and sprint a little bit faster. So I can have that as a follow-up next week if there's any reports out, but that's where Angel is right now.
That would be great. Thank you. And then on the small and local restaurants, will those restaurants, what will that look like? Will they be throughout the city? How is that being built out?
So that is just in the initial planning phase. And I think, one thing that, Kip and team are working on now that I think is as important is, for us to stand up as fast as we've done and expand as quickly as we have to meet need, some centralized models around like Revolution Foods and some of these larger agreements have really been needed to be able to move quickly. If we are entering in kind of a phase of what does it look like as we start to step back and activate the economy, I think we would like to better bring in resources into the food distribution program to have some of these smaller contracts to not only meet demand, but also start to stimulate our own local economy. But again, that's just in the initial planning phase so that we can really be thorough and make sure that we're not adversely impacting the shelter in place ordinance, and that we're working with restaurants that can really bring on the additional capacity that's needed.
And restaurants that are local throughout the city.
Correct. Yep.
And then I had one last question. I'm going to ask it here. I was going to pull item 2.14 because it relates to what's happening now, but later on we're going to approve an award, or we're going to vote to approve an award of grant funds to Sacred Heart from the 2017 Coyote Creek flood. What do we know about reimbursement timelines, not just for us, but for our partners from this process? And are we asking those questions and trying to bake that in as much as we possibly can right now?
So we are. I do want to caveat that I think some of you have heard me say this before, but as soon as we were activated, knowing that this was a different type of activation, we did immediately bring online FEMA consultants to help with us from the initial outset of how we deliver services, so that we didn't end up in a situation like we did in 2017. I will say, FEMA, in our discussions with the consultants, FEMA hasn't seen anything like this before. FEMA's really set up to kind of surge one city or two cities at the most. And this is something that's happening across the United States. So I think traditional funding methods and what we've heard from FEMA thus far is, well, here's how we normally do it, but we're trying to think through this. Obviously, the governor of California has been very active in pressuring FEMA to amend some of those rules. I'd say what we've done is, to the best of our ability in our operational plans and any contractual agreements that we have with our nonprofit partners, trying to put those in the best foot forward for FEMA reimbursement on what we know now, but likewise also pursuing not just FEMA reimbursement through the public assistance program, but ensuring that we're advocating for inclusion of those partners as part of the CARES Act for more direct funding, so that our relief effort, our direct relief effort, also includes some of them and the assistance that they've been able to provide. So I'd say we kind of have a multi-pronged strategy help address that.
And are we including that as well in our legislative advocacy around timelines of reimbursement? Because we don't want this bankrupting our community partners, right?
No, we don't. And, quite frankly, right now we're trying to find out the timing for ourselves as well. And I think, it's great that the Treasury portal opened up. I'd say some of us were disappointed that there wasn't more information to be able to communicate on kind of what these funds are going to look like and when they start to come into the city, because that is important for us on how we continue to address the crisis, but also how we start planning the recovery functions and for our organization. So we're frustrated with lack of information there as well, and continue to beat that drum very loudly.
So how is our legislative team working to do that? I'll tell you, I reached out to Congresswoman Zoe Lofgren's office but I don't know what our legislative team is doing in terms of advocacy over some of these issues. I know it's fast moving, but what's happening around that?
Yeah, so a lot of fronts, and I would say, I do want to go on record, is our local delegation at a state and federal level have been overly helpful and willing to do whatever we ask and advocate as much as they can. So I would like to thank them for that. I think the problem that we face is a lot of these bills moved super quickly through Congress or the state legislature, and not even the state legislature so much as Congress. As they went into the administration, whether it was Treasury or FEMA, they have become a bit of a black hole for us to try and figure out how the administration is going to implement it. So a lot of our work, other than the advocacy for additional flexibility and some of those other pots, a lot of that team, who's normally focused on kind of elected officials and congressional members, has been focused on kind of the department director X in the administration, and much more internally focused into the White House, Treasury, and FEMA than they normally would have been. And so those are an important focus for us over the next few days and weeks, so that we can understand those timelines.
And we're doing that with the SBA as well, since
Yes.
the SBA has been
Yeah.
a big source of frustration for business owners.
Yeah, I mean, it's across the board, whether it's, the airport team and the lead team with the FAA, HUD, SBA, Treasury, FEMA, as well as the White House. I think we've been just trying to understand kind of their timeline and their kind of vision for how they're going to administer these programs so that we can plan accordingly.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Davis?
Thank you, Mayor. I also want to thank the team for all your work in legislative advocacy, giving us the public safety update, the emergency housing. I have a few questions. I did want to thank you, Councilmember Esparza, for asking about the PD Academy. I actually had a similar question, so I'm just going to follow on with a clarifying question. Chief, did I hear you say, so we can only run one academy at a time? We're trying to get the one that was farther along to graduate on time. So when the academy that you had hired but hadn't really started yet, when they restart, it will be the same group of people. Is that right? The same recruits?
Yes, council member, it will. They just need to start over from day one.
And you're going to start over from day one in June? Is that right? Or will it be July?
Well, it'll probably be a little bit later. We got to wait till the academy. Right now, tentatively, the larger academy will graduate June 26th. That's, again, everything changes by the week.
Right.
And so I'm hopeful I can get them graduated by the end of June. And if that's the case, then hopefully we can start the academy the following month.
Okay.
Our hope is, we were hoping to add a few more bodies to that academy that it starts. But obviously, in light of everything that's going on with the budget, we're going to have to hold off a little bit on that.
So how many are in the second class?
I believe we have high 30s are in that second class.
Okay. Thanks, because I know that my residents will want to know if we're going to continue with hire ahead. It sounds like we're still in the kind of replacement. We're replacing the officers we've lost. Will we stay at 1150?
Well, again, I think everything's kind of up in the air right now with the the fiscal impacts of this. I'm not quite sure where we're at with the higher ed, quite
Okay.
frankly, at this point.
Okay.
But our hope again is to stay at 1150. I'll say as we look at retirements between now and the end of next fiscal year, I'm looking at roughly 70 or so, 69 to 70 retirements that can leave between either now or the end of next fiscal year in our latest projections that we have. So obviously, we're going to need to be we're going to be grinding more than usual so that we can stay so at least we can at least stay where we're in a decent direction.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that. And then all my questions were answered on the legislative program. Councilmember Esparza asked all those. The questions I have are about the shelters and the emergency housing. So on your slide, Lee, for the We Are Sheltering the Homeless, is this 2,600 2 beds? Is that in addition to what we already had, or is that the total number of shelter beds that we have now countywide?
I think Jim is closer to these numbers, so I don't know if Jim, you want to jump in?
Kelly, I don't know the specifics on that. I would assume that would be probably the total.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I
'cause don't think- I don't think
definitely,
we-
so yes, sorry, I
Yeah.
definitely know those are the total. So
yeah.
that includes a number of existing shelters that also thinned out and how we needed to stand up. So those are
Okay.
all of the shelter beds. That is a total, sorry.
Yeah,
Okay.
and the city's standing up about 450, but we're doing the bulk of the standing up, and the county is mostly doing motel rooms. So the city is the bigger add
Correct.
to the shelter side of it.
Okay, so these beds include motel rooms as well as like Parkside Hall and the other shelter beds.
It does. And, one of the things that I think we could do, we do have a dashboard that kind of outlines what we're doing and what the county's doing. I know we've shared that with the council in the past. We'd be happy to share that with the council again.
And the number, the 318 number on beds reserved for COVID-19 positive, you can assume those are mostly the motel rooms.
Mhm.
Okay, that's helpful. And then on the right-hand side of the homelessness dashboard slide, I just took a picture of it because what I didn't see in here, and the question I have in terms of hygiene stations, does that include dumpsters and trash pickup, or is it just include porta potties and the washing?
That's just including the porta potty and washing. The trash pickup and that type of thing is being done through the redeployment of our rapid illegal dumping team, and then pooling resources with the PRNS anti-litter team, and then the DOT kind of emergency response. So all three departments have pooled their resources together and are working the issue, but they just respond and will be responding more robustly to the large encampment areas and then the illegal dumping requests for service as well. So we've stood that back up last week as well.
Okay, and so is it safe to say there are, because I have a site nearby my house that has a hygiene station and a washing station and a porta potty, and it also has a big dumpster. Are all the sites that have hygiene stations, do they also have some kind of trash pickup or a dumpster on site as well?
That would be the case, that we are the dumpsters. I don't know that they're at every one of them. I will check on that, council member. But I do know that our focus with the dumping response, that would be to serve all of the sites as well, particularly if they don't have a dumpster.
Okay.
But I will get confirmation on that.
Thank you. And then the other question I had about those, because I know we're not moving people, we can't move people at this time. Obviously, we're trying to get shelter for everybody so that they can maintain physical distancing, so that they have somewhere to actually shelter in place as opposed to shelter without place. But what are we doing? So, basic services, including hygiene, like we just talked about, and trash, like we just talked about. What about food for those sites?
I don't believe that we're delivering food to those sites specifically. Lee, you may know more though. You're a little bit closer to the food distribution side of things. Um,
Yeah, and so off the top of my head, I'm not aware of a specific instance where a food distribution program is focused on those sites. They are on all of the 2,600 beds, those sites, and standing those up. So those are part of the program. But we can loop back around with the council and get more information.
and I think most of it more is outreach to those locations. And I think there is outreach in terms of how to get to um, newly stood up shelters. I'll check to see whether a kind of food location distribution information is getting out to those encampment sites as well.
Okay, great. And then if there are, at the additional shelter sites, if there's additional food for those to be pickup sites, that's just one idea. So that people, if they can get to the shelter site and there's space, then they can stay. If not, at least they can get a meal maybe. Since you're serving those places anyway with meals, maybe extra meals to be available is just one idea. The other question I had, Jim, you went really fast on the, at least for my note-taking capabilities, and I missed the numbers. I think you said the emergency housing, the first site that's going to stand up is the Monterey Bernal, which we already had an agreement for, and that you're expanding the agreement. What I didn't get was the number of units and the expansion number of units.
Yeah, thank you on that one. Sorry for going so quickly, trying to just be
I was
brief.
writing, so maybe I just
Yeah, no problem. What I described, Councilmember, was that we are using the existing agreement with Habitat for Humanity that worked with our housing department to build the Mayberry Bridge Housing Community, which has 40 units.
40.
And then the Felipe location also will have 40. But we are negotiating an amendment with them to be able to very quickly, through their contracting side of the house, stand up the Monterey Bernal location. That would be 80 units.
Okay.
So that location would have 80 beds, 80 units capacity for 80 people to do that. So that is our first kind of installment, if you will. But our goal is to utilize the full 17.2 million that the council allocated during this emergency to stand up additional sites. But the Monterey Bernal site, being city-owned, not having, other types of kind of infrastructure challenges and the like, was one that we could immediately move on. And so we're doing that. Habitat will probably have capacity, limitations after that. So we'll probably be going out with a contract for the other sites. We're working through a variety of different, each of them has their own characteristics, and we're figuring out what is the fastest path with the other sites to get units stood up during this emergency. So the team in real estate, public works, housing, city manager's office is working to kind of sift through that and get to a place where we can quickly work the other locations. As we get concepts that we think are feasible to stand up during this emergency, we will reach out to each individual council member that may have one of those sites. So that's how we're kind of approaching. As we see one that's realistic to move forward in a very short order, we will reach out to you, give you the details of how the concept's coming together, what the schedule may look like, how we would operate it, et cetera. So that's how we're intending to kind of move through utilizing the 17.2 million as effectively and efficiently as we can during the emergency.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Davis. Councilmember Camus.
Yeah, thank you. That was great questions by both Maya and Deb there. Explains a lot. And I had a couple of questions with the chief, if I could. You spouted off a lot of statistics at the beginning on burglaries and car break-ins and all that. Could you make that available in a report, or make that available to all of us? I think you're muted. Yep, there you are.
I'm muted. Yeah, we can get the information that we have. As a matter of fact, what we can start doing is sending out as we get our Part 1 crimes reports. I've started these weeks, like I said, I started them back we got statistics from the very first week of shelter in place till now. So we have that data. I can get that out to everybody if you'd like.
That's great. I'm glad that domestic violence is not on the uptick. I've had some anecdotal evidence locally here that it wasn't, but in any case, are you also tracking like 5150 calls now that this huge effort is being maintained by our city? And I wish the county was doing more than just giving hotel vouchers, but are we getting similar amounts of 5150 calls or more, or I don't know. Are you tracking them?
Well, I mean, we track everything's trackable. I mean, obviously, there's a myriad of data points that we can track. What I will tell you is normally those come with what's called welfare checks many times, and we've seen a decrease in welfare checks, as a matter of fact. So, no, I mean, 5150s is something that we can certainly track. It's certainly something that I think it's at the that people are thinking about with regards to the longer the shelter in place goes forward. So I can track that.
I appreciate that, and thank you all for everything you're doing. I appreciate it all, Lee and Dave. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Camus. Councilmember Perales.
Thank you. So just a couple of questions, and I appreciate the presentation and the update as well. My office has been hearing from a number of the parking staff, a lot that here in the City Hall garage, but just parking staff in general in regards to I think there was a number of them that were furloughed, and they were initially interested in regards to when the revamp or ramp up kind of kicks in, what that rehire process might look like. And I know my office has reached out to Arian from DOT, and just wanted to see if somebody could speak to that in regards to, I think our SP Plus or SP Plus is the operator that we have there, on some of their plans, if we can share that.
Yeah, thank you, Council Member. So you're speaking of course, our staff that are really help support parking operations through the contractual agreements. And so I did get some questions about that during the week. I know our team's looking at that in terms of, once we start to reactivate the garages and need to have the parking staff come back, how that works. And so I don't have a clean answer for you right now. We're obviously working within a contractual environment here, and just acknowledge the difference between our own staff that we've put on administrative leave and those staff that support city functions through contractual relationships. So we'll need to kind of work through that and bring more information back to the council.
Okay, and I did get some information from Arian at DOT that in regards to how the staff, how they were sort of obviously having to separate a number of staff and trying to be able to then be prepared for what it might look like if they rehire. And I'm just curious, obviously these are individuals that don't necessarily work directly for the city, but obviously they do serve us here at City Hall. And we're just curious, what our understanding was there. So I appreciate any further update, and I could take that offline.
Yeah, but I do appreciate the question and just acknowledging, we have a fair amount of contractual, arrangements where there's staff doing work through contract. And so we'll need to bring that back and kind of understand how those contracts are set up and really what does that process look like for us.
Great, thank you. Another one, a little bit on a lighter note, but possibly a positive message. We've seen a number of cities, Paris, New York, Berlin, that have utilized their opportunities of lighting up their city halls or prominent figures within their city. And obviously, we've had that opportunity here at City Hall with our rotunda and the tower to be able to light it up. Right now, there's these cities are lighting it up in blue every night as a show of support for all COVID-19 essential service responders. And so wanted to see if that's something that you could do. My office looked into, and obviously there are the traditional parameters, that we could do to try to get it lit up. But my interest would be if this is something that the city manager's office wanted to sort of take the reins on and be able to light it up outside of the normal means of a council member kind of going through the process. And also recognizing that there's a bit of effort to light up the tower, that maybe we don't have to do that, but we can just do the rotunda, considering the rotunda can be done with a timer.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we can look at that and see what we can accomplish. Not a problem.
Thank you. And then this was brought up as well. Councilmember Esparza brought it up on the SBA loans, and just obviously I think the issues we've been hearing with banks and small businesses not really being able to take advantage of these opportunities. And clearly I think there was also a lot of challenge between the offerings from federal government that were coming down to the banks, and then the need obviously was so much. I know that there's those opportunities, and Lee mentioned in regards to this potential next stimulus package relief and our lobbying efforts to get support there. I was just curious, any other information in regards to some of the local loans or what we may have been hearing, any efforts, specific efforts that we can put in outside of the next stimulus package, whether it's information maybe that we're relaying. I know that we were already relaying just hey, make sure you apply. But I don't know if there's anything else that we could or should be doing.
Yeah, I would just say on that, Councilmember Perales, one thing that we did do is, through Kim and her group and a number of you kind of forwarding, here's how the SBA loans aren't currently working. We're able to kind of take that, disseminate it, and that has been kind of directly put back into our lobbying efforts around kind of this bridge bill between both CARES Act, and the one thing that there is agreement between the Senate Republicans and House Democrats thus far is increased money for SBA. So I'm hoping that the work to kind of tweak the program and add flexibility there is hopeful for us in the next round. With that said, I don't know anything separate kind of on its own from local jurisdictions or local banks, but certainly happy to ask around and follow up.
Okay, yeah, I know I was just hearing some concerns from some local small businesses in the downtown core that had tried, and I think they were feeling some of the same frustrations a lot of others were feeling in regards to an inability to either get approved or to even get in, the loans being closed out, and then the restrictions that ensue on who was able to qualify. And had you had a prior loan through the bank, not necessarily just did you bank with them. So stuff like that, and obviously things that are not necessarily in our control at all. But I think that information, if we can take that and then use that in our lobbying efforts for this next stimulus package, or even just in how we're relaying information out, could be helpful. And so I do appreciate those efforts, though, and thank you everybody again for the updates. So that's it for me.
I think I was next. I'm not sure if someone's going to call me, but
Mayor or Vice Mayor?
I'm trying to take myself off mute. Go ahead. Actually, Sylvia is next. So Councilmember Arenas.
Sorry about that.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Vice Mayor. Also, thank you to the staff administration for all of your support and this wonderful update. I really appreciate the data that is being shared by our police department and specifically, and just in general, in terms of crime. It does allow us to appreciate what is happening citywide. And as well as very specifically what's happening with our families as they're sheltering in place. And the first thing that I will bring up is I have been connecting, as you all know, this is Sexual Assault Awareness Month. Thus, the color teal. I hope you all can wear teal for the rest of the month during council meetings or public meetings, just to have in lieu of our proclamation that we typically have. Anyways, and so I do appreciate the data that our chief is sharing about sexual assaults. I think that we all can agree that we are no different than any other larger city, and larger cities, other larger cities such as LA and just others across the nation are seeing an increase in domestic violence and sexual assault. And so I wonder what is really different about our city. And I don't know if it's maybe the capacity of our service providers to connect with our families at this time. Maybe there isn't as many safe chat accessibility. I did talk to the Office of Gender-Based Violence, and they said that they had a safe chat capability to connect with families or with survivors who are dealing with sexual assault or domestic violence, but it has a very limited hours. And so I think,
What do you mean?
I'm sorry?
I heard checking on the front door just.
Okay, I think somebody needs to just mute their
Oh,
mic.
She's muted. Go ahead, Councilmember Arenas.
Sure, no problem. And so I think that what we need to do is assume that we are going to line up just the same way that the rest of the larger cities are lining up in terms of their reports about domestic violence, sexual assault, child abuse, and expect that we're going to have to support our community in the same way. I think this is the calm before the storm. Possibly because we may not have the same capabilities in terms of safe chat during evening hours. And so I think that it's a matter of maybe leveraging our resources with the county, with our service providers. I have talked to a couple of our service providers who have said themselves that one of them, their crisis support line has a high degree of callers who are expressing, just like many other folks, financial insecurity. And then this is really impacting their exit plans, their safety plans. And so really forcing survivors to remain in place with their perpetrators. And so I think that we need to bring in our service providers to capture the data that maybe we're not capturing through police calls, simply because maybe our survivors are not calling, aren't able to call, aren't able to connect with our police department. And I know that one of our service providers has said that their shelter capacity is maxed out, as well as all of their funding for motels is depleted. And so this is also going to impact our survivors very much directly. So other than maybe creating another partnership, we don't have enough funding for everything, but I think we do have an ability to innovate through partnerships. And so I think maybe connecting with Airbnb and having other options for our survivors during this time when we know that the capacity has been reached in some systems. And so when we see domestic violence rise, or when our service providers tell us that domestic violence is on, they're getting a lot of calls in, we can also assume that sexual assault is also connected, because typically the research shows it's a co-occurrence, as well as child abuse. And we know that in this city, for the last 8 years, we have seen a trend of sexual assault that involved children under the age of 12. And so one of my questions is, I heard you say, Chief, earlier that you were going to release more PSAs, and I'm supportive of that. I'm really grateful that you're doing that. I wonder if you could focus some of those PSAs for our children, so that they also have some options in terms of how to report. They might not be able to because they're not going to school. And so usually at school, they find themselves connected with an adult outside of their home who they trust and are able to share. And so I wonder if this is a possibility.
We spend a lot of time unmuting just to say to you, absolutely. It's something, I mean, when we got into this, one of the major things that we wanted to do was become a much larger social media presence than we were before. And I think we were doing a pretty good job before. But to the extent it's every day, we're thinking of different messages to send out to the community. I understand and I realize this is an important one. So absolutely, we can work on a message that specifically for our youth.
Wonderful. And I also think that we need to look at additional resources that would allow for some of these reports to happen, either through the PSAs, connect, or display some of the ways that our survivors or potential victims can report a crime, whether it is online. I saw your recent hate crime PSA. I really appreciate it. And you did, in that PSA, show how hate crimes could be reported online. And so I thought that was really useful and really much needed. I also think that we should do this for the different types of audiences that we have that are very vulnerable, and that is our sexual assault, our domestic violence, our children. As you all know that, and this is information that you've all shared with us, as you've seen patterns and trends in San Jose for child abuse or sexual assault with children, and that is that typically those children know their perpetrators. I think it's probably 80 to 90%, if I could just, out the top of my head, they know them. So we know that they know them. They're probably maybe related to them, maybe living under the same roof with them. And so I think we can safely assume that those children are potentially facing some of that abuse currently and have no other way to report. So I think the PSA is a start, but I also think that we need to invest in maybe what the county is doing, and that is the safe chat, and maybe helping to extend some of that safe chat so it goes beyond just the 9 to 5 hours, and they have an ability to maybe report to the police department or be that, that facilitator. Is there a possibility to invest in something like that, Chief, so that we can have more reports come through from our children or from our survivors?
I will say this, that we're going to have that's part of the marketing plan and the outreach plan that we're going to be doing. That's going to be in the memo, in the council memo that we put out in a couple of weeks. But certainly to the extent that we could figure out more resources to reach out to our younger victims, that we'll definitely look into that.
Well, I think it goes even beyond just what we're going to talk about on the 28th, because I know that we're going to talk about some of the money that was secured last year by my council colleagues, myself, for sexual assault. But I think this has to do really with the pandemic and this emergency. So shifting our ways that we capture some of these calls coming in. And so how can we fold this into what the EOC and how the EOC is responding to our survivors and to the crimes that we aren't seeing reported? Like I said, we're no different than any of the other cities. So what is it that we're not doing or that we can do to facilitate those calls?
You know, it's something that we'll have to take back and discuss with the EOC and the manager's office, quite frankly. I mean, the reality of it is although we are prepared, I don't disagree with you that we may be the calm before the storm, and we do need to prepare for it, although we haven't seen it yet. I mean, and we haven't seen our advocates actually talk about an increase either. So just the preparation and making sure that it is easy for people to report. So it's something that I'll take back and discuss with the manager's office and figure out how the EOC can assist in trying to get the calls. I mean, ultimately, in the end, we have to get our survivors and our victims the resources to know who to call, when to call, and then for us to respond. I know that the district attorney does want to partner as well. You spoke earlier about vouchers for hotels. That's something that I've spoken to DA Rosen about and something that he's very interested in doing. So we really are trying to uncover as many stones as we possibly can. So as we work on those different fronts, you know, I think we can get to a place where our survivors feel better in calling.
Absolutely. I don't doubt that you're going to turn over every stone that you can to make sure that you get that support out to our survivors. I'm just thinking that I think, Dave, I don't know if this is maybe a broader question in terms of our EOC, and I don't take any pleasure in adding any more responsibilities or adding to this conversation, by no means. But I worry that we're not seeing an increase in reported crimes, and so it really it means that there's something going on with our system that isn't allowing our survivors, our potential victims, to report. And so I don't have the answer other than maybe what some of the service providers, as I mentioned, I've spoke to 3 different service providers in the last week, and they have shared that there is an increase, that there is a need, that housing is the most important option for our families, and motels or hotels can only go so far. And I think having a partnership with the Airbnb can provide more of a normalcy for our children and our families, rather than maybe some hotels and motels. But I think those funds have been depleted. So I think we need to create some shift in maybe some of the funding that we have elsewhere. I'm thinking about the consolidated plan, or how can we have this be part of an EOC response so that we can get this reimbursed?
Yeah, thank
Dave,
you, council member. You know, I certainly appreciate the input and the points that you're bringing forward. You know, as Eddie said, we'll need to kind of think this through a little, as we do actually on all the input we get in these updates. You know, it's the input's important, and I want to reassure you we're not dismissive of it at all. But there's a lot for us to kind of manage and factor into it. So I think you raised some important points for us to consider around, you know, what's you know, not just necessarily relying on the data that we have in front of us, in that it may not be accurate if we're not getting the right amount of a reporting that's going on. So we'll loop back, we'll factor that into our thinking. And as you know, as we report out in future updates, and also I think I just want to stress, you know, we'll be in front of the council here on the 28th with a proposal for how we manage through the current year budget. And then right after that, we'll be in front of the council in terms of how we manage through next year. And so those will be super important discussions that we really need to really weave all of this in, both COVID response and what we're seeing, and kind of how do we function moving forward in a very different financial picture, short of some sort of major relief that we might see from the federal government. So, but hear you loud and clear, and we will look back with you.
thank you. I really appreciate that. And like I said, it's not that it's not happening in San Jose, because certainly is. We've seen the trends for the last 8 years, so we can guarantee that it continues to happen. But especially now that there are less options for our families, less options for our survivors, and for some of these children who really can't leave the home. There is no other option. they can't pick up the phone. They might not have the privacy. And so I really think that this is part of providing safety for our families. So the other piece I wanted to thank Councilmember Esparza for your input about the legislative advocacy. And I absolutely agree with you, and I'm supportive of that. Um, and the last thing I wanted to say is thank you, Dave, for recognizing some of our staff who are going out there and working during these conditions. I think this week you've highlighted Department of Transportation, the sewer department, as well as our retirement folks who are working from home. And so I know that all of our departments are working really hard. I just love hearing from you some of what the work that is being done, regardless of where we're at. And so I think it just brings us all together. I think we're all used to seeing each other walk into City Hall and assume that work is being completed. But I appreciate that you highlight a segment of our departments every week. So thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember.
Thank you. Councilmember Jimenez?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I appreciate it. I just had some questions. I think most appropriate person is Jim. Hopefully he's still on the call. There he is. I see him. He's muted. But let me just first begin by saying that, I've been in office about a little close to 3.5 years. And over that time, my community has moved forward, and our office has been willingly moving forward on some of these solutions, safe parking, owls. And so I'm very proud of the fact that this Monterey Road Burnell site is actively being discussed now. I know it's been on the list in the top 3 or 4 sites for some time, and now it quickly has come back into the frame of sorts. And so I'm very excited about the possibilities of what's going to take shape there. I did have some questions about that, Jim. And I know you and I talked yesterday, and that's certainly not enough time to get me all the information that I asked. But one of the first things I was going to ask is, did I hear you correctly in saying that next week there's going to be an item coming before us to allocate funding for that site? Is that?
Councilor, what it will likely be is the appropriation action on all the homeless and housing assistance program funds. I think there's about $23+ million in the allocation from the state, and the budget office and housing will be bringing for the appropriation. The direction's been given, though. Council last week approved allocating $17.2 million to this emergency housing effort. It's just kind of the formal appropriation action piece. So that's what we anticipate next week. And I talked to the budget director and the housing director, and they're packaging that up. Really, it's to implement council direction on that.
Okay, I appreciate that. And so is it safe to assume then that any discussion as it relates, or any vote or direction as it relates to this particular site, essentially that's been done, and now, as you and I discussed yesterday, it's going to be more now about certainly moving forward with the site expeditiously, but more than anything, just informing the residents as to what exactly is going to be transpiring at that site. Is that correct?
I think that's fair to say. Certainly the appropriation action is implementing council direction. We felt like the declaration that the council ratified and the memorandum that the mayor and 3 council members that the council voted unanimously on last week, we take that very seriously. And so we're moving to implement and utilize that $17+ million during this emergency. So we've mobilized the teams rapidly, and our goal is to move forward that. And yes, we want to get information out to you. I'm anticipating tomorrow that we would be able to. We talked for about a number of pieces of information. I've asked the Public Works and Housing team to pull that together. As soon as I have that on that particular site, I'll get that to you. And we do it kind of as public information, kind of notification of what we're specifically doing. So I think you characterized that fairly.
Okay, I appreciate that, because as you can imagine, when this story broke, for lack of a better word, folks have been knocking on our virtual doorstep, sending a lot of emails, certainly some concerns, a lot of support. But one of the things that I'm being very cautious about is not putting out information and then a few days later changing it again. And so that's why I'm waiting to receive the bulk of information from you. And when do you, so you think tomorrow we'd get that
Yeah,
information?
I think I can get you preliminary information tomorrow. We probably want to discuss that as well. And it is uh, a dynamic and accelerated project development. So I anticipate there probably will be adjustments and refinements as we go along. So we probably want to talk about, you know, getting good quality information out in as timely way as we can, and that information will stay useful and accurate for as long as we can. So
Okay.
you know, as I get you that information, we should probably follow up and just talk together about how to best inform the community as well.
Okay, and another question with regard to the Mayberry site, as it sort of compares to this particular site. Obviously, different part of the city, just uniquely different. This is on a cloverleaf, right by busy Monterey Highway and such. What I'm wondering is, should we expect this site to mirror to a certain extent what's going on at the Mayberry site, and just the way it looks and the way it operates, and or
We're certainly using that as a guide in some sense, and you know, I think the model of, you know, a kind of enclosed community that's going to be operated kind of as a single unit, and you know, it will have, you know, an operations person, it will have security, it'll have central services. So we're using that as a model. We'll take the lessons that we've learned from that location and continue to apply it to this location and future ones to try and continue to do it, you know, better and more effectively. But we think that's a good initial guide, and our housing and public works departments are kind of using that and building upon that. So I think that's a fair way to describe it.
Okay, all right. Now, let me just conclude by just saying something that's been on my mind, that as we're venturing down the path, whether it be in other council districts and my council district on these type of projects, you know, there's certainly, I can understand the need to expedite them, and that's fine. But I just think I'm going to do whatever I can, have as much of a public process as possible, whether that's a Zoom meeting with all my residents, fielding questions, concerns, things of that nature. But I just think it's still very much, and I feel that you feel the same way, but it's still very much incumbent upon us to make sure we provide as much information as possible to the residents, so that way they're fully informed and aware simply of what's going on in their respective neighborhoods. I look forward to the process, to getting the information, and I'm very excited about the possibility of helping a lot of the folks, certainly that are that are unhoused, that are living on our streets. And then the other thing that I've mentioned to you, Jim, and I'll just throw this out there, food for thought, and to the extent someone from housing's listening as well. I think one of the things that we should aspire to do is, wherever these locations take place, whether it's Monterey and Burnell, there's literally an encampment across the roadway by the train tracks. And so to the extent that we can facilitate a process in which some of the folks that are living nearby on the street can actually reside at this location, that would be very beneficial, I think, for the community. And that would get more buy-in, quite frankly, because if we have this community built there in that area, and they still see some of the things that we're, in their view, the city isn't doing anything about, right? It's going to further perpetuate their interest in pushing away these type of projects, right? And so if there's a mechanism, you know, whoever's listening, city attorney's office, housing department, if there's a mechanism that we can apply in order to give these folks preference, whether that's marketing to them or reaching out to them personally, I think it'd be a worthwhile effort to do, to make sure that those folks are get first dibs at those sites to the extent they're in the system.
Yeah, and if I could, council member, just a couple of things. So certainly appreciate those comments, and just want to acknowledge, we're really working kind of in two realms here. One realm is in terms of delivery of emergency housing, and so just have to acknowledge that the process is very different than we're used to. The amount of community engagement is near non-existent in this kind of emergency scenario, and yes, we're certainly committed to making sure that we provide as much information to you all and to the public about what's coming. I think that is just super important. But just acknowledging it's not the normal community engagement process that we would typically be doing, and certainly not the process where we're doing a lot of listening to the community. In terms of advancing this emergency housing, it's very much in the spirit of meeting the needs of the emergency. As we transition the site into more of the housing, the homeless housing needs of the community, no doubt we'll be wanting to bring forward all of our strategies that we've been talking about in terms of trying to make sure that these sites are successful both for the occupants and for the surrounding community and neighborhoods that are there. Recognizing though, and I don't mean to be the Debbie Downer, we've got budgetary issues that we're going to have to confront at the same time that we do all of this. But your points are well made, and we are not going to lose track of them, and we'll factor those into the discussion that we have going forward.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And let me just this comment came to mind as you were talking. One of the interests of mine, and I suspect all of us in providing information, is it really fills a void that tends to exist. Well, let me just say, if we don't fill the void with correct information, factual information, it's then filled by some of the folks in the community that are always going to be against this, that are perpetuating myths, stereotypes, things of that nature. And so that's why I think it's important to have accurate, as much as possible, information and make sure we get that out in a timely manner to the residents. So that way it arms us as a council office to make sure that we're knocking down any of that misinformation that can unfortunately continues to be perpetuated in different parts of the city.
Absolutely agree. Yeah.
Councilmember Jimenez, maybe if I could also just add, first, if you're going to be doing any town halls by Zoom or other mechanisms, I'm happy to be a part of those. Please let me know, and I'll be happy to be there.
Be careful what you ask for, Mayor.
I'm sorry?
Be careful what you ask for.
Yes, understood. No, this is something I'm committed to doing in every district where we know there's obviously a lot of communication that needs to be done. We know these are challenging conversations, and I'm more than willing to be there for those council members who are willing to accept the responsibility for this. This is important. I think your point is one I know that other council members have made, which is this work gets a whole lot easier when we can tell the local community that we are taking homeless people who are currently in their neighborhood, on their parks, on our streets collectively, and we are housing them. And I know that is a point of disagreement with the county, and I know there are issues, but it seems to me that it becomes even more imperative in this time ahead where we know service provision is going to be so severely constrained, we're not going to be able to commit the same level of services. So at least being able to tell local neighborhoods we are going to give some priority or preference to the homelessness, the residents who are homeless in this place. I think that is so terribly important. Obviously, our first priority during this crisis will be housing those who are COVID positive, those who need housing for purposes of isolation or quarantine. But obviously, this will be housing that will be provided for homeless going forward. And I think that is just an important point for all of us to continue to push forward on. And I'm happy to push with you,
Mayor, if I could make one more point too. I also believe there are many members in our community that are at risk, that are over 65, that have underlying health conditions. And we see this housing, this emergency housing, supporting them as well. They may not be COVID positive, but the state and the county have identified them at risk. And so this would serve those needs in addition to the ones you talked about. So that's an important segment for us to just building on your point of we're serving multiple populations.
Yeah, fair point. And I agree that while this emergency is in place, that the health risk is the first risk we take.
Yeah, and Mayor, I need to chime in on, we'll work with staff on this. Clearly, there are fair housing laws that are implicated, and that's always a concern. And so we'll continue to work with staff, but that's where preferences get into problems. So More to come on that. This is something that we're working with Jim and his team to try to expedite and get it over the goal line.
Rick, I know we've had a lot of conversations about this issue. Has there been a memo that your team has already produced? Forgive me, because it's been some time. You may have produced something I read a long time.
I don't know if we have, but we certainly can.
Okay, well, I'm not asking any recreating or to create anything new, but if there's something that you have that you can provide to us,
Yeah.
that might be helpful because I know that there are some clear for housing issues, but I can't help but believe as we see other cities throughout the state do this in various ways, that there should be creative ways for us to do it as well.
Okay, well, like I say, we'll be working with staff on this. So it's an issue I need to spot at least.
Yeah, understood.
Mayor, can I say one last thing with regard to the comment about, Rick? Rick, I appreciate what you said, and if there is a memo out there, I'd be great. I think this is something that's come up on other occasions, but I guess I'd be interested in knowing, if you present to us this legal issue and we can't do X, what I want to know is how do we get as close to X as possible? Are you able to advise us as to how to walk up to that line without violating the law?
Yeah, I mean, I think what we'll look at is what the parameters are and what your options, what you can and can't do. How's that?
Correct. I want to know what we can do.
All right.
Thank you.
Yes, there we go. Okay, thank you, Rick. Councilmember, yep.
Yes, thank you. What I have a question having to do with what Lee was talking about earlier, or more kind of expanding on what Lee was talking about. In my dealing with people in the community, I tell them about the SBA loans and all that stuff. Lee, you were talking about the Treasury portal, and that I think has to do with cities and municipalities, right? To the extent that we have any insights, any people on the Hill or whatever telling us about what the SBA is actually doing in terms of helping small businesses process the loans. We know that a few weeks ago you could apply and get it, but then I heard different things like the loan was open, but the banks couldn't process anything because they didn't get actual guidance yet on what promissory note to use, right? So if we can incorporate moving forward, if you have any updates now, just good information that we can share with the people we interact with, that would be helpful. I don't know if you do.
Yeah, no, I mean, I wouldn't say I don't have good news. I think the news is, and I think same for us as an organization as we continue to speak, on kind of in our third bucket about our fiscal position and the need for flexibility. We've continued to talk to SBA and the federal government about the need for flexibility for our own small businesses in this program, because I think what we've heard is kind of application went in, didn't have enough information on the timeliness of the money, and the scope was really narrow, and so banks did have trouble processing some of those payments for those small businesses. So most of the update that I went over earlier was kind of about how we're continuing to advocate for additional flexibility and take those lessons learned from what we've heard from our business community, and many of you have forwarded those in as well, which has been really helpful into kind of a package of what we're asking the federal government for.
Okay, and I guess the other question I kind of have is, do we have any news upon the kind of the fiefdom of the United States of the West Coast, as we're supposedly going to move out slowly and restart the economy? The governors are making this kind of united plan between Washington, Oregon, and California. Do we have any insight or any news about that we know of?
I don't have any insight. I did watch the governor's press conference today, council member, and there was a question from a reporter along that lines, and the governor, I think, purposely did not want to get into that discussion, and so that's what I heard from the governor today.
Okay, all right, that's all. Well, thank you. I appreciate all the updates. Very helpful. I'll yield.
Thank you. Councilmember Carrasco?
Hi there. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this ongoing report. It's always good to hear all of the great work that you're doing, and it gives us an opportunity to thank all of you for moving so swiftly and and efficiently on a situation that none of us were ready to face and to deal with, but very proud to be in a city where everyone has been uh, so willing to step up to the plate and go beyond their scope of job descriptions, if you will. A couple of questions. First of all, one thing that I just really wanted to touch on was what Silvia Arenas, Councilmember Arenas, was speaking on in terms of domestic violence. And I have a few years under my belt in terms of working in that field. And I've been reading articles of how domestic violence incidents are going up across the country. But what's even more troublesome is not just the incidence of domestic violence, but the incidence of homicides related to domestic violence, both for the partner as well as for the partner's children. And uh, so I want to just make sure that we don't let that fall off of our radar, Chief. And I know that you're keeping an eye on it, but there's something really interesting about San Jose if we're not seeing those numbers go up, because I don't think that our perpetrators have suddenly grown a conscience or suddenly have gained or regained self-control. There's I think that I think it's more frightening not to hear from our victims. And when we're seeing that the numbers are going up elsewhere, and especially a loss of life of children and women, to me, the silence is more frightening than reassuring. So I just want to be able to touch on that, and I know we'll continue to have that conversation. I'm not saying it. I'm not bringing this up so that we can continue having this conversation. I just wanted to reinforce what Councilmember Arenas was bringing up, and something that I think that we really need to just keep an eye on and figure out how we reach out to our victims or touch base with our advocates again to see what we need to do. Because one thing I will tell you, the liaisons in the schools know who the victims are. The liaisons or the the folks who are very active in the churches, in our faith-based communities, they know who the victims are. And so maybe we need to reach out and find out if they've heard from these families, if they're suspecting anything, if they themselves have reached out to them, if they've done a wellness check, anything at all to see if everything is okay in those households. But I do think that we need to be a little bit more proactive, and maybe that's through the nonprofits and our advocacy groups. But I do think that we need to, you see the incidents go up because when school is in session, there's different venues where you can become alerted. Now we're all indoors and we're all isolated from each other. So victims don't have a way of expressing themselves or a way of getting the info to us. So anyway, so I just wanted to put that bee in your bonnet.
Let me just say really quickly, because I know you had some other points, but I will say too, it's an interesting concept or an interesting situation that we're going through, council member. I'll tell you, about 6 to 8 months ago, we were having a conversation in the council chambers with regards to sexual assault being on the rise, and the more sexual assaults than in other times, and it being on the rise. So going from that to the situation we're going through now, I will tell you this, and just so you and I know the rest of the council members, and again, when we take a deeper dive with the memo that'll be coming out to council, this is a different type of crime. And I'll say this: if these trends were in some other type of situation, we would try to focus resources in other areas that we saw that were increasing. But that's not the case here. So I can assure you that we're going to continue to be proactive. We know there's a level of underreporting that occurs. We want to ensure that our community knows that we're here for them. We want to ensure that our survivors know that we're here for them, and we're going to try to get them as many resources as we can, so that we can truly look in the mirror and say if we did everything we could for people to come forward. So very sensitive to the issue, and we have been, which is why we've been keeping track of it, which is why we wanted to get a plan together, even though the numbers weren't necessarily dictating we do that.
Yeah, thank you. So I'll move on. Thank you for that. I think it was Lee that gave the report on the Councilmember Esparza brought up the legislature advocacy. Was that you, Lee,
Yes, it was.
that talked on that? So I know that she was referring to the federal administration, but have we also been talking to our local legislators?
We have state, federal, and local legislators. Absolutely.
So and I'll be honest and transparent. I haven't reached out to Senator Bell. I haven't spoken with Assemblymember Colorado or Chu. I haven't spoken with any of our friends here locally, but I think it was a grave mistake that our assembly members and our state senators handed over $1 billion check to our governor and didn't ask for anything in return, and then left the Capitol. And so I think that we need to press on and have them go back to the Capitol and start working again on behalf of Californians. But in terms of our dear friends here locally, I think we need to press them a little bit more, especially when it comes to our undocumented residents who are not going to have any sort of support. And I don't believe that they'll get any support at the federal level, but I think that they can get support here from the state of California. And so $1 billion, a blank check, handed right over to the governor. I think that the governor can do wonders for us. Our mayor, as well as Jen Loving and other folks, have done a great job in terms of raising, an ungodly amount of money. And I just don't think that it's sustainable. I think that folks are in a just the tsunami that's coming in terms of the kind of pain that our residents are in for is unfathomable. We're taking the calls. I've been doing some live Facebook posts, and we're talking to them. I've never had the kind of phone calls or the kind of messaging that we're getting. And by the way, we're not getting them just from San Jose. We're getting them from Milpitas and Sunnyvale, from Campbell, Santa Clara. And these are folks that are reaching out to us in a sense of desperation that I've never heard before in my entire time working as a social worker, working since I started here in this office. When I worked with my husband in real estate and the real estate debacle that took place years ago, I've never seen anything like this in my entire life. And I don't think that we've reached the peak. I think this is just the beginning. Wait till they have exhausted every resource or a little bit of savings that they may have. I fear pandemonium at a very personal level. And so I think that it is incumbent upon us to really push our local representatives to head back to Sacramento and really push the governor to give us a piece of that $1 billion for specifically those that are not going to have resources from anywhere else other than our own funding that that they just handed over. Anyway, that's my 2 cents, and I'm hoping that we can really stress that they walked away from $1 billion. So that leads me to your presentation, which I think was the first, second, or third slide, titled 3 Challenges.
Correct.
Which is one of my favorite slides that you keep putting up.
Would you like me to, are you asking me to put it up again?
Would you please?
Sure.
So of course, in order to ensure the public health, we did what needed to be done, which was expecting everybody to shelter in place. And in doing so, people, many lost their jobs, had their hours cut. But at the end of the day, people stopped working, and it was as a result of public policy. We had them stay home. And so it leads me to number two, which is uh, saving livelihoods, or how do we save people's livelihood? And I think that that is going to be one of the greatest challenges at this point. And I think that in the beginning, we took a blunt instrument and just told everybody to stay home. And we were not very surgical in terms of how or who we had stay home. And as I'm going through my daily experiences, most of my days are home with my three kids. And sometimes I venture out to the grocery store or to Costco, or when I just cannot get myself in the kitchen to cook another meal, and I go and support a local restaurant, or dare say go through a drive-through of a fast food restaurant, I see more than one person cooking or handing me food, or more than 10 individuals working at a grocery store. So my question is, when we advocate for jobs to come back online, and that's okay, we can go back to our I just wanted to look at that slide. When we go back to advocating for jobs that go back online, why I think that we should really start getting those folks that are sole proprietors, uh, are working on their own, and I brought this up before. Those who are servicing pools, they're the only ones that work by themselves. They don't go inside homes. I was trying to Google and find out how many pools are in Santa Clara County, but they've lost their jobs. They've lost their businesses. Gardeners who don't go inside homes. These are individuals who are probably some of the same people that we're trying to help now that they have no money at all. Or individual contractors, again, that don't go inside homes. They stay outside. They're painting the house. And the reason why I'm saying that is because as I've been driving around, I actually have seen some people that probably, Chief Garcia, if your people saw them, they would probably get cited, right? They would be told to go home. They just haven't been caught. But some of these folks could probably very well work without exposing or being exposed, and are probably actually safer than the 10 people that are inside a McDonald's or a Jack in the Box handing food through a drive-through, or the 30 people that are working inside Costco, who are being exposed to all of the folks who are coming in and out of the grocery store. So
Councilmember, can I respond for a moment? Because I think this is an issue that resonates deeply for me, because you're absolutely right. We're not going to raise enough money to address the need, and there's not going to be enough money. I mean, the state's going to have a huge hole in their budget. There's not going to be enough money for us to be able to replace or supplant an economy in which people were earning a living. And I feel very strongly, I think as you do, that we've got to start to carve out a space for people to safely get back to work. That's not going to be everybody, but for those who can safely get back to work. It is a conversation I have literally every day with the county, and I have it about 3 times a week with other mayors. It is nonetheless the case that this city staff is not in the position to be able to make decisions that are counter to the orders that are in place. They're simply handcuffed. And so I just want to jump in their defense, say, it's not them. And I know you don't think it's them. I just want to make sure the public understands there are orders in place that we are simply required under the law to comply with. And I know everybody's trying their best, and that's the position we're in now. I will continue to press to try to carve a path for the many, many people. I think about the fact that we have probably about 2,000 construction laborers right now in this county, based on my last conversation with Enrique Arguello, who are not working. And most of them would be working outside in construction, very distant from one another. There's a lot of folks. I would like to believe we could safely get back to work. And it's something I think we just need to continue in our conversations with the county.
Well, and I really appreciate that, because it's a conversation that I need to be able to have with my residents and be able to say that we're advocating continuously for their livelihood. Because when we say that these are the challenges, we need to be able to say also to people, we are making sure that the public safety and their health is paramount and it's number one priority, and that we're following the orders of the county, or if it's the governor, but that we have leaders that are advocating for their jobs as well. And the reason why I say that, Mayor, is because as I was just prefacing it before I was commenting on this, the calls that we're getting are sheer desperation. And so we need to be able to reassure them that soon enough they'll have a green light to go back to work. They have to be able to hear some glimmer of hope that at some point they will go back, and it's not going to be a year from now or 6 months from now. Later on, we're going to have a conversation about tenant support or rent support, and that might not even be the last conversation. 2 weeks from now we may have another conversation, but I think at the end of the day, what people just want to hear is, how do I just get back to work and make my own living? I don't want charity, right? And so I just need to be able to give them that glimmer of hope, and so that people don't feel like this is the new normal. And so thank you for your ongoing advocacy. I think for me in my position, I need to know what you need from me so that we can continue pushing that conversation. So that's it for me. Uh, but well, thank you. That's it for me.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Foley?
Thank you. That actually leads into some of the questions I had in particular. I hear the term recovery, and I'm cautiously optimistic when I hear that term recovery. I think the new normal, none of us know what that means, and no one knows what recovery is going to look like, but I'm glad to hear that everybody's starting to think about recovery, because that means we're moving forward. And that means we're starting to think, how are we going to get back to work? And I understand that the governor's not going to open the doors and say, okay, today, May 3rd, everybody gets to go back to work. That I'm sure it will be a systematic approach, and how that's done will be thoughtful, because we may end up back in shelter in place in a few months. And we all don't want that, but that may be what we need to do in order to continue the curve going in the right direction. I had a couple of questions. One thing I wanted to mention first is regarding the SBA and the CARES Act and the payroll protection policy, whatever it is, the PPP. Just for those of you who are following this, I know we all have a lot of small businesses in our districts, and those are the people we're hearing most from is our small business owners, because they're very concerned about rehiring their employees when they do get back to work. But I want to tell you that as a co-owner of a small business, the system with the SBA and applying for that assistance is really difficult. The SBA has changed the forms something like 2 or 3 times. We submitted our forms. We were told by our bank, oh, that's not the latest one. The latest ones were released on the 7th. So now we had to redo all of our paperwork again. And we're just a small time player in this whole cog. I just want you to understand that while the money may be out there, I don't know how easily or readily it is available because the government released it or said it's available, but didn't have the format on how we were to answer the questions or what questions they even wanted us to answer. So I'll let you know how that continues to go. Hearing directly from someone who's going through the small business process might be informative and help us a little bit. But the resources that we have at the city are really outstanding as it relates to small business assistance. So I really am grateful for all of the links and the information, and we can, as council offices, we're the disseminator of information. So we get asked for information about businesses that are around, that are restaurants that need our help, and we put out the list. So anything, any links that you have to help us is greatly appreciated with that regard. I have a question for you regarding the various bed capacities that we have. I think, Jim, you mentioned this, that we have Parkside is at capacity, that Southside is opening up Wednesday, and that Camden Community Center is opening Friday. Can you tell me what the capacity is at Camden Community Center? And you'd mentioned families, so how is that being configured, and what can we do to assist over there?
Yeah, thank you much. Thank you very much, council member. So yeah, Parkside Hall will be approaching capacity, and we intended to operate that first. And when it did approach capacity, we would open the South Hall tent just south of the convention center. So we're ready to do that, kind of right on schedule. And then we obviously wanted a place for families. So we focus in on Camden on that. I think it has the capacity for 70 individuals.
Right.
I'll just confirm that, but I believe it is about 70 individuals. I have not seen that one personally myself. I've been out to all the others, but I will be visiting it before it does open. We are following kind of CDC and state standards for mass shelters for individuals or families. So we're absolutely following the appropriate protocols, certainly during this emergency, and more broadly, how mass shelters for families should be stood up. So that's being developed in that way. And we can certainly reach out to your office and get more information, more details about how we're doing that. But we are definitely kind of following the guidance that we've gotten from the individuals that run these on a regular basis.
Okay, so that's 70 families or 70 individuals?
It would be 70 individuals.
70 people, okay.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. Well, I'm glad to hear that we have some place for families to go, because I know the families are, we have limited capacity. So it's really good to see that we're focusing one area on families. And I know it's not enough, but at least it's a good start for us.
And I would add this, council member, that the 105 FEMA trailers that we did receive, and we put it out, Kelly Park, the Happy Hollow parking lot, on an interim basis. We anticipate some of the larger trailers that have multiple rooms also being available for families. And ultimately, when we place them permanently, as Jackie talked about last week, we probably want to have an allocation of them for families as well. So that is another resource that we want to have available for families. We think that type of self-contained unit could be effective for them as well.
Wonderful. And how would families find out about either the trailers or the Camden Community Center?
Yeah, it would be through our kind of county city intake system is our kind of main point of contact. We've our housing department has kind of a joint operation with the county Office of Supportive Housing, and we're funneling through one kind of intake point to try and then find the most appropriate location for whomever comes in through that point.
Okay, great. Thank you. Then I have a series of questions for the police chief. First, I want to say that Captain Washburn has been wonderful in keeping us up to date and notified us that they were spending extra time over at the schools to check in with them and make sure that the schools are safe. You mentioned that that was one of the areas that statistically crime is going up. I'm not surprised. Usually goes up during summer when kids aren't in session. But I'm wondering what kind of crimes you're seeing over there. Is it vandalism, and how are we coordinating with the school districts who have their own public safety departments, and specifically with San Jose Unified with their central station? Are we coordinating with them as well?
Well, thanks for the question, Councilmember. What we're seeing is an uptick, and I'm not saying uptick. We're talking about relatively small numbers within this, 4 to 5 week time frame that we're looking at. But yes, in the last couple of weeks, we've had 10 schools burglarized, where we've arrested 4 individuals responsible for some of them. So we have made contact with all the school districts. What we're seeing is burglaries. What we're trying to tell people too is to ensure that that they don't have, they don't leave valuable property and equipment inside their schools, which I know, it's not as obvious as we all think, as you well know too, is everyone's hard to take out that property that you have, but we're really trying to talk people into doing something like that. But we are coordinating with the school districts right now. Again, we have nearly 200, we have nearly 300 schools throughout the city. So we're trying to maintain be vigilant as possible, reaching out to the school districts to ensure that they know that we're working together for that. Again, I've spoken to patrol, and hopefully we'll see those numbers go down as these weeks go, as we're making arrests and as we're being more visible and as we're conducting more premise checks and things of that nature.
I think that's really important. At 14 years as a school board member, I always got nervous around summertime as to how our schools would be maintained because the eyes just aren't there. And I always got nervous around spring break and holiday breaks because kids are out, they're playing, they're getting into trouble, the opportunity crimes that happens at schools. So I think visibility is really important. Just cruiser driving around is enough sometimes to have kids who are bored see that the police are around. Do the local schools, they have their own police units? Are they doing the same thing? What kind of presence do they have?
Well, not all schools have their own police units, and so we some of them do, but as San Jose Unified as an example, they think they have one individual that's there. They coordinate with us.
Right.
To the extent that they can. Obviously, everybody's fiscal situation is dire at the moment, and so I think the few that may have some security or what have you, we're definitely going to be working closely with them. Ultimately, though, as well, Councilmember, one thing that we could all message. I wish I had 5 different social media platforms to message things in, but truly, especially during the shelter in place, there's very little reason, if any, for anyone to be walking around a school. There's certain trespassing ordinances that are already in effect at a lot of closed schools, and so the message we send out as well is our officers. Our officers are out there ensuring that people call the police when they see suspicious activity occurring near or around schools, and we'll definitely respond out there.
Okay, I appreciate that. We are starting to get calls related to schools where homeless individuals are camping out by the playgrounds or the schools where they wouldn't normally be because the school's in session. Who should we refer those to? We're not sure what to do with those.
For trespassing?
Anybody? Well,
for individuals that are
technically
near.
they're trespassing because they're on school property, right? So should we call 311? They're not bothering anybody but the neighbors.
Well, then I would say that's the difficult. If they're bothering someone, it's the answer we would give is to call us. And then we
Okay.
can make a determination if they're, trespassing as an example. Whether or not, to be honest with you, whether they're housed or not really has little to do with it, other than the fact that it could be someone who shouldn't be there at the moment. And then, our resources will handle that. But obviously, I would always say that your first, if someone thinks someone is suspicious and, and they're, possibly trespassing and are about a school, that I would always start with us first.
Okay. All right. I really appreciate all of the work Dave and your team, Chief, everybody is doing in relation to this. This is really stressful times for everyone financially, as far as our health is concerned, but I have tremendous confidence in the leadership at our city, and I'm proud to be part of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Esparza, you had your hand up. Go ahead.
Yes, yeah. There was one item I wanted to just bring up, which was the wireless infrastructure that was discussed last Tuesday. And I wanted to confirm that will be included in next Tuesday's report. So I wasn't sure because I'm assuming Dolan is in a meeting about wireless infrastructure
And this is
right now.
regarding the digital divide issues with our children. Is that right?
Correct. This is about the Wi-Fi that the four former school board members brought up last week. And last week there was a discussion about the wireless infrastructure in it, and then separately the digital access, separately but related. And so I wanted to ensure that comes to us next week. I know that everybody is working as fast as they can, but I do think we need an update.
Yep. So, Councilmember Esparza, that is actually part of what KIP is doing now. We've had a good conversation with the county superintendent and kind of what their role, as well as what some of the school districts' role and some of the state funding that they're going to be getting, to better understand kind of our situational awareness and how we step in and help. So I know KIP and then Dolan are meeting with Sunny McPeak later on this week, and we are identifying someone, Kirsten Olson in the Civic Innovation Office, as kind of a point outside of the EOC to focus on these efforts once we have a path forward. So we can do a greater in-depth report out next week.
Yeah, and I wanted to make sure, because the digital access is with the Santa Clara County Office of Ed and talking about the units, the timeline for them acquiring sufficient hotspot devices is, as of, hopefully that estimate changes, but right now, as of today, it's 46 weeks. And then related to that, we had talked about digital inclusion last week, particularly around including the wireless infrastructure at YB and then completing the Overfeld project.
Yeah, so I believe we will have updates on all of those. I don't want to overcommit on any single one, but I think we've made some good progress this week, especially in kind of understanding our role with the Board of Education on playing a convening role and really getting the telcos in partnerships with some of these individual school districts outside of those projects we had already committed to.
So, outside of the other projects, because that also relates to sort of a follow-up question, which, so we had, as a city, we had previously talked about YB and finishing Overfelt. But my follow-up question is how, in wireless infrastructure, how are we working so that we can partner with the county to ensure that other places in the city also get that kind of wireless infrastructure? And is that part of the talks that are moving forward?
And I wouldn't be able to answer that now. I think that would be better as we come back next week.
To report back. Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
I appreciate all the questions and the answers. A lot of important work being done here. I just want to offer a few additional bits of information that may or may not be helpful here. I know there were a lot of questions about what we're doing. First, around our many undocumented families and the fact that they're not eligible for a lot of the state and federal programs. I just signed a letter with Mayor Eric Garcetti and a few other mayors urging the state retroactively to extend the Cal Earned Income Tax Credit to all ITIN filers. That's the individual taxpayer ID filers. I know that doesn't solve the problem certainly, but it may help a bit, we hope. And at least they're extending more of these dollars to non-citizens who critically need them. I did have a question or two, speaking about, the issue that Councilmember Esparza just raised about distance learning. Eddie, Chief, did you say that there were 9 burglaries of schools focused on computers and computer equipment? I think you may still be on mute.
I got you. I don't know exactly. I don't have specifics on what the takes were, Mayor. But I would venture a guess that electronic equipment was involved. I don't know exactly what the takes were, though.
Something I find frustrating because we're trying to get these devices out in the kids' hands, and I know it's never perfectly safe anywhere, but sure would be nice if it was being used rather than being simply a target for school burglaries. At some point, maybe we can connect offline, be interested in knowing what we do know about what the burglars are targeting in those schools. Because I know there are a lot of frustrated parents who would love to be able to get those devices into their kids' hands. And just on the subject of distance learning, I think some of you may have had staff joining a conversation that was convened by Marianne Dewan, Dr. Dewan at the County Office of Education just earlier today with the help of Silicon Valley Education Foundation. They talked a bit about some of the work they're doing. Obviously, we want to do whatever we can to support that. I think you may have heard our conversation about with Charlene Tatis in the work that we've been doing as a city. We now have 23 CBOs and school districts that are working together to at least get some of the basic information out to families, for example, about how they can qualify for these low-cost ISP programs to address some of the connectivity issues. Again, we know that's not the answer, but it will be an answer, I think, to some families, and that will help. And we're, of course, going to continue fundraising for those districts that are really leaning in with us, that are ready to, are already engaged in online instruction. I did have a question about the federal money that's going to the airport. Great news, Lee, about the $66 million grant. You have any sense how that compares to the gap that the airport is expecting to run in the next, 18 months or so?
I don't, but I know Jim Shannon is on and might be able to better answer that. Although I know the forecasting is still kind of an active model for them as well.
Yeah, hard to predict.
Yeah, I think so. The high focus is Jim Shannon, director. Sorry, I'm on my cell phone, so you can't see me here. But in talking with the airport, they're still waiting to see what that revenue impact is going to be, because the data is still coming in for what happened in March. And John may be on the line if we want to elaborate a little bit more. But the good news is that $65 million or so can be used for any airport purpose. So it's a very broad and flexible use of funding that the airport will be able to utilize over the coming months. And their plan is to use it as quickly as possible.
Okay, great. Thank you. Want to also inform folks that, we are actively engaged in advocacy on the CARES Act 2.0, as Lee mentioned. I'll be speaking with Senator Harris tomorrow, along with several of my colleagues, and I think we'll have Minority Leader McCarthy the following week. And be happy to share our draft letter that's going along among all the large city mayors. I think focused on a lot of familiar issues, trying to ensure we extend unemployment benefits, SBA loans, and so forth. Really trying to push for some direct dollars to low-income residents. For example, if there's going to be any foreclosure relief or assistance to banks, that all those institutions be required to pay it forward to renters, and ensure that the benefits really do get to those most in need, and obviously direct allocations of dollars to both renters and to cities who are at the at the front lines of all this are also being required or requested. The governor's recently submitted a request for $1 trillion in funding for local governments and states. Obviously, it's a big number. We know the gap is even bigger. Also, just wanted to let folks know just how grateful I am for the work of Jim Ortball. He's taken on sort of a mini Manhattan project of sorts and attempting to try to align resources, not a lot of people available at City Hall, but those who are really working hard and leveraging the help of folks like Habitat for Humanity and some private sector folks who have offered their time, folks like John Ball and Mike Block and others, and really grateful for how he has managed to try to move forward through all this to see how we could take advantage of an opportunity to be able to move forward at a time when the state has cleared some of the red tape and hurdles that we have and really do something impactful both to address the COVID crisis today and hopefully to address to whatever limited extent we're able to the homelessness crisis that will be with us well in the future. And I just really want to commend and thank Jim for his really nimble work and for doing a lot of heavy lifting here in an area where obviously I know he's doing a lot of things as a deputy city manager, but he's a transportation expert by background, and now he's expected to become a housing expert too. And I'm just very grateful for that. And then I want to make a request of Dave and Lee, which is, I know that there were some, the team has to act very quickly, emergency operations team, but the announcement around the closure of parks, I know, or at least the regional parks that we have, the larger parks before Easter, I know took some folks by surprise. And I'm hoping that if there's, and I believe that those parks have now been reopened, but if there's going to be discussion or risk that we're going to have to close them again, that we have an opportunity to discuss it here at the council on a Tuesday, either under item 3.1 or another item. Would that be possible, Dave?
Yeah, I think, yeah, in some circumstances, Mayor, it will be. I think, we're trying not to, misuse or take advantage of the emergency powers in inappropriate ways. And so we're trying to, bring things forward in a normal way as possible. I think on the parks conversation, that's a conversation we had kind of going for quite a few weeks, just holistically, I would say. And we engaged with you all on that, and the decision to close those 6 or 7 regional parks was made in the course of less than a week. And it was specific to the Easter holiday. And I know there's not necessarily, and wasn't consensus around that, just acknowledging, that, a lot of jurisdictions saw the need to do that and others didn't. And so I will say that, yeah, I think we want to be able to bring forward important things like that to the council, and have that discussion as much as we can and not, just kind of hide behind the emergency powers and just make decisions without the appropriate amount of input.
I appreciate it, Dave. And again, I know everyone has to move fast. I'm just hoping that if we're able to anticipate that particular decision in some way that enable us to at least have that conversation publicly may be helpful. And then lastly, I just want to ask my colleagues if we could, to the extent possible, be very sensitive to the workload of staff. We know there are a lot of proposals coming to council that require additional work from staff. We know there are a lot of questions that you and I bring to staff every day. And right now, a lot of members of city workforce are being asked to do things in a very urgent manner, often with very little sleep, and doing things that frankly they weren't necessarily signing up to do. I think we've got 150, 160 people deployed right now, overseeing a distribution of about 350,000 meals a day. We're now helping to enable management of shelters for homeless and other things that we're just not in the routine business of doing, and it's drawing an enormous amount of time and attention. So I just ask, if you've got an idea that you want to throw out there for staff to run around and do, if you could just sort of check in with whatever department or with Dave to understand clearly what the workload looks like, so that way everyone can manage those requests in as constructive way as possible. I appreciate it very much. I know they would as well. Are there any final questions before we move on?
Hey, Mayor, it's Eddie. Can I just add real quick to the issue that you were talking about with regards to the burglaries and computers and things? One of the things that we've kind of discovered is a lot of these burglaries have been crimes of opportunity, meaning there have been some laptops taken, but mostly, first of all, the suspects have been juveniles for the most part, and then more miscellaneous items taken. But one of the things that we've done in our outreach is we have found that some schools were using the property as storage for laptops as well. So we're really trying to get that message out. That goes back to what I had mentioned earlier about ensuring that our schools are not doing that. And if they're going to get them out to the hands of the people that need them, to your point, but certainly not have them on school property.
Thanks, Eddie. Okay, we're going to move on then to the consent calendar. And I know I saw a memo, I believe from Councilmember Jimenez on item 2.19. So I assume we should pull that. Then item 2.16, I believe Councilmember Camus wanted to register a vote on that, so we'll pull that item. Councilor Esparza, did you still want to pull 2.14?
No, that's okay. I said my piece.
Okay. Are there other items to pull, Councilmember Arenas?
Yes, I'd like to pull 2.10, please.
Okay. Pull that item as well. So he asked, is there a vote on the items other than 210, 216, and 219?
Move approval.
Move to approve.
I'll let Tony decide who they got that motion.
I'll do a second. How's that?
Got the second. Good. Can we please vote, Tony?
Yes, Jimenez,
Yes.
Peralez,
Aye.
Dieppe. Councilmember Dieppe.
Yes.
I know.
Aye.
Got
Aye.
it. Councilmember Crosco,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza. Aye. Arenas,
Aye.
Foley,
Aye.
Camus,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Jones,
Aye.
Mayor Licardo.
Aye. Thank you. Okay, we'll go then to item 2.10, Councilmember Arenas.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. I'm pulling this item because I saw how close a small business or a business, San Jose company-based business was in getting this contract. I believe it was less than $200,000 difference, and East Bay based, I think in Concord, company ultimately received this contract. And so I wanted to know, I think with the Measure S last year that included some changes to the charter that we needed, I want to know what changes do we need to make in order to have some, really straight preference for small local businesses. Now, especially during these hard times, I want to make sure that we have our local businesses having some preference. So not sure if maybe Matt Kano or Dave could answer that.
This is Matt Kano. I'll start. Thank you for the question. Matt Kano, Director of Public Works. Measure S that we passed in 2018, we did put language in Measure S that would allow us to have local and small preference on major public works projects. when we went forward last fall to implement the municipal code changes for Measure S, we indicated that we included a preference for minor public works projects for local and small, so anything under $600,000. And we indicated that in the future we would explore the policy work for major public works projects. So in order to proceed with that, we would need to do the policy evaluation and then bring those municipal code changes in front of the city council for approval. That currently is something we want to look at in the future, but it is not on our current work plan.
Thank you. As we know that a lot of our small or even just our local, even if it's mid or larger size business, I just would like to see more of a preference for local businesses, especially seeing that the margin was just so close. It was really everybody came under the engineer's estimate of 8 million, but can't remember what the San Jose based company was called, but they came in really close. It would be great to have something like a bonus for some of those folks who are local, or whatever contracting method that we can explore to give preference to some of the local and small businesses. It doesn't have to be both at the same time, but definitely have some preferences for either one. I think as we're looking at diminished funds, this is one of the areas where we're pretty solid in, and we continue to work in our streets, to the point that some of my residents have said, "Why are you working on the streets? Go work on something more important than the streets." But it's one of the items that we can continue to have funding for and continue to move forward with. And so I think it's also a source for some of our local businesses.
Yes.
It's the smallest thing, and it stops you.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't know if you wanted response to that, Councilmember Reyes.
Well, I guess that I'm trying to figure out, would this go in a priority setting path? What's the path for this, or next steps?
Dave, did you want to respond to that, or?
I will. It sounds like Matt might be having some difficulties.
Oh, okay.
So I would say.
Yes, this is Matt Kano again. My current understanding is that this would, yeah.
Go ahead, Matt.
So Matt, we're kind of losing you, so I'll kind of jump in here. So Councilmember, yeah, this would go to priority setting. I do just want to stress that I think we all see a lot of value in being able to implement some sort of preference, especially local and small. So we do have the opportunity now with the charter change, but there is work to be done to get us there. And so it's not a lack of desire, but I think appropriately it would need to go through the priority setting process, because it just need to acknowledge the fact that there's quite a bit of work that would need to be done by the attorney's office and Matt and the public works team.
Understood. I just think this is a source that we can tap into at this moment to get people back to work, and no disrespect to our neighboring cities, but we're here to represent San Jose, and of course I want our San Jose residents and San Jose based companies to have some level of priority. And so I hope that the majority of these contracts, I don't know if the majority of these contracts will be finalized, or how many of these will come up for the next priority setting. I don't know if that's going to coincide with the priority setting process, or if we're going to really miss a lot of these.
Well, I think what you'll see, and I know John Risto's on, certainly we're going to miss a bit of that opportunity with this batch that come out right now. But there's a lot more work to follow that. And I just want to make sure certainly there's, I think, having local companies, get local work is really important. I do want to acknowledge the workers, though, that work for these companies work from all over. They're not necessarily San Jose residents or even county residents. But I don't say that to dismiss the point. I just want to acknowledge that just because we're engaging with a contractor from outside the city, it doesn't mean that there's not local workers involved. Just wanted to acknowledge that.
Fair point. Absolutely fair point. Okay, so I guess we'll reserve this for the priority setting. But I think this definitely is an opportunity for us to get people back to work, and especially for those who might be hurting from other construction projects that are going to go on stop, and they're going to be shelved projects for quite a bit. We won't be shelving these projects at all. So anyways, thank you.
Thank you. Is there a motion on?
A motion to approve.
Councilmember-
Second.
And second, I didn't know who that was. Councilor
Mine.
Esparza. Okay, great. I think we need to vote then, Tony?
Yes, Jimenez,
Yes.
Peralez,
Aye.
Dieppe,
Aye.
Crosco,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Aye.
Arenas,
Aye.
Foley,
Aye.
Camus,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Mayor Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I believe item 2.16, the amendment to the contract between California Public Employees Retirement System and the city. Would anyone like to speak on this item? If not, we'll entertain a motion.
No, Mayor, I don't want to speak on the item, just merely to register a no vote.
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion from Councilmember Jimenez, second from Councilmember Davis. Let's vote. And Tony, let me just ask to save time, are we allowed simply to ask for dissent, or are we required to actually roll call vote on these?
That is a question for the city attorney. In the past, the Brown Act has always required that we do a roll call vote for any video teleconferenced or teleconferenced meeting.
Yeah, Mary, I think you can do it either way. I mean, I think in this case, I think you know the vote. And if you're just have one registered no, I think it's pretty clear everyone else is in favor.
Okay.
So, in an effort to expedite, I think that's fine.
Okay, why don't I do that on consent items then? How many no, who would like to vote no on this item? It's Councilmember Camus, and is there
Me.
anyone else? Okay, hearing no one else, then the vote is 10-1. Thank you very much. Next, item 2.17. Tony, I think you just notified Henry that we've got public comment on this item. Is that right?
Yes, we do. We have one submitted written comment for item 217.
All right.
I'm going to read that now.
Mr. Beekman?
Okay, so this is Tony. I'm reading the comment that was submitted online from Dean Stafford on item 217. He writes, Pond A18 should not be declared surplus property unless an easement is negotiated and granted to San Jose Santa Clara on the entire surrounding levee. The levee is needed for a Bay Loop trail to provide proper mitigation for the loss of a 9-mile Bay Loop trail at Alviso Marina County Park. A park proposal was submitted during the water treatment plant master plan public input period. The park proposal is for a multi-use and zero-emission active recreation park on the wastewater treatment plant lands. The Bayside Park would restore 800 acres of reclaimed land at the treatment plant. The 3.5-mile levee around Pond A18 will be destroyed if the pond is sold without negotiating the Bay Loop Trail option. If the sale goes through without the stipulation of a Bay Trail, the option for a Bay Trail will be lost forever. The shoreline plan will be eliminating a 9-mile Bay Loop Trail at Alviso Marina County Park. This is an amazing resource for San Jose and the region to access nature and the bay. Park users and local residents are not happy. A Bay Trail around Pond A18 will be proper mitigation for losing the 9-mile trail. The levee around Pond A18 would be breached and bridged while proceeding with the recreation plan. Pond A18 can be retained or stipulate that the trail be included before selling it. The pond could be sold to California State Parks, Santa Clara, or a nonprofit. That's the end.
Thank you. All right, I see that several members of the public have hands raised. I suspect it may have been for the item 3.1, which is support of the city manager. We don't actually take public comment on that item because there is no vote. It's merely for the information of the public and the council. So let me just call it, if folks have specific comments on this item 2.17, certainly happy to take public comment. I'll call your names because your hands are up, but if you're not seeking to speak on this item, please let us know. This item has to do with Pond 217, and I'm sorry, now I'm not able to read the screen. Henry, if you could take that down.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Thank you.
If you click there, the view options.
All right.
And then that's a full screen.
Okay, the person with the phone number ending 8794, again, 8794 with a 510 area code.
Yes, hello, this is Blair Beekman. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Beekman, did you want to speak specifically on Pond 18?
I wanted to speak on many consent calendar items, but you already passed some of them. What do we do at this time?
Which consent items would you like to speak on, sir?
2.9 to 2.12, 2.14, and 2.15.
Okay.
It will be under 1 minute. It'll be under 1 minute.
Yes, why don't you go ahead and speak, sir?
Okay, thank you. With items 2.9 to 2.12, I hope current new street paving can be good Measure T public, can bring good Measure T public oversight ideas by this summer. Government and everyday community may need an outlet together in the next few years for an easier, more clear public process. Measure T public oversight and the city commission process seems a good way to do this. With item 2.14, thank you for placing on the consent calendar grant money for SJ flood victims of 2017. A reminder that with good accountability practices the past month within the Rules and Open Government public record, I've been told that the April 8th Rules and Government meeting on the future of city Wi-Fi is now on YouTube. And finally, with item 2.15, the 2020 census and its long battles for civil rights and civil protections and data collection has been won. I feel there can now be good examples of our comprehensive immigration future. Thank you.
Thank you. And then I believe Robert Aguirre, did you also have public comment on the consent item?
Yes. Can you? Okay. So I just want to say that I do agree that we should be providing these funds to Sacred Heart Community Services. They are an asset that we really need to continue to support. I also like to see more money going towards the houseless community. But right now, they're out there just kind of lost, and there's so many more of them that are not being given the proper attention. There's no food service that's going out to them. There's very little as far as medical or any other kind of support for them. And I think we need to do more as a responsible government and a group of people that are trying to help this situation. And I would love it to see if we could provide funding for some of the advocates that are out there that are putting their own lives online and are not getting compensated in any way, and sometimes not even being recognized for the work that they're doing. I truly believe that they are at the forefront right now and have been at the forefront, and they continue to be ignored by our city and not being recognized for the valuable contribution that they're making and continue to make. And I would love to see some of the medical things that are being put out for people. And I know the backpack group that's going out and distributing information to the unhoused needs to have much more funding, much more support for what's going on, because we have our largest, most vulnerable people that are living outdoors and are not getting the attention that they need unless they're in a very large encampment. But there's many, many more people that are just out there and have no other resource and no way for anybody to reach them. So, and then that also speaks to the fact of internet connection. There's little or none that's available to people living out in the creeks and underneath bridges. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And that was on 2.14, I presume. So thank you very much. Mr. Largent?
Can you guys?
We can hear you now, sir. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. It's back and forth, kind of having technical difficulties with a lot of these meetings lately. Not always here to throw the ball. I did believe, based upon the Brown Act, that we can talk about the city manager's report, and then also at a supervisor level, we can comment about the county executive's report. But, you know, what I'm trying to get at right here is just kind of mirroring what Robert Aguirre has been talking about. We are homeless advocates that are pretty much on the front line right now. I fact check every single thing that comes out of the cities, comes out of the counties. I make my way out to these locations. I take a look at the services. I film what's going on. You all know I'm doing that. And I'm not trying to throw San Jose under the bus. Right now, we need to start getting these porta-johns. They need to be cleaned multiple times a day right now. I made another video this morning at City Hall. It was just inhumane and disgusting right now. It looks like somebody actually gave birth in the porta-john out there. There's no water, and it's a third world country outside of City Hall right now. Your staff is booting war veterans off of the property there. We're not providing any adequate services right now. I know everybody is very frustrated on what's going on. It just doesn't seem like we're doing enough right now. I've been spending a lot of time now out at Columbus Park, out at the FAA crash zone out there. That is a real third world country now. There are sick people out there. We had San Jose Fire Department out there yesterday, and they were pretty much pawning these people off, not taking them to the hospital, not giving them adequate care. And then they just turned on me like dogs. They called in pretty much a massive police response for law-abiding activity. I'm checking on these people that I care about. We need to do more, and I'm just going to continue to post more videos up there. And please watch these, because this is not to embarrass the city. I love San Jose, and I want things to work out better. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ariola, on the consent item, sir?
Yes. Good afternoon, Mayor Ricardo. This is in regards to item number 215, and I apologize if may I speak on this?
Please do. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for your time and dedication and leadership during these times, during these tough times. The 2020 census is the centerpiece in our democracy. Everything from funding for transportation to reduce free school lunches for low-income families come from the census. Full participation is crucial if someone wishes to continue providing these services. Sadly, given the Trump administration disregard for people's rights and liberties, it has left many people scared that their information will be used against them for other means, not other non-census related matters. The residents of San Jose must be protected, and we urge and we implore y'all to please pass this resolution so residents in San Jose may participate in the future without fear. Thank you so much.
Thank you. After having heard public comment now on particularly items 2.14, 2.15, and 2.17, would anyone wish to reconsider their vote on consent? Okay, seeing no hands up. All right, there's now another public comment. Dorsey, please go ahead and speak, but I have to say to members of the public, the public comment is now closed on consent. This is the last item.
Yeah.
Mr. Moore, go ahead.
Yeah, great. Thanks, Mayor and City Council. Hey, I just wanted to I'll keep this quick. I'm the CEO of the San Jose Conservation Corps, and I just wanted to thank the City Council for adopting the zoning code amendments in item 10.1A. Specifically, I'd like to acknowledge Councilmember Pam Foley for serving as the champion for accessory dwelling units and now portable dwelling units. And I'd also like to acknowledge the key planning staff that helped get this through in short order. And so with that, I'd also just like to say that we're available to help construct the tiny homes for the different homeless encampments or homeless bridge housing communities that may be coming online. We've been a licensed general contractor for 15, 20 years and have the ability to contribute in a meaningful way to create jobs for young adults that are also experiencing homelessness. So thank you very much for your action today.
Thank you very much. Okay, again, would anyone like to reconsider their votes on the consent calendar? I don't see anyone raising their hands. Oh, Councilmember Diep, would you like to speak on the consent item so far? Councilmember Diep?
Yes. Sorry. I just had a question about the 217 item we're on right now, since someone pulled it for or public comment.
We're not on it. We're not on it, but if you'd like to pull it, you may.
Oh, I thought we were.
We actually voted on that item already.
Well, that's fine. I won't.
Yeah,
take
we
it.
were just hearing public comment because.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
Yeah. Okay. The remaining consent item is 2.19. Councilmember Jimenez has pulled that item. Councilmember Jimenez, did you want to speak on that?
Yeah, just very quickly, there's a memo that I'm sure everyone had a chance to read, and in the memo, I know there's a question that we posed to staff, so certainly want to give them a chance to answer the question. Just to provide some numbers and some context to my colleagues, because I wasn't aware of these numbers, but as of February 2020, there were about 580 to 600 workers at the airport, and now, as of April 2020, there's 50. And so there's many folks that work a lot of these concessionaires that have been laid off that quite frankly don't have any income coming in, likely don't have any health care. And so the memo, which I'm supportive of, by the way, is providing temporary financial relief to non-aeronautical concessionaires. Totally supportive of that. It's just an effort to bring the item back to council for approval and to direct staff to do what they've been doing, I think, is to continue the conversations with the representatives of the many employees that work there, in addition to the conversations we're having with the concessionaires. So that's really what the memo is. It seems to me to be pretty straightforward, but and in case any of you may have questions about item number 2 on there, where I get a little bit more specific as to some of the things, that has been in conversation with some of the folks, some of the representatives that represent many of these workers. Those are some of the things that came to mind. I was trying in this memo not to be very prescriptive, to be a little bit more general, even though those get a little bit more detailed. Really, it's just asking staff to go back and help facilitate some of these conversations. It's possible that some of these conversations have already taken place, and I know John's on the call, so maybe John can share with us some information, but I'll wait to move the memo until after maybe John gives us some comments and folks chime in.
John Aiken?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and Councilmember John Aiken, Director of Aviation. We have had, myself and staff have had several conversations with Unite Here, Local 19, and our concessions. I know that Councilmember Perales' office, as kind of the airport liaison with the council, has reached out to me several times trying to understand the situation, and I appreciate that, and Councilmember Jimenez's memo. I'd like to kind of go through the memo real quickly to put some context around the 3 points that Councilmember Jimenez is making. In item number 3, I'm not going to go in order because it'll make more sense if I jump around a little. In item number 3, he's talking about the 15 months that we're looking for the possibility of changes in the contract. Realistically, the airport is only looking right now at 90 days of financial relief consideration. The 15 months is based on the fact that I may have to adjust construction schedules. As you guys may remember, we have several restaurants that are in construction right now and coming up on construction. And now is probably not the right time for these companies to invest millions of dollars of capital into our restaurants, rather continue to run the existing restaurants as best we can. And so I need some length in the approval process so I can manipulate those construction schedules. The financial relief period, I'm currently looking at a 90-day program that would finish this fiscal year. So it would finish out FY20 and maybe a little bit in the future 21 year, but only a couple months. So it's not 15 months on the financial side. Going up to number 1, the reason why we wanted to negotiate and execute after permission today is because of the urgency of this. We are halfway through April right now, and our April MAGs are due. The minimum annual guarantees are due to us. And for example, Host, the food and beverage person upstairs, their MAG for the month of April is almost $535,000, and they're only selling about $2,000 a day in food. The important part to remember is many years ago when we did this, we were very excited about the high DBE participation we had in these programs. So the DBEs now, the small disadvantaged businesses that are partners in this food and beverage concession, will owe $140,000 for the month of April, which will probably bankrupt these small companies that are single proprietors trying to get their foot in the door here at the airport. And that's just for the big food and beverage. That doesn't count PRI, which is the small kiosks upstairs where you see the small businesses coming in and selling stuff. So there's a lot of DBE exposure here if we're not able to react fast enough. And so that's why we were hoping for this ability to negotiate and execute quickly and fix April while we're still in April. And again, if we need to restrict the financial relief area to 6 months and leave the rest at 15, I'm okay with that. On number two, working through those issues, I want to make sure that the council clearly understands the major employers upstairs, the food and beverage and the retail, are already paying 100% of the medical. One of them is paid 2 months in advance, so he's paid for April and May's medical for all their employees at 100%. The other one is paying his share and the employee share, which equals 100%. And he's committed to do it through June. They're also setting up conference call lines and websites to help those furloughed employees get through the unemployment process, which sometimes can be confusing, to make sure that they get the unemployment benefits and the additional CARES program benefits. And then additionally, they were working through, and when they closed down restaurants, they were donating all the food in their refrigerators to the employees to be able to take home and help their families. So these companies are trying very hard to help their employees. And I think there's a difference that we need to make between what you may have heard from the union and what we're hearing from our concessionaires. These employees are not laid off, they're furloughed. And that may seem like a small difference, but actuality in the contracts, there is a difference there. When you're furloughed, you're still an employee of that company. So as we go towards the transition in July, those employees will have employee retention protection. They also, as furloughed employees, if the economy bounces back in a month, they will come back first because they're still employees of the company as furloughed employees. So it's a small thing, but it's important that you understand that how we're approaching the difference between furloughed and laid off. Additionally, the executives of both companies, and this is just anecdotal, I guess, have all taken pay cuts to fund these healthcare benefits that they continue to pay for the employees here at San Jose and across the country and the world. These are multinational companies, and so they're doing their best to protect their employees across the world. And I thought it was important that you guys understand we've been working on the items in number 2, and I commit to continue to working on them. But we were hoping to take action soon, and that's why we were looking for the negotiate and execute portion of our memo. And with that, I'll take any other questions.
Thanks, John. I just want to summarize just to be real clear. So you certainly have no difficulty continuing with direction under paragraph 2 of Councilmember Jimenez's memo. What you'd like is authority to negotiate and execute for any relief that might be granted over the next, I guess, until the end of June, I believe. Is that right?
Yeah, financially, it's through the end of June.
Okay, and then, so June 30th, let's say, and then any relief beyond that would solely be as to construction schedules. Is that right?
That's correct. We would be able to work with that restriction.
Okay, is that acceptable to you, Councilmember?
It is. Certainly, John, we had a conversation and I didn't understand all that context, so I very much appreciate that. It paints a much clearer picture for me as to what some of the companies have been doing. So I'm satisfied with what you stated, and quite frankly, we could just move forward to the memo as it was originally written. Or as was captured with your comments and his agreement, Mayor.
Okay, more or less as I summarized, is that what you're suggesting?
Correct.
Okay, is that your motion?
Yes.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
All right, is there any dissent or objection to that motion? I don't see any comments from the public. All right. Jeffrey Buchanan.
This is Jeff. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Just to, so I'm trying to help my friend Enrique Fernandez from Local 19 raise his hand, but I think there's some questions around our understanding, particularly from the union side, on whether HMS Host, which is the largest of the concessionaires, is in fact contributing to the healthcare plan for the union. It's my understanding for workers who are laid off back in March that the company has not continued to pay into the health and welfare fund for the union, which is a joint employer plan. HMS Host is one of a number of employers that are paying into the plan, and that currently there is still a risk because the company is not paying into that plan for those furloughed workers, that fund will run out of money. Furthermore, there is still a risk, even when those workers are hired months down the line, that fund may be depleted. And so as workers are rehired, they may not have health care to begin with. I understand, Director Aiken is hearing a different story from the concessionaires, but I would caution this council to assume that HMS Host is continuing to pay health care, because that is not, in fact, our understanding for the union, who is actually seeing those dollars as they come in the door. And so I do still think, I understand the time pressures here, but it's really important, given this kind of the question of the he said, she said approach that we're seeing here, that the council gets answers on these questions before giving the airport, giving staff the authority to sign off on an agreement that may be, there may be some disputed points as to what's actually happening with these workers, particularly given the financial situation of the city. We don't want to be throwing out dollars to multi-billion-dollar companies that are kicking workers off their health care, or I should say not contributing to workers' health care. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Tana Vargo.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes.
Hi,
Welcome.
good afternoon. Thank you so much. So I'm speaking today on behalf of Enrique Fernandez. I'm not sure if he'll be able to join in, but on the issue of the financial relief for concessionaires, we submitted a letter yesterday, and we just wanted to let you all know that we are open to relief for concessionaires, but we strongly urge you to not give any financial relief unless they are committing to provide long-term protection and relief for their own employees who work at the airport. More generally, we urge you as a city council to be sure that in the coming months, you will be able to review and vote on any relief for concessionaires negotiated by city staff, and to B, today give some direction to staff about your guidelines for any relief agreements. Our laid off members are particularly concerned about how long they'll be able to keep their health benefits and whether they will have health care and a safe workplace when they do return to their jobs. If the main current concessionaire at airport, which is Host, does not put up more money to fund workers' health care, they will lose their benefits in June and may have to wait to get coverage again after they eventually do return to work. We want to ask staff today to make sure that this healthcare issue and others laid out in our letter are addressed, and to make sure that any relief deals are brought back to you for review and consideration to confirm that these issues have been addressed. So bottom line is that we ask you to take action on this item today, and that you keep in mind our members and other hospitality industry workers who are suffering immensely and at great risk in this COVID-19 economic and health crisis. We hope you will make sure that they are protected as you consider deals for relief with companies. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I now have two more members of the public who'd like to speak. So after these two, then public comment will be closed. The phone number, 408 number ending in 2996.
Hello.
Welcome.
Hi. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. My name is R. Dakina. I work as a shift supervisor at Starbucks at Terminal A in San Jose Airport. I have worked at the airport for 14 years. I live in San Jose on the east side. The airport is my second family. I enjoy going to work there every day, seeing my coworkers and greeting travelers who come to San Jose. I am proud of my service and always greeted them with a smile. On March 18th, myself and 370 of my coworkers We were laid off due to COVID-19. I accepted it, and I hope the airport will reopen soon so me and my co-workers can return to work. I am grateful for my union, Local 19, that has been able to use money they have saved to extend our health insurance till the end of June. But what will happen after June 30th? I expected my own employer, HMS Host, to be concerned about this and to put up some money to let us keep our health benefits for longer. But so far, we haven't seen any financial help from them. As a single mom and without any extra savings, I am very worried about what's going to happen. What's going to happen? What's going to happen to my family when I lose health insurance benefits? I just learned that the city is considering rent relief to my employer, HMS House, and other concession companies. What about me and my coworkers? If the city is going to make a deal with HMS House to help them financially, I expect the health of workers like myself and our families will also be considered. I ask that the city of San Jose include needs of laid off airport workers in any decisions they make around rent relief to airport concession companies. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker has a 559 area code, ends in 2810.
That will be me, Sam. This is Enrique Fernandez. I'm with Unite here, Local 19. Thank you, Sam, for Mr. Mayor, for allowing me to speak. Good afternoon, members of the council. I'm going to be brief. Right now, I really don't have enough words to express my anger, if you want to call it that way, because everything I was saying about these workers having healthcare is not thanks to host at this moment. It is thanks to the Union Healthcare Fund that have extended the health coverage for those 400 workers that have been furloughed and laid off. So let me be factual here. Furlough or lay off, the reality is that we have 400 workers there that are at home waiting to go back to work. And we need to maintain them healthy. So when they go back to work, they can continue working and bringing the great service they have done without the fear of not having health care. So we have a lot of work to do. I mean, I'm not asking the city council to do my work, which is dealing with these companies, but for the airport director to compare the CEO and lowering their salary to 400 workers that are low-wage workers, being laid off as a great thing to help to happen. It's just like not comparing apples and apples. I have 400 workers that are attending every week food distribution because they don't have enough to put food on their family's plate. So, and this is a situation that we need to work together. The union wants healthy companies to be providing the service and employing workers at the airport. But right now, we're not seeing eye to eye. I mean, we need to work together to make this successful and return all these workers to a healthy airport, and that is not happening. Kudos to Hudson. They are the only company that right now are listening to the workers and working with the union that represent the workers. Host hasn't been very responsive. We want to keep trying, but we need to be factual in here. Host is not paying for the employees' health care.
Thank you, Mr. Fernandez. Okay, we're back to the council now. Councilmember Jimenez?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question for John. John, you had mentioned in some of your comments that there were some immediate needs from some of the DBEs, I guess, that needed to get the minimum guarantees sort of addressed over the next few weeks, I guess. Can you repeat that? I wanted to better understand sort of who out of the group of concessionaires has the most immediate need.
Well, within the larger food and beverage concession with Host has several DBEs that are subs for them. And so as a DBE sub, you have a percentage of the MAG that you're responsible for by selling what you do for food and beverage upstairs. You're supposed to cover that minimum annual guarantee. So when you don't, you have to pony up that money out of your own pocket. So out of the $535,000 that Host will owe us for April, the DBEs that are Einstein's Bagels, Red Mango, San Jose Joe's, Sip Savvy, Trace Gringos, Soup and Salad, and Sushi Boat are the DBEs for that. Those institutions will owe almost $140,000 for April on 0 sales. And what I'm trying to do is waive that MAG, and I have to waive it for Host and everyone to help those DBEs so they're still here when we come back, that those companies are still in existence to bring back these employees. These are small individual mom and pop type operations that started something and got a foot in the door with Host at the airport and had lots of good years. But now they're at a situation where they're going to have to chip in from their own savings. And I'm afraid it might be overwhelming at those dollar amounts.
Right. So when the MAG comes due, Host is essentially the one on the hook, and they're essentially asking these folks that the DBEs that you described to chip in to cover the cost, right? I mean, that's essentially what you're describing.
Host is responsible to us. That's correct, to pay the $535,000. Each of these DBEs have a contract with Host that says, I will pay you this much a month to have the privilege of working at the airport as a semi-independent contractor. So Host is obviously going to collect this money from their DBEs, and we've assured with Host that if we give a MAG relief, they will also give that relief to their DBE subs. So it would still help them, and that's the importance of doing this quickly versus negotiating it and then coming back to council a few weeks later, and it's already now May by then, and we're stuck having to have them pay April.
And can you remind me, is the MAG due monthly?
The MAG is due monthly. So the April MAG is already due, and I'm trying to get this orchestrated before it's, quote, late for them, and I have to start charging late fees and interest on it. So it's already due, and we're trying to finish up this negotiation and then get permission from the council to save these different businesses out there. And I am perfectly comfortable continuing working on the number 2 that's in your memo, and continue to keep the conversations going as we progress through this.
So how would it be possible to fashion a sort of a way forward in doing something like this, granting you, the city manager, the authority to negotiate the MAG for April, and then anything after that, having it be required to bring it back? Would that give you sufficient time to work this out? So we get the best of both worlds. We theoretically, based on on what you've described, we've preserved those DBEs at least for April, and then hopefully an agreement can be made or had between the different folks who see things a little differently, as you can well see, and then they come back with a further, a different agreement for the rest of the time.
Well, I think it's possible. It's a matter of the city attorney's office working with us to build a contract amendment for 30 days and then go immediately into building another contract amendment for the next 60 days, which is, we were trying to do it in one contract amendment. And additionally, I know there's discrepancies between us and the union on healthcare benefits for Host, but when Host hires a new employee, they pay 2 months of healthcare in advance. And so they have already paid for every employee 2 months in advance. That's the money that is in the account that the union was talking about. So they are correct. Host is not paying healthcare benefits right now. They've already paid 2 months in advance. And so that's why the employees for Host are protected with medical through the end of May. We're committing to continue to work with them to come up with alternative solutions. But that would be the difficulty in doing kind of a 1 month and then a 2 month thing, is the additional work contractually with the attorney's office and with our staff and the concessions to kind of jump through this.
Yeah, well, I imagine the concessions are going to be incentivized to jump through whatever hoops we create, right? I mean, it's not the ideal situation, but if they want the relief, right? I mean, I think it's they would do that. Rick, I see you're ready to push your button. I'm curious if you can chime in on the level of work required to create an amendment of sorts.
Yeah, I mean, it's just more work, but you know, obviously it's always easier to do it one time, cover the full time period and not have to do it piecemeal. But you know, whatever the council decides, we'll accommodate.
Yeah, and Mayor, you know, I asked Rick that question, understanding your comments earlier, and I'm very sensitive to obviously staff going out and doing work, but you know, trying to balance that out with with the fact that we got many employees here that theoretically are or are not, depending on whose point you sort of hold up to be true, you know, are receiving healthcare benefits or not. And so I guess what I would like to do then is modify so essentially, obviously, number 3 in my memo, that was just for them to come back and answer a question. Thank you so much for that, John. You know, number 1 touches on, I think, that the core of what I'm about to recommend is allowing the city manager's office, granting them an authority to negotiate the MAG or relief on the MAG for the month of April, and then bringing back the longer term relief that's fashioned after number 2 takes place and discussions are had and things are worked out for us to approve here. If that makes sense. I'm not sure if that, I see the look on your face, Sam. Does that?
Oh, no, I'm just listening. I'm sorry. That's just my listening look.
No, and so I'll move that.
Yeah.
It made sense to me, Sergio, so I'm going to second your motion.
Okay. And just a quick check-in, John, that's something you can do and still be able to sort of keep the wheels on. I just want to.
We can achieve that. It's more work, and I want to manage expectations. Host is an international company, and as much as we'd like to think that getting MAG relief or not MAG relief from San Jose will make them pay healthcare benefits, they have developed their corporate philosophy for their locations worldwide as to how they're paying healthcare on furloughed workers. And so I'm not sure that the agreement we bring back for May and June will look any different than the April one, no matter how much good effort we all put into it. I just want to manage the expectations. I'm a little concerned that it will put a little more stress on the DBEs, that they're not sure what their future holds. They get 30 days of, well, actually 15 now, because it's already halfway through the month. They get 15 days of, wow, I can breathe and not spend my savings on this, but they don't know what's going to happen May 1. So I'm a little concerned about that, but I just wanted to manage expectations about what we might be bringing back for the May, June type agreement.
So John, if I may ask, what if we extended the authority that you're given to negotiate April and May, and then bringing it back June? You know, essentially giving you more time. And I understand that dealing with this multinational, multi-million-dollar corporation, I mean, that certainly that's not our role. I hope that Enrique is listening and he's going to go out and work hard for his workers and do what he needs to do to try to get whatever agreement he thinks they need to get. I mean, I'm not, and I suspect most of my colleagues on here aren't interested in getting into the nuts and bolts of what's going to be required to get that done. It's just a matter of giving you all a little bit more time to, what would be ideal for me is reaching a conclusion that's mutually beneficial. That's really at the core of what my interest is. And so would granting you more time, you know, you being able to negotiate April and May, and then maybe coming back June with a longer
That would
term?
that would give the DBEs more comfort that they have a longer period of time where their MAG is being waived and they don't have to worry about emptying out their savings account. So I appreciate you taking that approach to it. It will make it easier on them. So that would be an alternative that would be slightly easier for us than the first alternative.
So I would be open to that. I think, again, I think it's just trying to get a win-win here. And so I would just amend my motion to grant the authority to the city manager and you yourself to negotiate April and May, and then coming back after that, hopefully with a longer term agreement where there's buy-in from everyone.
Okay. And is that okay with the seconder in terms of the modification?
Yes.
All right. Okay, great. Are there other comments? I'm just looking here on the screen. Tony, did you want to say something? Couldn't tell.
No, I didn't have anything up.
Your name. Okay. All right.
No, that just means I'm recording the meeting.
Oh, that's all. Okay, fabulous. Thanks. Still learning in Zoom on my end. Sorry. Okay. Any other comments? All right, let's vote then. Well, let me ask, since it's a consent calendar item, are there any oppositions? Is there any opposition to this motion? Okay, hearing none, then we will assume that is passed unanimously. All right, thank you. We'll move on then to item 10.1, which is the land use consent item. And we've actually already heard one public speaker on this. Are there any other public speakers on 10.1? All right, if not, we will hear a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Motion from Councilmember Foley. Is there any objection to that consent item motion? And I see Councilmember Foley. You
I do, Mayor. I just wanted to weigh in really quickly and thank staff for bringing this so quickly back to us after we set it for a policy to be made regarding the THOs, the portable housing units. I'm really excited to see this. Now they just need to start getting constructed and placed. So thank you very much.
Yep, it's a great solution. Okay, thank you, Councilmember. All right, if there is no objection to this motion, is that right? Okay, I see nobody indicating any objection. That motion passes unanimously. We're on to item 3.3, which is a TEFRA hearing for the issuance of California Enterprise Development Authority revenue obligations for the Almaden Country Day School. There's no
motion to approve.
I believe on this item. I'm sorry, the motion was?
Motion to approve, Johnny Camas.
Thank you.
Second.
And there is a second. Eric Schoenauer. Mr. Schoenauer?
Hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you fine.
Oh, there we go. Well, good afternoon, Mayor Liccardo, members of the council. I represent Almaden Country Day School. And really, we just want to take the opportunity to thank the finance director and her staff for bringing this forward during times that you're all burdened with other priorities. But it is important for us to be able to get our financing worked out for a future project that will be coming before the council in May. So we thank you for your time, and I'm available if you have any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Schoenauer. Going back to the council, are there any questions? It appears not. We have a motion, Tony?
Yes, we do.
Yes, if you could.
Did you want me to call roll?
Yes. Since
Okay,
it's an item, I thought we should abide by the standard.
Okay. Jimenez. Peralez.
Aye.
Dieppe.
Aye.
Crosco.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Esparza.
Aye.
Arenas.
Aye.
Foley. Aye. Camus.
Aye.
Jones.
Aye.
Ricardo?
Aye.
I'm going to go back to Jimenez because I didn't hear a vote from him. He may be absent. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, item 3.4 is review of the retirement plans, pension, and post-employment healthcare plan actuarial valuations as of June 30th. We do have a presentation. I believe Roberto is here.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and council members. Boy, do I feel weird presenting this item at this time.
Yeah.
But here we go. I'm just waiting for staff to allow me to start video and share the content.
Okay, I think, Henry, are you working on those? Okay, Henry's going to work on the permissions to see if, for Roberto.
This is Tony. I'm not the host right now, but he should be able to just click share screen at the bottom of his screen.
Okay.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to do. So just bear with me. Can everyone see the presentation?
I don't think so. At least maybe I'm. Okay, well, no, not yet.
Tony's the host now.
Okay, Tony, you're now the host. Apparently that's just been deemed. Could you help? Tony, were you able to hear me on that one?
Sorry, I was talking without unmuting. He has permissions he needs. If he can't get his screen shared.
Oh, there it is.
Okay, can we see it now? I did. Perfect. I just did. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. So hopefully we don't have to do this Zoom for too many months. As I said, thank you, everyone. This is a straightforward presentation, which is the one that I make every year for you, council. And really the goal here is to sort of share with you, council, just a couple of things. Number one is the city contributions that are due to the plans for the upcoming fiscal year 2021 based on the June 30th 20 evaluation, to provide you some data on the background for the funding ratios and the total amount of the contributions, and basically to close it with just some comments, and certainly happy to answer any questions. So with that, if we go to slide number 2, the bottom line here is the total contributions you see for 2019. That means the evaluation year. Total contributions due from the city for the upcoming fiscal year are $443 million, which is $31 million than the 412 that the city is currently paying through the current fiscal year that is ending on June 30th. And I can tell you the main two reasons for the difference on $31 million, which is mostly about 21 million more for police and fire and 10 million more for federated, are number one, the investment losses. And when I said investment losses, I don't mean that the return on the plans was a negative return. It's just that we did not return the 6.75% discount rate. And again, the reason for that is on a market value basis, we were close, but on an actuarial basis, and we will speak about that on slide number 8, we were even further out because we needed to recognize some deferred losses. So bottom line is the contributions for the upcoming fiscal year are $443 million for both plans, including pension and OPEB. As I go to the presentation, if you have any questions, please stop me. Slide number 3 is specifically related to the total unfunded actual liability as of June 30th, which include both police, fire, and federated, and the pension and OPEB. You can see on the right-hand side corner, on an actuarial basis, the total unfunded liability is about $4.1 billion. On a market value basis, it's about $4.3 billion. If we move to slide 4, this particular slide is strictly related to police and fire. The key issue here is actually twofold. Number one, the section where it reads AVA, which stands for actuarial valuation, is 74.3%. So that is the funding ratio on an actuarial basis, compared to a 71.9% on a market value basis. And the difference there is that on an actual basis, we do what is known as market smoothing, which is we smooth out the returns over a 5-year period. Again, we'll speak more about that on slide 8. That's for the pension side. For the health side, the funded ratio on an actual basis and the market value basis in the OPEB, they're both the same, is 26.8%, which is an increase from the 21.7%. Next slide is the actual liability for police and fire in terms of dollars. And again, the total liability here, and this is not just the unfunded, but the total actual liability is basically $5 billion. I think the key issue that I want to mention is a couple of things. Number one, if you look at the right-hand side of the slide, the total actual liability is $4,988,000,000, and you can see that's the total. Out of that, $4,957,000,000 is tier 1. So number one, the overriding amount of the total liability for the plan is really tier 1, which accounts for about 99.4% of the total liability. Is going to be a very, very long time before the impact of the tier 2 will start being felt on these numbers. If we, the second comment I wanted to make is, if you look on the top, you have active members, deferred, vested, and retirees. Out of the tier 1, $4.96 billion of liability, 67%, or 2/3 of that is actually due to retirees, which are no longer, as you know, active members and making contribution. And another 30% is due to the active members, which are still accruing benefits. So the next slide is the same information, except that this is for the federated board. On the first slide, the funding ratio on an actual basis for federated is 53.1%. On the OPEB, which is stands for other post-employment benefits, or also known as healthcare, is 46.6%. Again, the pension funding ratio on an actual basis is higher on an actual basis than the market value, which is 50.8%. And the next slide have the same split as police and fire in terms of indicating, again, out of the total $4.2 billion of liability, the bulk of it, or about 98.2%, really rests with the tier 1 members at $4.12 billion. And out of that number, about 69% of that liability rests with the retirees of $2.91 billion, and another 25% at about $981 million with the active members. Then this is the slide that I really wanted to get to, which is slide number 8, market smoothing. You are aware that every time that I go before you council, I speak about the difference between the market value and the actuarial value, and the fact that on an actuarial value, we use market smoothing, which is we actually spread out the returns over a 5-year period, because this is the valuation as of June 30th, 2019. The 5-year in this slide are 2015, 16, 17, 18, and 19, both for police and fire and federated. This is the bottom line. As of June 30th, 2019, the total deferred amount of actual losses yet to be recognized is $118 million for police and fire, and about $97 million for federated. I don't have to tell you that with the recent market downturn, we do not expect the numbers for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2020 to be positive or good numbers. So these numbers are going to be exacerbated. The only plus is that out of the total loss that is very likely we're going to be accounting for on the 2020 fiscal year, we're only going to be recognizing 20% of that. But suffice to say that these two numbers are going to, meaning when I refer to these two numbers, the deferred amounts, they both are going to increase. Next slide is the summary of contributions. I started the presentation just letting you know the total amount of contributions of $443 million. This one is just a particularly more detailed slide. So you see at the bottom of police and fire of the total amount for police and fire. And this is, please note, this is just pension. $180 million are due from police, 88 million due from fire. And those contributions, you can see that the bulk of those amounts are really the tier 1 UAL payments, which stand for the unfunded actuarial liability. So out of the total amount for the pension by police and fire of 205,960,000 that are due for next year, 141 million, or about 68%, are to pay the unfunded liability. Next slide is the same information for federated. The aggregate contribution is 190,926,000. Out of that, 190,926 million. Out of that, $148 million is really the tier 1 payment for the UAL. And in this particular case, that accounts for about 78% of the total city payment for the upcoming year is to start paying down on the funded liability. The rest, again, is the contribution for the normal cost, which is the benefit that members earn throughout the year. And then the smaller contribution is related to the tier 2 members. And in closing, we just have the same information on the contribution, the details from the city, but in this particular case for the OPEB, which is the healthcare, on the top, you can see the specific contribution rates that are required by members. It's a straightforward 8% for police and fire and 7.5% for federated. And then at the bottom, you see the actually determined amounts for police and fire, which they add up to about $25.4 million, which is still below the city optional cap of $26.8 million. And for federated, again, about $21 million, which is not even half of the estimated city optional cap of $43 million. Mr. Mayor and council members, that actually concludes my presentation, but I'm happy to answer any questions you may have about the actual presentation or any of the questions or comments that you may have.
Thank you very much, Roberto. Appreciate the presentation. I had a couple of questions. I don't see my colleagues raising their hands, so I'll just jump in. First, with regard to the OPEB obligations, the good news seems to be that our net unfunded actuarial liability seems to have dropped in both the OPEB, police and fire, and federated, while obviously it increased on the pension side.
Yes.
I understand we didn't hit our mark on returns on the pension side. Did we hit them on the OPEB side, or what happened?
No, no. Well, twofold. We did have higher returns on the OPEB side because we have a less risky allocation on the healthcare side, but that's not by design. That's because the size of the accounts are considerably smaller than the pension, so we're more limited on our options on where to put the money. But the real reason, as I understand it, is that over the last couple of years, the actual cost or amount of claims that have come true has been less than what has been expected. And that's what actually leading the decrease on the cost. So the reason for the increase on the funding ratio for the OPEB is really that the liabilities are decreasing.
So essentially, we're readjusting our non-economic assumptions to match our experience.
That's exactly right. The claims amount or cost has been lower than anticipated the last couple of years.
Okay, appreciate that. And I know we've got challenging enough news now, but you're presenting a historic picture that ended June of last year. We know it didn't get any better, that's for sure. Can you give us any insight about how the fund's returns have looked through the ups of late 2019 and the steep downs of 2020?
Yes, I do. So a couple of things. I hope that by now you all have had a chance to read the information memo that was put together by our CIO on what were the changes that both board made on the respective investment allocation. So hopefully you had that. But I do have some information. So a couple of things. Both plans were down about 10.5% just the last quarter alone. But if you compare that to, for example, the S&P for the last quarter was down about 20%. So we were almost down half of that. Obviously, these are not good news, but that is a direct reason of taking a more defensive approach. And then, so that's just the numbers for the first quarter of 2020. For the fiscal year today, which are the numbers from July 1st, 2019 through March 31st, 2020, both Fed and Police and Fire. And again, these are just still they're not audited numbers, but it's about a negative 4% return through March 31st for the fiscal year. So we still have the current quarter. And so, for example, I can tell you the last week alone, the market has been so volatile that the S&P alone the last week returned 12%.
Right.
So we are dealing with a very different time. I don't think that anyone has been exposed to these kind of markets before. And just like I have heard all of you commenting today on the COVID-19 pandemic, taking it one day at a time, so are we with our investments.
Yeah. Well, thanks, Roberto. I appreciate that this is a fast-moving target. If we were able to get out of the year at negative 4%, I think we'd regard it as something of a win compared to what we've seen in other years. But obviously, that would be the equivalent of nearly 11% loss based on the actuarial target. So we know that would be smoothed out, I guess, over 5 years. Is that right? So we take
that is correct, Mayor. That is correct. And I wanted to, if you allow me to let you all know,
Please.
And this is also for both of the council members that are council liaison for both boards. We are working with our actuary, Chiron, to come before the boards for the meetings in June to build some new 3 to 5 year scenarios and address potential policy changes that the board can consider to, on the one hand, mitigate short-term impacts, to the plan sponsor and the plans, but at the same time, obviously protecting the plans in the long haul. So stay tuned. We'll try to keep everyone apprised, and we're trying to schedule those discussions for the month of June.
Thank you, Roberto. I don't have any members of the public who would like to speak. Are there members of the council, or is there a motion to accept the report?
Move to accept.
Second.
All right, motion and second. Tony, if we could do a roll call vote, and then we'll be at a time to recess the meeting for dinner break, and we'll return at 6.
Okay. Jimenez?
Yes.
Morales?
Aye.
Yep.
Aye.
Crosco,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Aye.
Arenas,
Aye.
Foley,
Aye.
Camus,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Mayor Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we just have two items left. So why don't we return, because I know at least one of those items is going to involve an awful lot of discussion. We'll return at 6 o'clock. Thanks, everyone.
Do we have a quorum?
I'm here.
I'm here.
Here.
All right.
Here.
Okay.
I'm here.
All right, well, let's get,
Councilmember Peralez is here.
fantastic. So the mayor stepped away, so I'm in charge. Let's get this party started. So we're on to item 6.1, agreement with Valley Water for the sale of Pond A18 for the Shoreline Levee project.
Motion to approve, but I have a question for staff.
Sure. So
Second to second?
Second.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Go ahead, Councilmember Camus.
I think we did read. Did I miss a letter earlier on some public comment about the concern over a trail?
Council member, this is Nancy Klein. Wanted to let you know there has been discussion, just as you mentioned, on the trail. I wanted to relate that at this moment, both the Army Corps of Engineers and the Water District anticipate a trail within the project. We have more work to do, so I wouldn't say anything is finalized, but all parties anticipate a trail. And the only other thing in full disclosure, there are budget challenges on the project that we are all working through together, but no one has suggested elimination of the trail in resolution of the budget challenge.
Okay. I have another question. Do we have a quorum?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
All right, I don't see any hands raised.
I have a question, Vice Mayor.
Go ahead, Councilmember.
Yeah, thank you. This is Councilmember Jimenez. I was curious, I read the all the documents associated with this, and where are we, Nancy, with the current state of negotiations? It seems like things have been kicked back, and I know there's some disagreements on the price and things of that nature. Trying to figure out exactly where we are.
So the precise spot that we are is the Valley Water District had offered an amount, and the city is working, of course, with council as well as TPAC and the city of Santa Clara. And this memorandum you have before you allows, through the city manager, staff to continue negotiating up to a mid $20 million number. So we are in process of talking through the value of the pond itself, as well as improvements that are necessitated by the Shoreline Levee project itself. So this this memorandum, staff is requesting authorization to continue the negotiation.
So can you refresh my memory? Have we granted authorization to the city manager in the past to begin negotiations on this?
Absolutely.
We have, okay.
On other projects, other projects is often negotiate and execute. This particular request is to negotiate in recognition of the fact that we would, before finalizing a transaction, we would need to also go to TPAC and the city of Santa Clara, and
Right.
then City Council.
Would you have characterized the work up to this point as negotiations? I guess I'm trying to figure out what we were doing up to this point, and then now what this in fact does. I feel like we've been doing it.
So in 2015 and in 2017, there were discussion about staff moving forward with the water district to discuss price. NAP may remember any other particular, but we have already discussed at the council level discussions, authorizing discussion with the water district.
Right, okay. All right. Okay, well, I'm hoping to wrap this up. I remember having a joint meeting with the water district, seems like almost a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, maybe after the flood. And this was one of the things that they brought up, and it's been brought up to me in some of the past meetings I've had with some of the folks that sit on the board there as well. And it just seems like it's been lingering for so long. And I just hope that we were able to put this to bed finally and get everything done that needs to be done with regards to the levy. And so
Council member, if I could just jump in for a second, I think we just need to acknowledge that there's some challenges that we have here. I think it's taken us a while to get to a point working with Valley Water and the other project sponsors for them to understand that the city of San Jose is not at liberty to make a contribution to the project. These lands that we're talking about are jointly owned with the city of Santa Clara, and obviously the tributary agencies also have a say. And so it's taken us quite a while to get to a point where they, I think, appreciate that this is not the city of San Jose, obstructing a project. Actually, we find tremendous value in the project, but it's not the city's role to, subsidize a project that with an asset that is not ours. So that's been the complication. I think Valley Water understands that now. Obviously, Nancy alluded to it. The project itself is in a bit of a crisis in terms of the cost of the levee project. And Nancy and Knapp and others have been really involved with trying to work with the Corps on kind of working those issues out. But I do appreciate it's taken a long time to get here. And I think hopefully we're getting closer to a point where we can agree to the land sale, easement sale. And to be honest, that's just one piece of just a massive project with a lot of issues.
Yeah, I recognize that the more actors you have involved, the more complicated it is. And I know Nancy's really been excellent at bringing a lot of folks together. And so I'm sure it's going to get done. I just couldn't help but comment that, thinking back that, it's been a while since I initially heard some of the comments around this. The other thing that it brings to mind is that I vaguely remember some comments being made by folks at Valley Water about the Army Corps of Engineers there's some money allocated that may go away if this isn't done in a certain amount of time and such. And so I'm not sure if I'm remembering that correctly, but are we going up against that?
Well, you have heard those issues, and Nancy and Knapp and the team have been very involved working with the project sponsors on the cost issues. To be honest, the price of this easement is minuscule in comparison to the project. Yeah. I was able to jump on a call as well. I talked to Norma at Valley Water. So we're all working as a team to try to make the project work. I don't necessarily, I think the bigger issues are the cost of the project. And really, I think, in my opinion, the issues around the easement and the cost of the easement have been overstated in comparison to those other issues.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, thank you for bringing this forward. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilmember Depp.
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor. Dave, I'm happy to hear you answer Councilmember Jimenez's questions. I was maybe afraid after with the with all the budget shortfalls we're facing, the city's position might be a little different in terms of our negotiating posture, and but our willingness to, as you say, not subsidize something that's not ours is good to hear. I was going to ask during the consent calendar, but I guess I'll ask here. I did talk to Nancy already offline, but I think it bears asking anyway. We've been in a back and forth. I understand this land is jointly owned by Santa Clara and the city of San Jose, so we can't act unilaterally. But given that there is a bit of a discrepancy between the water district and us, can you explain to us, earlier we declared this land surplus land, and I'm just wondering if that lessens our leverage in terms of negotiating the price point.
So Dave, you want to go ahead?
Well, yeah, I would say no. The surplusing of the land is a necessary step before any public agency can proceed with, the technical word we use is disposal of the property, but it's really the sale. So I don't think it does anything to modify the value that we've assigned to it or the process to get to the sale.
Agreed.
All right, all good. Thank you.
All right. No more hands raised. So Tony, if we can do a vote.
Sure.
Oh, actually, wait, there's one person who did raise their hand in the audience, Blair Beekman.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Hi, I brought up this issue a few times, and I listening to yourselves today, I don't know if it quite relates, but you were talking earlier a few months ago about how the city of San Jose needed Measure B funding to work towards North Bay projects, North San Jose residential projects. I don't know if this levy is related to that, but I just wanted to mention that here again. And to mention that you guys have been doing a great job in trying to negotiate the city and the VTA and the remainder of the county people in what can be good choices for how this can move forward. I don't know if it relates to it or not, but thank you for the negotiative efforts you're trying to work with that issue at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Jackie. I'm sorry, Tony. We can have the vote, please.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Morales,
Aye.
Yep,
Aye.
Crosco,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Sparza,
Aye.
Arenas,
Aye.
Foley,
Aye.
Amos,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Mayor Licardo.
Hi.
Thank you.
Great, thanks, everybody. All right, we'll move on then to item 8.1, which is the extension of the residential eviction moratorium, consideration of a freeze and exploration for the rental community impacted by COVID. I know we have a presentation.
Yes, this is, sorry.
Yes, we do have a presentation. This is Jackie Morales-Ferrand. I'm the director of the housing department. And also here on our conference or video is Rachel Vanderveen, who's the deputy director of the housing department. And we also have the deputy city attorney, Chris Alexander. I'm pleased to present to you the proposals for a residential eviction moratorium extension and a consideration of a rent increase freeze for rent stabilized apartments and mobile homes.
All right.
Next slide.
Okay.
Great. So as you can see, the city took the lead in taking on an eviction moratorium, which went into effect on March 18th. The county and the state soon followed with eviction moratoriums. However, they're longer than ours, lasting until May 31st. As you know, the impact of COVID-19 is already being felt in our community. The overwhelming majority of low-wage workers impacted are currently suffering as they wait for federal programs to kick in. It is possible that some segments of the workforce may make it out of this pandemic, but the time gap when federal income checks and unemployment benefits are received is unknown, and for some it may be a long wait. As you already discussed earlier during the city manager's report, undocumented workers are being left out of the majority of the relief programs. The extension of the eviction moratorium allows time for funding to be received by eligible residents, and it will also provide more time for other forms of assistance to hopefully become available to our most vulnerable populations. The housing department is recommending that the city council extend the eviction moratorium until May 31st. And really it's so that we are consistent with the county and state moratoriums. I think that by making sure that we are all aligned. This will decrease potential confusion as some of our community members may not understand that if we do not extend the moratorium, the applicability of both the county and state laws. By also having a local moratorium, it allows the housing department to actively promote and educate our residents about the act. As you can see from the attachment we provided, we have done a significant level of outreach, and both the landlord and tenants have participated in that outreach. The housing department was asked to look at what other cities are doing, and we found that 3 cities are currently have enacted rent freezes. These rent freezes apply to either rent stabilized apartments or buildings that would fall under Costa-Hawkins. You can see that their actions range from a freeze to allowing up to a 3.5% increase in the city of Oakland. The time period ranges from April 30th until 60 days from the date the moratorium expires. The staff is recommending a rent increase freeze that would apply to tenants living in rent-stabilized apartments and residents living in rent-controlled mobile homes. The rent freeze will be effective from the time of adoption to 120 days after the eviction moratorium expires, consistent with the county eviction moratorium. Late fees or interest would not be eligible during the eviction moratorium and for 120 days after the expiration of the moratorium. Tenants living in rent-stabilized apartments would retain their right to petition the housing department for improper rent increases, which is already currently available under the apartment rent ordinance. Unfortunately, there is no established petition process for mobile home residents under the mobile home rent ordinance. However, residents may contact the housing department for assistance and referrals. In order to implement the action, we will need to return to the City Council with an urgency ordinance. We thought it would be helpful to provide some clarity given the number of City Council memos on this item. So we first wanted to just show you the range of dates that came forward regarding the effective date on when the freeze should take place. And the staff is supportive of all of these. We have no, although we recommended April 21st, we believe any of these would be suitable. In terms of the duration of the rent increase fees, again, we just wanted to show you the variation in all the memos, with the staff recommending something that was consistent with the county, ranging from a declaration of the national emergency, just the duration of the eviction moratorium, and Councilmember Jones's recommendation, I believe, is consistent with ours. We think that it's going to be important that we review the mechanics of how these triggers and of how this item would actually be implemented, and that we bring back a recommendation with the draft ordinance. The next piece that there was a variety of recommendations include who should be covered by the rent increases, and then the grounds for the petitions. In terms of the tenants covered by the increase, the housing department is recommending that anyone who's eligible under the apartment rent ordinance and the mobile home rent ordinance be allowed. And we felt that this was important because we believe that what it appears to be happening now is that more than just COVID-19 tenants will be impacted. And therefore, it would put less stress on the program and for our residents if it could just apply equally across. And in terms of the grounds for the petition, we feel like the additional provision is certainly acceptable and should be included in our recommendation. The last piece that we just wanted to highlight regarding the rent increase fee was that we realized after reviewing the City Council recommendations that came forward that how the rent reduction will work, and the staff is supportive of allowing a temporary rent reduction and then allowing the rent to increase back up to its pre-decreased amount. But we realized after reviewing the memos that it is somewhat complicated under our ordinance on how it should be implemented. And so what the base level is and how that is applied how the future rent increases will be applied, and whether banking of annual increases would be allowed are things that we believe need to be considered and are difficult to make tonight without further review. And what we would suggest is that this question of the temporary rent reduction also be included in our next action, which was the request that we have a landlord tenant group look at some recommendations for us to come back to. So we do think that we are recommending the convening of stakeholders to explore alternative solutions. And we're recommending that we convene a virtual meeting during the week of April 20th with landlords and tenants to explore alternative solutions, and that this be facilitated by the City Manager's Office of Innovation. So possible options included, we've talked to people about potentially a mediation program, a repayment plan, how long that repayment period should last, and also this whole notion of prioritizing those resources that we are receiving to potentially communities that may not be eligible or qualify. And finally, the other item we would add to this bucket is this issue of how do we implement the rent freeze and the reduction, and how does it come back? We think all of those would be great issues for the stakeholders to discuss. And then there were some recommendations about the stakeholder convening that were included in City Council and the Mayor's memo, and we are absolutely supportive of having a Turner Center person join our committee. And then we did have some concerns about having a council-led task force, as we were concerned about a Brown Act provision because we wanted to be able to act quickly, and we are concerned about noticing requirements and other additional requirements that the Brown Act might have. So with that, we have one more thing, which is the potential changes to a moratorium in the process. So we have reviewed the amendments as identified by Councilmember Carrasco in her memo, and we support the anti-retaliation harassment provisions and extending the tenant notification period from 3 to 7 days, because that would be consistent with the state order. Again, if we're consistent, it ensures both of our residents and our tenants are not confused on what applies to us in the city of San Jose. In order to make these changes, both the urgency and the companion moratorium ordinances must be amended, and so we would be directed to return with these provisions. So with that, now I believe the staff is available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jackie. I appreciate the work you've had to do in very short order, and as Rachel as well, to try to put something together to respond to what is obviously going to be a crisis, not only now, but for many, many months, for thousands and thousands of our residents, and this will be a critical issue for us to grapple with. And I think the short answer is to many members of the public who are asking, how are we going to solve this, is we don't have a simple answer. This is really hard. And it's going to be something we're going to be urging engagement from the federal level, from the state level, as we have been, because we know there are very big issues that involve everything from foreclosure relief to rent relief, and very important critical issues to keep our families from being pushed out in the street. So we're all going to be working together, and we want to try to approach this with a spirit that we don't all have simple answers to what is a very complex question, but we're going to have to work together to find some answers. In addition to what was suggested by Jackie, I wanted to throw out one other suggestion for convening, if this is helpful to stakeholders. And I really haven't spoken to many folks about this, so I just put this out there for folks to consider. If it would help to have a non-aligned third party engaged in convening a discussion, and with the hope of perhaps at the end of this, some negotiation over what landlords could offer in terms of relief in a more comprehensive way. I have reached out to American Leadership Forum. Suzanne St. John Crane has indicated she is willing to play a convening role if various stakeholders and council members are interested in coming to that table. And so I'm happy to have that conversation, myself and my team, to see if that is a fruitful option. in addition to what the city staff has offered, or perhaps alternatively, depending on how folks feel about this. But certainly, we don't want to undermine the work that city staff may be able to do on this. And so we're happy to give that a shot. I just wanted to put that option out there for folks to consider. And we will proceed next with public comment, starting with Mary Helen Doherty. Welcome, Mary Helen.
Thank you. My name is Mary Helen Doherty, and I'm a member of the housing team of PAC, as well as Surge at Sacred Heart. And I want to thank you for the actions that you have taken to support our residents of San Jose. However, the impact of the COVID-19 requires the city to provide additional protections for renters in our community, and particularly our undocumented neighbors. So please vote today to support extending the eviction moratorium to May 31st, issue a rent freeze extending until 120 days after the moratorium is lifted for tenants in ARO apartments and mobile homes, and create this process that was just discussed about convening the stakeholders to develop the policies to address the needs of tenants. Providing some translation services, of course, and a virtual meeting design that creates accessibility for renters, acknowledging the power imbalance between landlords and renters. Support for these three items does not meet all the needs of tenants, but are additional incremental steps in the direction of meeting their needs. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Michael Trujillo.
Yes, hello, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I'm Michael Trujillo with the Law Foundation of Silicon Valley. I'd like to just say a few words of support for the memorandum from council members Carrasco and Perales, proposing a moratorium on rent increases for all ARO covered apartments. We also urge council to extend these same protections to mobile homes. Additionally, I'd like to voice our support for Councilmember Carrasco's memorandum, adding tenant protection to San Jose's eviction moratorium. We've kept our intake lines open during the COVID-19 pandemic, and every day we've heard from tenants who are concerned about retaining their housing during this emergency. Many of these tenants have reported continued harassment from landlords around their continued obligation to pay rent or the sufficiency of the documentation of COVID-19 related impact they have provided. Many other tenants, including some in ARO covered units, and some in mobile homes, have actually seen rent increases during this unprecedented public health crisis. The proposed rent increase moratorium will at least provide tenants of ARO covered units from racking up an even larger debt than they would otherwise under the eviction moratorium, since landlords are currently still allowed to assess the maximum annual increase of 5% on these properties. This limited common sense measure is firmly within City Council's general, even non-emergency authority, and so we encourage the city to also extend the rent increase moratorium to mobile homes. We've also been hearing a lot from tenants, particularly undocumented, self-employed, and informally employed workers, that landlords are demanding documentation for of COVID-19 related lost income that they cannot provide. So we think Councilmember Carrasco's memo adding an option for tenants to submit an affidavit of COVID-19 related impact is critically important. And without it, certain tenants will be left out of this important protection. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeffrey Buchanan.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. On behalf of Working Partnerships USA, I'd like to encourage you to support the extension of the city's moratorium to align with the county moratorium, developing a rent freeze ordinance for rent controlled apartments and mobile homes, and exploring additional tenant protections as spelled out in the staff memo, the memos from council members Carrasco and Perales. Right now, my wife's actually next door answering dozens of voicemails from residents in San Jose and across the county who are struggling to access unemployment insurance. In the past couple of weeks, we've heard from countless numbers of families who, because of having a worker who doesn't have documentation, they're completely locked out of UI. And so, it's imperative that we take every step we can for these families who rely disproportionately on rental homes to do what we can for them. Certainly, these are some good first steps, but we need to do more. I encourage the council to oppose the Davis, Camus, and Foley memo. There's not a compelling reason for why landlords should expect rent increases or should be able to bank rent increases, practice this council got rid of back in 2017. Also, I would encourage council not to eliminate tenant rights to petition for a decrease in rent if they lose services. Also want to offer up working partnerships as a partner and supporter as the city looks at these questions of additional tenant protections. We appreciate all the consideration of what has been looked at as a process, but also raise up, it's going to be really hard for tenants that are low English proficient, who fear retaliation from their landlords, and really have this digital divide issue to engage on Zoom. We've seen it in our civic engagement programs as we've been forced to figure out how we connect with people in this crisis. And so would encourage us not to limit the engagement to a single Zoom meeting where you put tenants and landlords together and expect everyone to be engaged on a level playing field. Glad to work with staff on trying to figure out some of these questions. Thank you so much.
Sichao Wang. Hi, Mr. and Ms. Wang. Sichao Wang. Perhaps you could unmute yourself.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Sure.
All right, so I'm a member of the community, living in a community for the last 20 plus years. And the frightening feeling is still fresh, fresh since last Friday's meeting about rent suspicion. And the proposal made really, crazy idea turned out to be not constitutional. So I just wonder a couple of questions if you guys can think about it, answer maybe at the end of the call. So the city of Portland tried before on March 17th and trying to put a freeze on the rent increase, and they failed. And the mayor actually announced because it was not constitutional permissible. So what makes city of San Jose think this is a constitutional permissible? And second question is about the power that the city government has. And based on my investigation, the city council's police power only applies to the use of real property, and when the restriction or regulation is constitutional permissible. So again, the foundation is constitutional permissible. I think the public own a real clear explanation of why this proposal is permissible. And last point I want to make, today, I heard the news from here and there, and Tesla cutting employee salary and their leadership salary, and even Harvard University cutting their salary of the professors and the hiring freeze. What can the city council member, as the leaders of this community, do? Maybe think about cutting your salary to a certain extent to help us to raise more money to help those who indeed need help. I think we're putting a lot of focus on the property owner and left and right. And as the owner of the property, I spent like 4 hours last week to understand where this proposal come from. Turned out to be a waste of time. And for this proposal, is costing me another few hours. And we also have a daily job. We have to make a living. So I wonder.
Michael Zhang. Welcome, Michael. Mr. Zhang, I think you need to unmute yourself. We're not able to hear you right now.
Oh, okay. How about now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So this rent freeze proposal is also proposed by the same two council member, Perales and Carrasco. Okay. So last time, what they have done is they did an unlawful proposal, and somehow it went to the meeting agenda. Okay. We are very surprised that an unlawful meeting agenda can be discussed. Okay, so I ask an investigation into that matter. Okay, why the unlawful meeting proposal is to be discussed in a public manner. Okay, so that's one. The second one is based on the two council members, okay, Carrasco and Perales. We noticed that they have a bias viewpoint to the renter as well as to the landlord. Okay, so what we need is somebody standing for the whole San Jose people, for the renter as well as for the landlord. And landlord, we are also normal people. Okay, we have job, and sometimes we might be impacted by the virus. Okay, so the virus does not distinguish if you are a renter or if you are a landlord. Okay, so we all got impacted. So I do have sympathy for the people who are impacted. Doesn't matter if they are landlord or if they are renter, and see if the San Jose city can do something, okay, to help the people who is in need. And the people who is in need, they need to demonstrate that their salary income is impacted, not due to the social distance, because that's an order from the government, okay, but due to the impact of the virus. That's all.
Thank you very much. David Mang?
Yes, this is David Meng. Yeah, I think I make a speech last meeting. So most likely I have 3 points to make here. First one, the people propose this freeze rent is unlawful because they don't have the authority to rob others like landlord and to give others. This is unlawful. Okay, they shouldn't propose this one. Also, this proposal useless to make a lot of waste of our time. This is the first point. The second point is, if like the landlord most likely is senior people, right? They save money to buy some property, and then they rent for their retirement. If they don't have the income, like us, the situation, I don't have the rental property in San Jose, but I think I know a lot of people, right? They are very old. They cannot go to work to make money. They rely on the income to survive. If you take their income, they will be die. I think that's the second point. The third point is city should think other method. For example, build some foundation or build some fund to help this renter if they lose their job. So they are not simply give them money. They should provide you evidence. They really need help. They cannot work on whatever they need, right? This is not something you grab some people and then put their money in other people. That's not correct. I think the council member to propose this one is really no knowledge about the law, about the foundation of our country, our nation, that they need to study the law. They cannot rob the people and attack the landlord human rights. That's my 3 points. Thank you for your consider.
Thank you. Ken Yang? Hi, Ken. I think you're still muted. Ken, we're not able to hear you because I think your mute's still on. Ken, you'll need to unmute yourself.
Okay, right now?
Yep.
Okay. My name is Ken, a small property owner. Firstly, I'd like to say the tenant group and law foundation are working together and successfully picture landlord as a greedy bloodsucker, rich, cold-minded, which is not true. No heart, and I'm very angry about this. It is fair to raise the 5% of the rent yearly due to everything is raised each year, like property tax, home insurance, HOA, and they are all more than 5%. We are paying mortgages, income tax, business tax, etc. to San Jose City. You must notice our home insurance this year has raised about 30 to 100% due to last year's wildfire disasters. So insurers, they are sucking blood from us. The third point is we just want to break even our expense which are increased each year, just like I said. That's why I strongly against the rent freezing proposal. Without the rent increase, in turn, to pay more tax, to support city, to get more funds to meet with your budgets. Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine Hedges?
Hi, yeah, I rewrote in saying that I support the memorandums extending the moratorium to be consistent with the state. And right now I'm hearing from landlords is that they demand the right to raise the rent right now during an emergency where many, many tenants can't pay the rent at all. And and it only applies to the rent controlled units anyway. So it looks like the city does have the right to regulate rent on the ARO units. And I'm just appalled that landlords think that tenants are going to be able to come up with extra money during the middle of this disaster. And I think, anyway, that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The person with a 650 area code number ending in 2456.
Hi, my name is Gracie Vasquez. Thank you, council members. I just want to say that I know this is a difficult time, not only for the tenants, but landlords as well. I'm a small mom and pop property owner with very few units, and both my husband and I both are out of work right now. And we depend on that income in order to provide for our family. And you folks consistently target the buildings built before 1979. And most of those buildings are owned by mom and pop families, retirees that put their life savings in to buy this, these units. And at what point in time are you going to take the burden off of the mom and pops and go after these big conglomerates that have thousands of units that have been built after this date and let them share in the responsibility? And also the woman who just spoke that says that we're trying to raise rent. I will tell you, my husband and I are very, very fair. We have tenants in our buildings that in our one building that we have not raised the rent on them in years because we know that they struggle and they're on fixed incomes. And these big conglomerates gouge renters all the time, and you folks never go after them. But yet you go after us mom and pop, family owned property owners that are barely making it and stick it to us every single time. It would be nice if you turned around and went after the big conglomerates or at one point in time and stop going after us. And I understand that you guys have to do something that's fair for the renters, but take into consideration that all of us that own these smaller units can't afford to give up rent and what have you. We also need help, and we're not getting it from you folks. I'm also a community member and a property owner, and I would hope that you guys would take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill, you're up next.
Hey, council member, thanks for taking my call. I have a few points to raise to talk about here. First one is, first is, for all the property owners, I think, we actually talk, before the this proposal is coming to the city. And we pretty much said that, we will not really raise any rent, right, in this pandemic time, and just for this year also, right. I think for any conscious property owners here,
I need you to help me with this lawn over here. I only have one more.
If you could mute your computer, great, thanks.
Can I have some more time because
yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. So I will say, the first is like say we don't really have to have an audience here to say, hey, freeze the rent, because most of the property owners here, what I heard is like say we are not going to raise the rent, right? And the second is I feel it's pretty ridiculous, every time when we come to have some problem with the economy or whatever, it's always those small group of mom and pop property owners becomes the target. This is ridiculous, right? If we really want to help the tenant, we should all chip in, okay? Everybody, right? The city, the banks, the insurance company, everyone. It's not like say it's not fair. It's not sympathy here. To only target the small property owners, because small property owners, they are also affected by this pandemic, right? So I strongly urge the city consider like say other big organizations, like say city has like say city is a landlord for Google. Why don't you guys go after Google, say ask them to pay higher taxes, right? Just targeting this small group, but it makes people feel like say, hey, there's a special group there, just like say they don't care about the people. They don't care about these weak people. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anil Babar? Neil, could you unmute yourself?
Yeah, there we go. Thank you. Hi, Mayor Liccardo and the City Council. This is Anil Babar with the California Apartment Association. The California Apartment Association is urging the council to make the changes recommended by Vice Mayor Jones, Councilmembers Foley, Councilmembers Camus, and Davis. These recommendations will provide greater flexibility to property owners in working with their tenants to get through this difficult time. I want to emphasize that the relief that so many have spoken about as far as mortgages aren't widespread or easily available. So we cannot necessarily rely on getting that to property owners and helping the tenants. I want to reiterate that we protect the base rent, which will encourage flexibility with tenants, deny service reduction petitions for amenities that were shut down by health orders, limit the freeze to affected tenants of the pandemic, and reserve the current rent increases for the future. We appreciate the work that the City Council is doing in this regard, and we're optimistic that if we can work to support the recommendations I've listed out, rental housing providers can be in a stronger position to work one-on-one with their residents to maintain a safe, healthy, and stable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. The phone number ending in 8794. Again, 8794.
Hi, this is Blair Beekman. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. To make my meager attempts at this weighty subject, I'm very hopeful that there can be a meeting of all sides. There's the there's the apartment association on one side. There's tenants' rights on the other side. And Jeffrey Buchanan said there can be a series of meetings. It's important to have a series of meetings and just to continue to develop good ideas of communication for all sides at this time, I think can develop something good for everyone. Everyone would see each other and would understand each other better. And it sounds like we're going to be, this is a virus that could go well into, 2021 and in the fall of 2020. We're going to be working with a staggered economy system, it sounds like. I really hope we can just learn to get together and communicate with each other to describe the possibilities. And what you as government seem very ready to make very, helpful suggestions for everyone. So good luck in your efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard?
Hello, this is Richard. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. Thank you for all the council members and the mayors. Yeah. For some reason, I accidentally be a renters in some city of San Jose, be a landlord in another of the Bay Area city due to the job. But actually, I want to make point is anything we want to help is a really good idea. But hurting one group, especially one group, to help another group, it will not solve the problem at all, especially in this critical time. So what I'm recommend is that when the time you guys thinking about to help the renters, you also cannot totally forget about all the landlords. Because the landlords, are especially for those buildings before 1979, those are mostly owned by a mom and pop shop. Those are people who not have a really solid financial background or foundations for you guys to sacrifice as much as possible. So what I'm saying is when you guys make any proposal, any suggestions, also think about the landlord. You know, it's something you can help them to go by beyond this critical time as well. Let's say we need to pay the property tax. We ask for if any extensions for property tax, and then the answer is no. Even you get a one late, you get to pay all the penalties, all the interest as well. But yes, even the landlord want to give the relief, give the help, how they can afford it. Because on the other hand, we're being pushed by all the payments on the daily as well. If it says, what I'm urging to all the city council members, when you put any proposal on the table, think sorry for all the residents. Landlord is also the residents in city of San Jose. They are part of the community as well. We're not as hate each other. We like each other, and then be a landlord, also be a renters. For myself, I understand on the both sides. So I'm urging all the council members, when you put anything on the table, think on both sides, not only to sacrifice one side to benefit another side, and not help you to solve the problem at all. The problem will get worse and worse. That's it. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Roberta Moore.
Unmute. Thank you. I'm really glad the housing department is looking out for the renters. Jackie mentioned protecting the residents. Even though I own a fourplex, I'm a resident too. I lost my husband to cancer, then I lost my income to COVID. I'm not eligible for loans or mortgage relief. Despite this, I put a rent freeze on my rents, even though I haven't raised them in 4 years. I reached out to offer forbearance to my renters and reassure them their home is secure. Us mom and pops feel vulnerable, attacked, and unappreciated for the services we provide. Last time a mom and pop spoke, he said, "You're waging economic warfare on us." Yet we are the ones who provide the below market rents. Thank you, Mayor Liccardo, council members Camus, Foley, Davis, and Jones for making sure that renters and housing providers are protected. I support these and CAA's memo with the addition of banking, which keeps rents lower. Why did we let that go? That's actually what keeps them lower. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah?
Hello. Hi, this is Sarah. Thank you for the opportunity. So, yeah, I think this is a difficult time for everyone in the community, and city council should focus on how to help instead of dividing the community and trying to score political point. I'm not gonna, name the names. You guys all know. Since last week there was this whole fire about the rent suspension. Even everybody knows this is unconstitutional, but the city council decides to go ahead with this. To me, this is purely just for the sake of scoring political points for the vote and not for the good of the community. And I just urge the city council to focus on how to help the community members, not to divide. Thank you.
Thank you. Scott Largent? Scott, I think you're still muted. Scott, I think you're still got a mute on. There you go.
Okay. Sorry about that. Kind of trying to figure things out right here. Again, Scott Largent. What I wanted to bring up, many of you know, I've been kind of on and off of getting my life back together and being on the being homeless, being housed, and I have kind of fallen back into being homeless again right now. And I do have a survival unit, is what I call it, and I'm over near the FAA crash zone, central storage. I have a unit there. Okay, about half of the tenants in here are also homeless. Now, they're not living in these units, but they have their gear in there. For instance, when you go into my unit right here, I have all my clothes, I have my belongings. It's kind of home base. And what I would do is couch surf, I would stay on sofas. Now, the issue and the reason I'm bringing this up is this is happening citywide where other homeless individuals are being pushed out of these units right now. And what they're saying here is that based upon the county ordinance of the shelter in place, that I cannot be here any more than 15 minutes right now. And I pay hundreds of dollars a month to have a storage unit. And the reason I'm bringing this up is this is pushing a lot of people out on the streets to wander. We don't have access right now to libraries, community centers. City Hall is closed, and it's just making it very difficult. I would ask if the council can reach out to Central Storage, the other public storage facilities, and make sure they understand that the homeless are exempt from this order, and for them to show some type of compassion right now. I know there's a couple bad apples in a way that do try to stay in these units, and I know that's illegal and they should not be doing that. And I'm not focusing on them. I'm just focusing on the people that are surviving. A lot of these people are working. They're good people and they're just struggling right now. So that's why I wanted to bring this up. If we could try to include the people that are trying to survive with using these survival units. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert E. Gary.
All right, Robert Geary. I have also want to say that the mobile home should also be included in this. They are also at risk of getting evicted, and we should support them as well. We have a lot of people, and that I see that the government, the federal government, the state, county, and local are all looking after people so that they don't become homeless. But yet we have a number of people that are homeless that lost their homes through no fault of their own, just like people that are losing their homes or a threat of losing their homes from COVID-19. And we want to make sure that people that are already homeless, people that have been living out in the street, people that don't have any other place to shelter in place because they have no place and they can't shelter because they have no shelter, that we have protection for them as well. And I understand that this rent thing doesn't affect them directly because they're not paying rent where they are. But I also know that even though the city has taken a policy of no evictions or basically no sweeps, the sweeps still continue to happen. Not at the same rate as they did, but it does continue to happen. And we need a way to stop that as well. So I'm just taking advantage of this opportunity to bring the point up, and I'm hoping that the city council will address it at some other time. And also, we need more outreach to the people that are living outdoors because we're not getting to them, and they need to know what's happening. They know social distancing, and they also understand on how to remain, safe and clean, and how to sanitize and do all that. We need more support from the city in getting this information out to people so they know where the wash stations are and where the porta potties and all these other things that the city is doing. And I don't want to criticize those things other than that they need to be cleaned more often than they are. And we need to get the information out to the unhoused public. Thank you.
Thank you. Carly? Carly, you're still on mute. If you could unmute yourself, thank you.
Can you hear me now?
I can, thanks.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'm Carly. I'm from Surge at Sacred Heart, and I am calling in today to encourage you to vote to support extending the eviction moratorium to May 31st and to issue a rent freeze until 120 days after the moratorium is lifted for tenants in rent-controlled apartments and in mobile homes. And as many people have brought up today during their time, just to explore additional tenant protections, to work with all of the different groups to figure out a way to help tenants who cannot pay the rent. We've heard from landlords today talking about how this is an important source of income for them. But I just spoke with my neighbor today who cleans homes for a living and has zero income right now. So all that's keeping her in her home right now are these protections that we've put in place for tenants. And there's a hope that she'd be able to pay that rent back again, potentially once she can get back to work, but not if there are no protections and if we can't give tenants a break and work to figure out what we're going to do to help them pay back that rent, if at all. And I just want to ask the landlords where they think the money will come from if people can't go to work at this time. And I appreciate you working on these issues. Thanks.
Thank you, Carly. I have 5 more speakers, beginning with Bonnie. Welcome, Bonnie. Bonnie, you need to unmute yourself. There you go.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Yeah, hi, my name is Bonnie, and I'm a mom and pop housing provider in San Jose. I'm a retired and living through my senior years. At this difficult time, I even do not raise my tenants any rent without any regulation enforced on me. I support the proposal by Councilman Dave Davis, Johnny Camus, and Pam Foley, which means the rent freeze would run parallel to the eviction moratorium for non-payment of rent and expire when city state's emergency expires. And also, it only applies to those people, renters, whose income was impacted by the pandemic. And also, the unit space rent from being impacted if the property owner lower the rent temporarily. So the base will be still the same. And also, if the landlord do not raise rent, it's allowed in banking, because for those rental ARO units, the rent is way low than the market already. And to appreciate the landlord's nice, good heart, so allow them to have a certain catch up after. And so that's my point. So we are good landlord. We care of renters. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Yikun, who?
Yeah, I just make a few points on this. Okay. First of all, the proposals made by our council members this time looks like unconstitutional. You cannot take away the right of one group and give to the other group. You are hurting one side to help another side. So you're dividing, not combining the community together at this difficult time. So this is not a good idea. So we want council members to propose more constructive proposal to help build up our community, not just hurting our community. Okay, so that's one point. The second point, and we should propose more constructive method to help both sides, both the landlord and the tenants. Both sides actually are impacted by the pandemic this time, the COVID-19. And also, when we make this proposal, have you considered to lower down, your own salary to help these tenants? This is a difficult time. So you ask the landlord to freeze the increase. So can you think about that? And also, can you delay the property tax probably the city delay, postpone the city tax, and so on. Okay, so we can propose postpone the mortgage as well. So the landlord is also impacted by this, pandemic. All right, that's my point. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, I have Susan Price, followed by Lauren Renaud and Mr. and Mrs. Gu, and after that, we'll close public comment. Susan Price. Susan, you need to unmute your device. Susan Price.
Okay. Hi, Mayor Ricardo and members of the City Council. I'm Susan.
You need to unmute your.
Oh, my God. Oh, shit. How do I
No,
do
you're,
this?
you're fine, Susan. I think you've got some feedback.
Oh, did you hear me?
I did. Yep, you're fine.
Did you hear me? Did, yeah. Why is, how do I do that?
Perhaps you could turn your volume off.
Oh, okay, turn off the TV. Yeah. Okay. Yes. Okay.
There you go.
Yeah, okay, my comments are, I'm a small landlord myself, and I understand these landlords and their problems, but the impact on the landlords is quite different from the impact on the tenants. The tenants will be homeless, and the landlords will just have to pinch pennies and scrounge around. Now, but there are tools available to landlords that are not available to tenants, especially those who are undocumented. Landlords are going to be getting stimulus checks. Undocumented people will not. Landlords, according to the CARES Act, they're supposed to be working with the banks to work with the mortgage owners and work some arrangement out. Again, most tenants don't have any opportunity to do that. And the other thing is we haven't heard any tenants today because I had to get some help. I'd call someone how to figure out how to get on here. It's very complicated. It was not easy. And it's certainly, me with a master's degree, blah, blah, blah. I couldn't get on here. And so the tenants can't get on here either. Someone wanted to get on. I said, I have no idea how to tell you how to do it. Anyway, we really need to help tenants because the balance is so out of whack, and they are desperate and will be on our streets if we don't do something. I don't think the landlords will be on the streets.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Lauren Renaud. Okay, Lauren, I guess lowered her hand. Mr. and Ms. Gu? Al Gu? You'll have to take your device off mute. Thank you. Mr. and Mrs. Gu? There you go.
Good evening, dear mayor and council members. I'm a landlord. I only have one rental property, and I'm also a realtor. So in the last 2 months, I didn't make any money. And also, I have a room that was vacant for more than 1 month because of coronavirus. So I lost the rental income. So I just wondering, what we can work with the tenants. For the tenants who needs to reduce rent or rent freeze, we can work with them. But who can help with us to pay all the bills? And I also have 2 daughters in college, and I have to pay the tuitions. And my daughter also has a student loan, and there's a lot of debt. Don't think about landlord is rich. We are not rich at all, and we can lose a job. Fortunately, my husband is still working. Otherwise, we will be on the street and will be default on the mortgages, and that will cause a recession too. And nobody wants to invest in San Jose. And that's all my points. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ms. Renaud? And then there are other speakers who wanted to indicate they wanted to speak after we decided to close public comment. So Ms. Renaud, I think you wanted to speak.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Hi.
Hi, my name is Lauren Renaud, and I'm a member of Surge at Sacred Heart, and I live in District 6. The impact of COVID-19 requires that the City Council provide additional protection for renters in our community, particularly our undocumented neighbors. So I'm asking the Council to vote today to support extending the eviction moratorium to May 31st, if not longer, and issuing a rent freeze extending until 120 days after the moratorium is lifted. As Carly said earlier, the money isn't just going to appear if people aren't working. It's not only fair but sensible to extend these protections and more. Otherwise, we're just going to have a wave of evictions whenever this is over. I'm hearing concerns from the landlords. The council and other levels of government can decide to address those concerns or not. But the concerns, the issues of landlords should not fall, the brunt of this crisis should not fall on low income folks who don't own their own home, who don't know for sure where they're going to shelter in place during this crisis if they might be facing eviction. I understand that that would cause landlords some loss of income, but that needs to be addressed in some other way, not falling on tenants who are bearing the brunt of everything that's happening during this crisis right now. So I ask you to please extend as much protections for tenants as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Tony, you have some comments to read from the public, is that right?
Yes, I do. The first one is from Anonymous, and he or she writes, although I am one of the lucky ones to still be working during these times of uncertainty, my hours have been cut more than 50% due to the COVID-19 pandemic. I'm not sure if my apartment is offering any type of understanding, but I do know I couldn't chance it. And if you weren't for YWCA, my girls and I may have not had a roof over our heads after my hours were cut. Next is public comment from B. I want to express my gratitude to the YWCA for helping me pay my rent. I had been working part-time at 3 different jobs before the coronavirus stopped everything, and I lost all 3 jobs. There is no way that I can pay my rent without help. The third comment is from Ivana. Ivana writes, my name is Ivana, and I'm writing this letter as a client from YWCA. In July 2019, I became a domestic violence survivor and sought help from the YWCA. Because of the staff, I have been provided counseling services, legal services, and help with rent and utilities, which allowed me to gain control of my life for not only myself, but also my 2 young children. Recently, due to the COVID-19 virus, I have been laid off. With being a single parent with 2 young children, this has brought me much stress, anxiety, and uncertainty. Without financial help from the YWCA, I'm not able to pay rent and utilities. With help from the organization, I'm able to secure a home and food for my children and until the COVID-19 passes. Without help, the future for my children and I would be very uncertain, as the landlord of the property has expressed all rental payments are due as normal. The fourth is public comment from Anne. Regarding the rent freeze, my opinion is that council is not taking advantage of the COVID-19 crisis to impose a rent freeze on units where the tenants have not been affected by COVID-19. It should only apply to tenants who are affected by COVID-19, same as the eviction moratorium. Additionally, this only applies to ARO units, making it even more discriminatory. The timeline for rent freeze should be independent of the eviction moratorium, as the eviction moratorium applies to all rentals in San Jose, but the rent freeze does not. The timeline for the rent freeze should be a set length of time and extended later if needed. It should not be dependent on another city ordinance. Please reconsider the staff recommendation and make this a fair ordinance. The fifth is from Segi Tadakoro, resident and small property owner in San Jose. He or she writes, I have enacted rent freeze on my rental units under my control well before the proposal now for vote. I think some council members are initiating this for political reasons to impress their majority tenant constituents. My objection is that the council is empowering the city to run our business. I am certain that San Jose would resent the county dictating all their policies. Not once have any council members proposed relief for mom and pop housing providers. Such relief can come in a small measure, such as an occupancy permit relief, business license relief, service charges by the city relief, or other cost relief associated with our business. Why is this? The 41020 memorandum by Camus, Davis, and Foley comes close to helping out providers, but not financially. Perhaps the council's reluctance to do so is that the city needs the revenue to function. We providers must also have revenue to run our business, as indicated by numerous past letters submitted to the council by the mom and pop providers. Rather than bludgeoning only the housing providers with the financial burden about what a proposal for all tenants, all providers, and the city to share financial burden. council mentality to trample the defenseless minority housing providers' constitutional and contractual rights to operate the service business is decreasing availability of affordable housing. And the last one is from David Eisbach. He writes, I've managed rental properties since 1971, and I've had to evict over 100 tenants. 95% of those tenants owed the owner money. In all that time, only 2 have repaid their debt. It's important for the owner to regain the property and rent it to someone who will pay rent. Evictions cost money and are not undertaken lightly. San Jose has whittled down evictions through just cause to the extent that 96% of evictions are for non-payment of rent. The council passed an eviction moratorium during the epidemic, which they proposed to extend to the end of May. Now they want to raise a rent raise freeze. I think the council should show good faith by donating their salaries and allowances, and that they should take city employees 3% raise for the duration and take that money and loan it out to tenants in need. That's the last one.
Great, thank you very much. And thanks to all the members of the community who chose to speak up rather. I know there are several proposals on various different dimensions of this challenge. Let me, if I can, just offer one bit of a modification of a memo, or perhaps clarification is a better term for it. I know that Jackie meant had nothing but good intentions in suggesting that we invite somebody from the Turner Center, the stakeholder convening. Actually, that wasn't really my intent. And so if I misled in any way with that letter, what I really wanted to do is to see if we can enlist some expertise here. And I suggested the Turner Center. I don't suppose they're the only place we can go to. I know there are many other creative thinkers out there who've been thinking deeply about issues of housing policy amid this crisis. But we clearly need more creative solutions than what we have. We've had successive weeks of, plainly unconstitutional measure we cannot implement. We've got landlords asking for relief that we really don't have any authority to give them. We're asked questions like, why aren't you going after conglomerates instead of going after a mom and pop? And the truth is, the very blunt answer is because we can. That's exactly what the law allows us to do, is to go after rent control properties that were all built before 1979. And I think we're all pretty mindful of the fact that those are not large multi-million, multi-billion-dollar corporations that tend to own those older units. Those tend to be smaller operations, and yes, a lot of mom and pops. And a lot of those mom and pops are in fact struggling. Many of them have lost their jobs or depend on this income for their survival as well. And yes, it is unfair that we're not able to go after the larger landlords that own far larger stakes and have a far greater ability to absorb loss. I'm going to support this rent freeze, though I think it probably is somewhat non-consequential for the overwhelming majority of folks we're trying to help. I think it also, in addition to being not terribly helpful, I think it's also harmless. That is because I think landlords, for the most part, are not eager to increase rents right now. They're probably thrilled just to get a rent check. But undoubtedly, there are probably anecdotal examples of somebody who's trying to raise rent. And if we can protect a few renters from that in this time of serious economic crisis, then certainly we should do so. So I'm willing to support it, but I think we probably all agree it's hardly a solution for most or for many. And the reason why, of course, we are enacting these measures, which tend to be overwhelmingly favoring tenants over landlords. For the many landlords who spoke up and said that, hey, you're being unfair, you're always picking on us. And the answer is yes, that is undoubtedly a fair perception. But the reality is there's very asymmetric harm in this crisis. By asymmetric harm, what I'm referring to is the fact that for tenants, the choice is quite often their tenancy or living on the street. And homelessness, as we all know, is a reality that subjects thousands of our residents to extraordinary risks of harm and, yes, death. I was doing the math yesterday and realized that the mortality rate is higher to our homeless residents than it is to people with COVID. So we need to be really blunt and honest about what we're doing and why we're doing it. We're doing it because there is this asymmetry of harm. And we've got to do everything we can to protect those who are most vulnerable and try to be fair in doing so. And I know there are many of my colleagues have suggested various options for being fair, and we'll certainly consider all those. But the bottom line is we need better solutions than the ones we have. These aren't terribly helpful, creative. I know, because it's just what we have. And so I'd be interested in seeing if Turner Center or some other think tank out there is thinking about how we might, for example, leverage Measure E funds in the future, how we might be able to leverage bonding capacity, how we could use perhaps mechanisms like those that we use for funding solar improvements by essentially putting costs of various kinds on a property tax bill that can be paid off over time to assist with foreclosure, those who are threatened by foreclosures, for example. I don't pretend to know what those great solutions are, but we need more creative thinking than, I guess, sort of whatever we're compelled to file in any given week because one interest group or another has urged us to file it. And so I just think that we need to take a step back here. Yes, we know it is a crisis. We've tried to buy some time, and I think we've effectively bought some time with an eviction moratorium. We were the first city in the country to call for it. I'm proud of that. And yes, of course, we'll extend it, and we'll do everything we can to ensure people aren't evicted at a time when we know we might see thousands more homeless out on the street if we were to allow evictions. But with the time we have, let's use this to try to come up with some better solutions. And so that's why I'm urging that we consider not pulling the Turner Center or others into a stakeholder group, but actually soliciting their expertise as consultants to give us some better ideas than we otherwise might have. Because I don't claim to have any great ones, and I know that we don't have a monopoly on them yet. Okay, so Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I think you're right. We don't have all the ideas, but I do want to thank my colleagues for all their good ideas in their memos. And I do want to say something before I get started with the remarks I had prepared, which is I just want to clarify. It seemed like some of the public comment thinks that we are doing a rent suspension, that a rent freeze is just another name for a rent suspension. So I want to clarify that a rent freeze just means you cannot increase the rent during this amount of time. You still are collecting rent, and renters still owe that rent. So I just want to be clear about that. None of the memos that have been submitted may change that. So it's just all that we are looking at is to say no increases during this time. And the other thing that we're talking about is the extension of the moratorium on evictions. And I think there is widespread agreement. I know I'm the first one to comment, but just judging by the memos, I think there's widespread agreement in the council about those things. And really what we want to do is as much as we can to minimize harm. And the mayor talked about that a little bit. As we go through this uncertainty, and frankly, as we face what might be economic devastation, what is already economic devastation for many of our residents in the wake of COVID, it's really important for us to do what we can. And that's why I'm supporting the rent freeze. We actually had somebody write into us, and I know it's anecdotal, but it's happening there. Since people lost their jobs, since people had the stay home order, there is rent that has been increased. And so that's why we're taking this action. But at the same time, we want to give housing providers the flexibility in negotiating with their tenants without having to worry about further uncertainty in the future. And that's kind of the basis for the memo that I'm co-signing. We've already heard from housing providers. So on the flip side of housing providers that have tried to raise the rents or have raised the rents already during this time, I've heard from housing providers who have already reduced or who want to reduce or even forgive rent for COVID impacted tenants, but they're worried about what that will mean for them as we all try to recover and we want to provide clarity for them. So again, that's part of what our memo tries to address. In addition, I think everybody agrees we want to protect renters from the few bad actors who would even consider raising rents at this time. For whatever reason, I just think it's not a good idea. We need to be very clear about that with people, because for the time being, people are unable to move freely right now. And if someone tries to raise a rent, even if no one can pay, they're going to be forced to sign it because they can't move. Where are they going to go right now? There's stickiness in the market, and that's for Vice Mayor Jones. There's stickiness in the market right now. So people can't move about freely, and we need to put protections in place if we can. So housing providers and their tenants truly are in this together, and we want to ensure that we give flexibility to those who recognize that and are trying to do the right thing, while at the same time putting in place some guidelines for those who, just to prevent bad actors. Because as you stated, Mayor, we do not want an increase in homelessness as soon as the eviction moratorium is lifted. That's really that's very concerning to me. And I do want to thank the YWCA and other partners for helping residents in these stressful times. By the way, there was some nice public comment about that. So I want to move, and this is going to be a little bit of sausage making because we had good memos from everybody. So I want to move the memo from council members Camus and Foley and myself, and the memo from the mayor with the mayor's stipulation that he's not just saying only Turner, it could be other thought partners. And then vice mayor's memo for A, items B2 and B3, and item C, the Carrasco and Perales memo, items 2 and 3, and then the Carrasco memo, item Roman numeral 1-3 and Roman numeral 2.
Second.
Thank you. And then I just wanted to clarify a question that we had, Jackie, that I forgot to ask you today. The repayment period, in terms of the eviction moratorium, there was some I was unclear about whether the repayment period is 120 days, or if we're saying it's a minimum of 120 days, not a maximum, if property owners, housing providers, and the tenants can agree on a payment term, a different payment term. Or Rachel or Rick?
Hi, so I think we were proposing the 120 days, but clearly if a landlord or tenant reach an agreement, I would think, and the city attorney can correct me if I'm wrong, but if they agree to those terms, then those terms would be acceptable. So there's nothing to preclude a landlord and tenant from coming up with an agreement that is separate or longer than anything we propose.
What if it's shorter?
And that's correct. I think, and just by comparison, last week when you adopted the commercial rent freeze, the commercial rent eviction moratorium, you extended it out 120 days as a payback period. That was the county ordinance. And so this would parallel that, but of course, parties are free to contract. And if they want to go beyond that, they can do that. And Councilmember, I did want to point out, I think it's important, just a couple of points, because I think in the public comment, there was some confusion. The eviction moratorium applies to all rental units in the city of San Jose, rent control, the non-rent control. The rent freeze or the what we're proposed would only apply to rent controlled units. So, and that's because of the limitations under state law. So that, I think that's an important distinction to be made. And my one other comment is the stakeholder group, any group established by the council is subject to the Brown Act. If you want this to be a Brown Acted body and have to have staff do the noticing and do all that, then that's an issue.
If you just want the city manager or housing staff to go and convene stakeholders, that's, that would be a non-Brown acted body, and you don't have to necessarily worry about the formalities of noticing and then conducting the meeting in accordance with the Brown Act. So I just want to put that out there as various options.
Thank you, Rick. And I just want to say, kind of piggyback on your distinction between the extension of the moratorium and the rent increase freeze. I think there's widespread agreement that if we had the ability to do it, we would do it for everybody. The mayor talked about that a little bit. We are making proposals to the extent of our powers, again, to minimize harm. That is our intent. And I understand that everybody is hurting. We are all in this together because we are all stuck in our homes and dealing with shortages at the grocery store, dealing with an inability to get groceries, whether that's income or mobility restrictions. We've got to look out for each other, and we're doing as much as we can. And I would like to point out too, in an earlier item, we have an intergovernmental relations team that is also doing as much as they can to get as much for our city of San Jose and all of our residents as we can. So we are doing what we can to minimize harm. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Perales?
Thank you. Thank you very much. So, and I appreciate staff's work on this, and certainly the conversation we had last week, and Rick for being able to propose what would be a legal option with this rent freeze as we're discussing today. And Councilmember Carrasco, actually, and the other members that indicated in regards to extension of the eviction moratorium, and I do appreciate the quick turnaround here from staff. Had a couple questions. So in regards to the timeline here, Jackie, we had suggested potentially tying it into the emergency declaration through the federal government. So why would we not want to explore a longer time, potentially to the end of the year, December 31st, or even just something longer than the 120? Where do we get the 120 from?
We got, and Rachel can correct me if I got this wrong, we got it from another ordinance. I think either the state or the county has the 120 days. We don't have any objection of you making it longer or any concerns about that. We were just trying to align the two different ordinances.
Okay, and I would agree with one of the public comments that said that maybe we shouldn't necessarily align it. I know that public comment was probably meaning to make it potentially shorter, but my interest would be to have this be extended longer. As we've already heard from Councilmember Davis, this is not what we were discussing last week on a rent suspension. This is just a freeze on an increase in the rent. So the rent that a landlord would be receiving this month would be the same rent they could receive next month, and there would just be no allowable increase on top of that. And again, obviously, just on the ARO unit, and as the mayor pointed out, if we could, I think we would want to be able to impose something on more than just ARO units, but legally we can't, and certainly would encourage anybody that wants to help in that regard, both tenant and landlord. There's been a lot of efforts at the state level to enact changes there to give us that opportunity. So I encourage you to support that. So I would like to see the opportunity then, and maybe Rick, you could weigh in on why we wouldn't explore longer than the 120 days, and be able to give enough of a time frame beyond the end of this, which we don't even know when the end of this crisis will really be, but beyond the end of it. And so I would like to explore making it until the National Emergency Declaration, which would be December 31st. And just hear, it sounds like Jackie is comfortable with an extension on that date, and hear your thoughts on that, Rick.
Yeah, I think that's doable. I think to Jackie's point, the proposal was really modeled after the county ordinance that you adopted last week on the commercial side. So that was 120 days. And so we just took 120 days, but extending it till the end of the year, there's some logic to saying it's to the end of the federal period. I mean, you at least tie it to something, and it would take you till the end of the year.
Okay, thank you. And then in regards to the retroactivity to April 1st, I know, I believe Councilmember Davis included that. We may need a reread on what the motion is, but
Yes, I did include it to April 1st.
thank you. So I wanted to just hear staff, your thoughts on that.
I think we're exploring. I think the memo says explore it. I'd still like to understand.
You still like to explore it?
Yeah, so yeah, we'll come back as part of the urgency ordinance with the exploration complete. But anytime you do a retroactive, it raises a concern, particularly if people have acted upon current law. So we'll come back with that, and we'll have an answer, and then the council will have options.
Okay, I appreciate that. And I would, I mean, obviously, I think if we had known there were the extreme legal issues with the rent suspension that we had proposed a couple of weeks ago that we discussed last week, likely would have, gone in this direction a little sooner, and certainly would have loved to have done this when we did the eviction moratorium. But really, we were all sort of working on the fly and trying to see what was possible, and have now learned what some of those opportunities are. And so I'd love to be able to make that retroactive, again, if it's legal. And so I appreciate your being able to look into that. I know that, we heard some comments in regards to myself and Councilmember Carrasco potentially doing the memo last week and this week for political points or political gain. I'll tell you, last week, I know Councilmember Carrasco and I didn't really gain any points from anybody, landlords or tenants. And certainly there is zero interest in regards to something that we didn't even know was possible, but just trying to be able to help and support everybody in our community. And we do recognize, all of us recognize, that landlords are included in that. And there is absolutely no interest to try and scapegoat anybody here. But I know there was a comment made that, COVID-19 doesn't discriminate against who it might infect with landlords or tenants. But I will tell you, it absolutely does discriminate on how it impacts individuals. And when it impacts somebody in our lower income community, and those are a lot of individuals that are tenants, it impacts them a heck of a lot worse. And already it is, because we'll see the individuals that cannot work from home, that are actually losing their jobs, that were already, trying to make ends meet, are now being impacted that much more. And so absolutely the impacts do discriminate on our low income community versus those that, whether they own their own home or they have their own property or they're able to work from home. And that's just the reality of what we see. And I know last week we heard from a lot of landlords that said, hey, we want to be able to help. This rent suspension is not the way to go. And we actually heard from a lot of landlords who said, you know what, we actually already are doing a freeze on our rents. We're not increasing those rents. And I know we had a written comment come in today that said the same, but it was odd, right, that you have a landlord saying, hey, this is really just a political points move because I'm already doing that. Well, clearly that landlord is not aware of the other landlords that spoke up today that are not interested in us doing a rent freeze, is not interested or is not aware of individuals, landlords that have raised the rent already. Again, a lot of anecdotal evidence, but I know Councilmember Davis has heard it. Certainly, I've heard it already from community members that have gotten a raise over the last couple months and that are looking at one coming forward. And I would agree with the mayor. This is probably, certainly not what we're going to see most often. These are probably rare circumstances. But those few rare circumstances are really going to hurt somebody. And absolutely, these are individuals that I feel, especially during this time, right, that is completely unnecessary. And I am fortunate, I'm glad that we have landlords that are not doing that on their own, but we need to put in protections like this that won't be impactful for landlords that are not already raising rents, but it will make a difference for those tenants that are having their rent raised today, and that may have their rent raised immediately after this crisis if we don't extend the timeline long enough. And so with that, and just to try to make it simpler, because I know there was a sort of a mix of the motions there, I'd like to make a substitute motion to move the memorandum from myself and Councilmember Carrasco with the specification that we are looking at the December 31st date for this to sunset, and then to include the mayor's memo and our vice mayor's memo as well.
Second.
And that would include staff's recommendations that are not in contradiction, obviously, in regards to like the timeline of the December 31st.
Okay, substitute motion. I'm sorry, I didn't get who the second was. That Councilmember Arenas?
Yes, that is me.
Okay, thank you. All right. On the motion then, Councilmember Foley?
Thank you. I'm going to speak against the substitute motion and in favor of the underlying motion for a number of reasons. For one, I think it is important to look out for the interests of our landlords and our tenants. I just want to give a little landlord perspective as it relates to forgiveness of debt and forbearance. I've heard before, in fact, not today, but I've heard in previous council meetings, reference made to forgiveness of debt on property owners who are making mortgage payments, and banks have agreed to forgive debt or forbear debt. Forbearance does not mean that a lender is forgiving debt. Forbearance means merely that a lender is giving a property owner a pause on making their mortgage payment to and prevent foreclosure. Foreclosure has the same result as eviction does. The difference is that we are looking to create, when you have a foreclosure and a forbearance, that debt is added on to what the property owner already owes. So when people refer to property owners as owning their homes, they don't truly own their homes unless they're free and clear, which means there is no mortgage. So there is someone who has a greater interest in their property, and that's the bank. If the bank doesn't give them a forbearance, then they can be foreclosed and lose their property as well. I know that there's a federal moratorium on foreclosures, but that doesn't mean that Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac and the banks are actually forgiving the debt. And those debt mortgages can actually take 6 months to a year to actually get approved. We've been through this before with lenders where they're saying that they're forbearing the debt and then delaying foreclosures, but they really aren't. It just takes a long time, and eventually the property owner has to pay that. I just want to make that clear. As far as tenants losing their access to their property, I don't want that either. I want them to stay in their property. I've talked to many, many, many landlords who have said, I've already negotiated with my tenants. I've already made the agreement with them that we're going to work out a situation where they're going to pay back the debt if they can. The problem is if we tie them into 120 days in paying back, the tenant may not be able to pay that back. So I really like the opportunity for the landlord and the tenant to reach that agreement amongst themselves. I think many landlords are probably thinking, we're not going to get that arrearages back. We're not going to get those 3 months rent. We're never going to collect those. And that may be okay with them. That's a business decision that particular landlord has to make. But negotiating the payback with the tenant should be beneficial to both. If a tenant is saddled with 120-day payback and their debt is, say, $2,000, $6,000, that means that they have to come up with an additional $2,000 every month to pay that back. That's not sustainable. And I don't think we're asking landlords for that. We want the landlords and the tenants to have as much flexibility as they possibly can in negotiating that arrearages, the rent that isn't being paid, that is due to being paid. I totally support the rent freeze. That's the rent increase freeze. I have no problem with that component at all. I do have a concern about postponing or delaying this until December 31st, because we may be out of this I doubt it, but we may be out of it by May 31st, and people are somewhat able to go back to work. That means that agreements can be made at that point and not wait until December 31st. December 31st is putting a long burden on on individuals of uncertainty as to know whether they're going to have their rent paid or not, or their rent increase. I'm telling you, most landlords, while there are anecdotal stories of people who are increasing rent out there, that is the exception to the situation and not the rule that's happening. 95% of the landlords that I talk to are saying that they are freezing their rent or reducing their rent right now to help their tenants get through it. Some landlords are saying, I'll take half now and forget the difference down the line because I'm in this with my tenants. My tenants have been there a long time. I respect them. They take care of my place. I take care of them. We are family. This is how the majority of the mom and pop property owners feel about their tenants, is that these are family members. They do not want to kick these tenants out. Trust me. They want to keep these people, the tenants, in. They don't want anyone to be homeless. So I support the motion, obviously, because I was one of the makers of one of the on the memos with Councilmember Camus, Davis, and Foley. That's me. And so I would support that. I cannot support the substitute motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Arenas?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to reiterate some of the testimony or elevate some of the testimony that was read by, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize I didn't push my video. Some of the testimony that was read by Tony, I believe the last four, I don't think she read the last letter, but there was four survivors of domestic violence that have services rendered to them through YWCA, and I just wanted to elevate the last letter because it was really long and it didn't get to be read. So I just want to read really quickly, and the reason I want to read it is because I know that and I can't remember who it was that stated that our unhoused community is dying at a higher rate than our COVID-19 patients. And I want to say, I want to remind everyone that domestic violence kills our women and our children and our families. And we have to make sure that we protect those just as well. And so let me read this little piece of the letter. I came to the YWCA at the very end of 2019 when my life got tossed over. My soon-to-be husband had a mental breakdown, and my daughter and I were soon to be homeless, and I didn't have any money because loss of time at work because his impact of unstableness. They gave me the financial help to get me into an apartment for me and my daughter, which is a senior high school. Now it's April, and with COVID-19, I have been let go from work. YWCA has been reaching out to me with information to help me throw and get rental help I need. Everywhere I have asked, almost 99% are not taking any more applicants, and leaves me with a sense of fear that I might be facing eviction with legal fees and in the end homelessness for my daughter and myself. My landlord has properties, so for him it's harder. So he is not giving me any type of understanding or time. I need help. I'm a single mom. I don't have anyone else that can help. No family members. Being single since 2012. And so I think you heard from a couple of the other women who also submitted testimonials that they're not having, and by no means is this representative, I think, of all of the landlords of all of the survivors of domestic violence. But I think as you heard in some of those testimonies, they were still expecting to pay as usual. And so this housing instability really threatens the lives of domestic violent survivors. And we know that they are typically intersected with sexual assault survivors. And so I want to make sure that we do right by those folks just as much as we're doing right by those others who are just as vulnerable. And so this brings me to the point that a lot of our families are not really seeing that flexibility just yet, because everybody, I think, is so so hard pressed You know, we don't know where we're going to get the next, or some folks don't know where they're going to get their next paycheck from. And so I don't know that all landlords are being as understanding as they can, especially for some of those families that are living in very non-traditional type of situations where there's a couple of families living in an apartment. I don't know how those families then get impacted. This really, I don't know how we would even implement something, because those families don't have a rental agreement. They're just going to get kicked out. And so one of the things that I wanted to ask is, from Jackie, is how are we addressing some of the moratorium or the eviction moratorium for some of our residents that are living in non-conventional arrangements, like, you know, a whole family in a room, which we know that this is the reality for a lot of our families. And all of our families who have children are impacted by COVID-19, because now they are at home and they're with us. And so that means that all of our San Jose families are at risk. It just automatically. And a lot of these folks are still going out there and working at the same time. So Jackie, how are we dealing with some of these families who may not have a rental agreement? It might get evicted. How can they stand up against that kind of unofficial landlord?
So I'm going to let Rachel jump in to see if we've actually encountered any of those specific types of cases. And the city attorney might have a viewpoint in terms of what we would be able to provide them if they aren't actually on the lease. I will let you know we are working with Zulma in the city manager's office to convene a group to talk about specifically undocumented workers who tend to be in these types of living arrangements. And it's not just them, but we're hoping to begin that conversation about expanding our thinking about protections we need to be providing and resources we need to be providing. But I'm going to turn it over to Rachel, who just got back on, to see if she's had any specific requests or conversation.
Right, thank you. So Councilmember Arenas, our staff has been working and answering the phone to literally hundreds of people over the past couple of weeks. And we have been talking to many families. So I would just say that the way that the families have been impacted, clearly the school closures is the most immediate impact. There's definitely people also who have honestly been unable to go to work because they have to be home with the kids. They have no other option. And so under the eviction moratorium, families that have been impacted due to school closures are also protected. So again, they may not have lost their job specifically, but they may have been unable to work due to the school closures and the responsibilities they have at home. So those families are protected under the eviction moratorium. And that was contemplated in the very beginning, and they have been included in that. Also, we have been working with families to get them connected with whatever help is available. So we've been advising them to head down to Sacred Heart, where San Jose Strong is providing resources, and also any site where there's food available and all of that. So we've just been trying to connect families with the services and resources that are available to them. And in the meantime, they are protected by the eviction moratorium.
Right. Thank you. And so what is the path for families to access or to consult with somebody? You know, my landlord, who's the person who rents this apartment, is asking me to move out because I can't pay. How would they get to a service provider or to the right person to get them the support that they need?
So what they're doing is they're calling our program line, and So they are calling our program directly, and our staff members are available all day long to help them and get them to the right services. So what they do is they provide referrals. Let's say they need a legal service. They may need someone to represent them in a case, and so they can connect them with legal services, or they can just find out what other needs the family has, and they have access to all of those referrals and can connect them.
Yeah, I don't know what kind of legal services a family has when they don't have a rental agreement in hand.
That's,
And
I
they're
mean, that is, I would just say that's it's typical. It's not, it's something that happens. We're familiar with it, and they still can receive help from our partners such as the Law Foundation or the Asian Law Alliance, or, you know, we have several partners who can help with that, and they are familiar with situations like that.
Council member, let me just add on that. The definition of tenant under the ordinance is very broad. It includes any subtenant, lessee, sublessee, or any other person entitled by written or oral agreement or by sufferance or to use or occupy a rental unit. So it's very broad, and it would be a defense. The city doesn't provide legal defense for the individuals, but there are legal aid groups that can assist. And but to the point of they would be covered under the ordinance, yes.
thank you. No, I understood that they would be covered through the ordinance. I just was trying to capture the process that they would go through, or the person, the actual entity that they need to call to make sure, hey, you know, the landlord here, in quotation marks, is asking me to leave. I have nowhere else to go, and how they can prevent that from happening. So I'll follow up with you offline, Rachel, about that.
Wonderful. Yes, we would be more than happy to help.
Okay, great. And I have a question about, so Councilmember Carrasco also has a memo, and in her recommendations, her third recommendations, it says, after a tenant has been served notice from a landlord, allow tenant up to 7 days to provide a notice informing the landlord that they've been impacted by COVID-19. I thought, and it's only because I have somebody on staff who worked for the Law Foundation for a bit, so she's a little more familiar than I am with some of these details, but she brought up that a tenant usually has 5 days to file a response with the court for an unlawful detain or illegal eviction notice. So she wasn't sure, and I wanted to bring up this question. So I'm not sure if the tenants would be legally allowed to bypass the court process and respond to the landlord alone, because if the tenant doesn't respond within those 5 days, then it gets is defaulted in favor of the landlord, is my understanding. So how would this work?
Chris Alexander, are you on the line?
He is. He needs to unmute.
You're on
Okay,
mute.
can you hear me now? I'm
We'll
sorry
let
about
you
that.
We'll let you answer that.
Okay, so the question is what steps are needed in order to be protected under the ordinance with regard to noticing the landlord, and how the court process play out with that?
Well,
did I capture the question, or can you repeat it?
Sure. So one of the recommendations in Councilmember Carrasco's memo is that after a tenant has been served a notice from their landlord, she's asking to allow a tenant up to 7 days to provide a notice informing the landlord that they have been impacted by COVID-19. And I know that that's in the spirit of just trying to gather some documentation and get it in the hands of that landlord. But from what I understand, in the legal process, there's only 5 days that tenant has to respond. Otherwise, if they take that 2 extra days, the judgment, the default judgment will be eviction against that tenant.
So the way that the ordinance is written is this all happens prior to a lawsuit being filed by the landlord. So really when the tenant will be notifying or should to be protected would be ahead of the notice expiring, after a notice has been served, but prior to a lawsuit being filed. Practically speaking, the courts are actually closed at this time, and they don't plan on opening for a period of time. And actually, the state has extended the period for tenants impacted by COVID-19 to respond to a summons and complaint up to 60 days. So that the tenants are going to get additional time if they have been impacted by COVID-19 under state procedural law. And the 7-day extension really has to do with when they notify the landlord after they've been served a notice. So this is all before a lawsuit is filed.
Oh, okay. So
Does that make sense?
Yeah. So before they're in a legal process that would have some detriment if they delayed 7 days.
Before a formal eviction is filed with the Superior Court. That's correct.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that lined up. I really appreciate where Councilmember Krask was coming in terms of some of her recommendations, and I'm hoping that I can have a friendly amendment. I think there is a substitute motion, and Councilmember Perales.
Amendment accepted.
Okay, thanks.
Could you just articulate the amendment so we're all clear?
Sure. So the amendment would be to add Councilmember Carrasco's extension of residential moratorium memo.
And that's accepted, correct, Councilmember Perales?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I had intended on moving that memo as well individually. Thanks.
Okay, that's all 5 paragraphs, right?
Yes.
Okay, got it.
Wonderful.
That's okay with the seconder?
I'm the seconder,
You're the
so
seconder,
I'm
good.
good with it.
Okay, you're good with your own friendly amendment.
I'm good with my own.
Thank you.
All right.
Councilmember Campos?
Yeah, thank you for the discussion here. And I kind of wanted this to be a unanimous decision, but it doesn't look like it's going that direction. We have, in order to understand this issue, you have to look at it from both sides of the issue. You can't really be focused on one side because there are other parties to this equation here. What we have to clearly understand is that we're only talking about the mom and pop owners of properties, and we have gone after them almost every year since I've been in office with new rules and new regulations, and it just is almost a never-ending stream of regulations. And quite frankly, I don't know how they can do business at this point, but I do believe that almost everybody who's an owner is not even thinking about raising rents. I'm an owner of one property. I've contacted my tenant and asked if they are okay, or if they gotten unemployed, and luckily that they're both working. But the thing is, we as business owners want to run our business well, and we keep putting, we keep micromanaging these small businesses as if we know how to manage these businesses better than they do. No owner wants to have empty properties. An empty property equals 100% loss. It's clear. I'd rather have a discount for my tenant for the next 3 months rather than having an empty property for the next 3 months. So that zero sum, like, oh, we're going to help the tenants, and the property owners are not going to get affected. They're going to get affected. And I want to tell you that the city of San Jose has already done a lot. The government's done a lot. California's done a lot. And for tenants, we have the stimulus that, I don't know, maybe it should be coming in the doors. We have unemployment plus. So if you have unemployment plus $600 a week at this time under unemployment. We've already passed a rent moratorium here in the city of San Jose. We've already we have, thanks to the efforts of the mayor, Carl Guardino, and a lot of the other folks, and we have the Silicon Valley Strong that has $20 million that we've actually given out to people who are having trouble paying rent. And you know, we talked about the food program all morning, and it's growing, and we're trying to help people. And I understand the desire greatly to help people, and I understand this the need to help tenants and people who are being affected greatly. And that's why the memo that Councilmember Davis and Foley have written with me kind of try to include both sides of this. And a lot of the considerations here are being ignored, and this is now why I cannot support the current substitute motion. Like, for example, you know, how do you prove that somebody's been affected by the COVID virus? I don't know, and I think even if you want to give them the benefit of the doubt, I have an owner in my district who her tenant said that they are that he doesn't want to pay rent. That's fine. He has COVID, but he's still using the shared laundromat, even though she asked him to please shelter in place. And how, I mean, to me, either the tenant is not taking it serious. She's asked me to call the police or get help for her, or she's contacted different sources, but she can't get help. You know, to me, it's kind of like you have to give and take here. You have to understand both sides of the equation, and if we can't, then I can't support the underlying the current motion that's on the table. We've actually struggled to put this thing together. The fact that we wanted to do this to allow owners to decrease their rent, but create a base rent. That's a very important thing that we put in there, because we want owners to be encouraged to reduce their rent, not just freeze the increases, but reduce their rent. And they're not going to be incentivized with all the regulations that currently exist. That's why we put that in there. I think we need to have a lot more discussions, like the mayor had stated, with some experts on how to deal with our housing problems. We can't expect private businesses to solve our housing problems all the time here. Government needs to step up to the plate. And I love the fact that the mayor is thinking about buying hotels. This is something that we should have been doing. We should have been buying properties for years instead of building new. And quite frankly, I'm hoping that since we did include the mayor's memo, Chappie's memo, most of Councilmember Carrasco's memo and Peralez's memo, I thought that was a pretty good compromise. And I just can't support the current motion. And I'm hoping that people can look at both sides of this issue and not concentrate on what as the housing department said, somebody gave the example of somebody getting kicked out and they haven't received any of these complaints. These are all incidental. They're not. It's not happening. People are not like being kicked out for 1 month right now of missing their payment or something like that. So I really think that we have to sit down and find out. Let's say that we do a 6 months moratorium. How are the people going to pay back that money? Anyway, a lot more needs to be thought out, and I thought that what we put together was a good balance. I'm hoping that everybody could support the underlying motion and not the substitute motion, because I think it has a much more balanced approach to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Esparza?
Thank you. So my colleague mentioned a few minutes ago that there are two sides to this, and I agree, there are two sides. And I myself am a renter, and I have also worked with really fabulous mom and pop landlords who were renting to formerly homeless veterans. And so I know that the majority of landlords, particularly of the type of the non-big corporate landlords that we're talking about, are fabulous. But the fact is, not all of the ARO landlords are mom and pop landlords. In my district, I have some very large landlords. some of whom refuse to provide leases in the languages of their tenants. Some of them who refuse to work with their tenants. And so this is not for the majority of landlords who are out there doing their best to cope in these unprecedented times. And I wanted to add some comments that I think it was Councilmember Peralez mentioned about COVID and privilege. And the fact is that it is impacting people differently. There are different living situations. There are people who are renting rooms, and we have some really overcrowded living conditions in our city with people who are already doing what they could to get by. And so that still exists. And so I wanted to actually, thank you, Councilmember Arenas. I wanted to make sure that Councilmember Carrascos's memo was included because we are hearing stories about retaliation against some tenants. And again, I don't believe it's the majority of landlords and tenants, but the fact that it exists and that it exists in unprecedented times of a global pandemic, to me is not acceptable. And this is our job. It's our job to really protect the ones who are most vulnerable, the ones who face more serious consequences. And I'm going to be supporting the substitute motion. And in particular, I wanted to say that I cannot support anything that has the bank's rent increases. For me, that's a non-starter. And I wanted to point something out about the meetings. I applaud some of the comments I've heard tonight about trying to bring people together. But the fact is, as we heard earlier today, we have a big digital divide in our city. And on top of that, we have a lot of fear in our city. And so a Zoom meeting is frankly unrealistic for a lot of tenants, particularly very vulnerable tenants or tenants who are monolingual and may not even have access to broadband right now, even with we're seeing that in the school districts. So I just wanted to point out that I'm supporting this effort, not because I think it's a rampant problem right now all over the city, but because I really think that this can make the difference for some really vulnerable families in our community at a really vulnerable time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Carrasco?
Thank you. I'm going to be supporting the substitute motion. And thank you, Councilmember Arenas. I know that Councilmember Peralez, it was just an oversight on his behalf in terms of adding the last memo. So I appreciate Councilmember Arenas for adding my memo to it. Just a couple of things that just always strikes me when we have these conversations. One, I want to be really clear. I've said it before, I'll say it again. I guess I'll continue to say it. I'm not in the business of bankrupting our landlords, especially our very hardworking, small operations, those that only have one or two units or maybe a house that they've worked really hard and now it's become an investment property for them. And I appreciate them being able to offer housing for a family. But I'm on the other end getting phone calls from families who are really stressed out, who don't have any income whatsoever, who are not going to get any benefits whatsoever, no stimulus check, no unemployment benefits. We've asked them to shelter in place, so they have no job to go to. And in fact, if they were to try and continue working, they would be cited or they would be asked very gently and very nicely and politely by our police officers to go back home. And so we have, in essence, left them unemployed and without an income, and they are unable to pay their rent. And these are the same folks that have called my staff and have indicated that not only have they been harassed by their landlords to pay up, but they have been threatened to be evicted, even with the eviction moratorium. And this is a repeated situation that those of us who have had to advocate for the same families repeatedly over the ages, it's because many of these landlords know that they can harass them. They know that they're not going to defend themselves. They know that they have limited language skills. They have limited education, and they probably are very disconnected from resources or legal assistance. And so they can go ahead and take advantage of a situation that is precarious. And so we've also had reported to us that they've also tried to hike up the rent. And so I don't think that is the majority of the landlords, but I do think that there are some bad apples out there. And so we need to make sure that we protect families whichever way that we can. And so that's the position that we're in. We're in a position to be able to protect very vulnerable families. And the other thing that I want to remind council is that, you know, some of us are representing districts that have high concentration of these incidents. You may have a few incidents because you have districts that don't have high concentration of undocumented families or low wage earners. You have maybe small pockets. In Almaden Valley, it's Hoffman Viamonte. My entire district is Hoffman Viamonte. And so I have the majority of my district, which are renters. The majority of my district is a district that's vulnerable. The majority of my district is a district that has either one or two or three criteria that makes them vulnerable. And so I want to remind you that you represent them as well. When you vote, you're also voting as to whether or not you're protecting them. And so I am very much in favor of figuring out other solutions, because I don't think that it's going to end on May 31st. I don't think it's going to end on June 30th. I don't think it's going to end at the end of July. I think we're in for the long haul. And so we can continue having this debate every Tuesday for the next several months, or we can come together and really understand that this is one city, and that every time we go and have an organic salad at Whole Foods, or we enjoy our beet salad with a little bit of goat cheese, or we decide to go on a juicing diet, someone that was probably not a high wage earner picked those fruits and vegetables and helped us shelter in place, door dashed to our door, helped us maintain a healthy lifestyle, and now deserve our support to help them maintain also their lives here in San Jose. So I'm very much in favor of getting together with some people that are probably a lot smarter than I am and figure out some other solutions. So with that, I'm going to support the substitute motion, in the hopes that we can protect some of our most vulnerable residents in the city of San Jose.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. First, I'd like to ask Councilmember Davis to restate her motion and all that sausage making. All I got on my end was Spam and some soup and stew with some unknown meat. So I need to.
And
get
Vice Mayor,
clear-
it's not the motion on the floor right now, right?
it's not the motion on the floor, but I wanted to get a clarification.
Yeah,
on it.
okay, great.
Yep, happy to do that. So it's the memo that I co-authored with Councilmember Camus and Foley. It's the mayor's memo with the mayor's clarification that he wanted some experts in the room, not necessarily from Berkeley, but could be. Your memo, Vice Mayor, items A, B2, B3, and C.
Okay.
The Carrasco and Perales memo, items 2 and 3. And then the Carrasco memo, item 1-3, as staff mentioned that one, and item 2. So the affidavit for undocumented workers to be able to fill something out to provide documentation.
Great, thank you for that. And Councilmember Perales, can you restate your motion, please?
Yes. So it was the combo memo between myself and Councilmember Carrasco, the mayor's memo, staff's recommendation, obviously changing the date to December 31st, which most of all that is accumulated in the memos. Your memo, and then Councilmember Carrasco's solo memo was added at the end of that.
Great, thank you for that. So I'm going to make my speech quick and to the point. Two things can be equally true. One, that our small mom and pop landlords are suffering. We're putting a lot of requirements on them. We're putting a big burden on them. But it's also equally true that our tenants are suffering. We're in some very challenging times, and I wrote in my memo a statement that for the vast majority of landlords, they're doing the right thing. They have no intentions of raising the rents anyway. Like the mayor mentioned, for the vast majority, this is a moot point. They're going to be lowering their rents, not raising them. But there are a few bad actors out there that always pick the wrong time to do the wrong thing. And that's why we're having this discussion. I structured my memo to have 3 different areas that I wanted to focus on. One is protecting and assisting the tenants. 2 is trying to provide an incentive for landlords to work with their tenants, potentially reduce their rent and be able to have compromise. And then the other piece is to provide some relief for the landlords. We don't often have a conversation about how we can provide relief or lift some of that burden that we're putting on landlords. So I want to incorporate something in my memo. I had an opportunity to look at the memo from council members Davis, Foley, and Camus, and I think they bring up some very valid points, but I think that particularly their proposal to have additional requirements to qualify for the relief, one being affected by COVID-19. As we know from our discussion that the category of being affected or the criteria of being affected by COVID-19 is so broad. It could be that you actually get the disease, could be that you have to stay at home because you have a sick family member, or it could be that you've lost your job, or that you've gotten your hours cut back. I mean, there's a whole laundry list of reasons why people are impacted by this disease. And to be very specific and try to define that and have staff try to define what that means and who qualifies and who doesn't, I think is too burdensome. I think that some of the other asks or requirements that they have in your memo in terms of signing agreements that impact the previous rental agreements, I think are too burdensome for this process. And I want to relieve staff of that extra work to be able to process, evaluate, and approve those agreements. So I want to keep this very clean and simple and straightforward. And so that's why I'm going to support the motion on the floor, particularly when a council member accepts my entire memo. That always gets a couple extra brownie points. And so I want to say that I'm going to support the motion on the floor.
Thank you,
And sorry, Mayor, if I could just clarify, 'cause, I know the Vice Mayor said his entire memo, his item 1 on his memo did indicate the timeline that would be different from the timeline that we've made in our motion, which would be December 31st.
And I recognize that, Raul. So thank you for the clarification. I knew that.
Okay, so you're
So
conceding.
I should say, I'll rephrase that almost in its entirety. How's that?
Okay. So there's a concession there. Hey, Rick, just want to check in on that December 31st date. You know, if we're really lucky and this emergency is over somehow in June, which I don't suspect it will be, but let's just say it is, and then there's a, 120 day or whatever expires after that. Do we have a legal basis for saying there can be a rent freeze until December 31st?
Well, as I take it, it's not the rent freeze till December 31st, it's the payback period.
Oh, the payback period, okay.
Yeah, and so what you're doing is you're giving folks, instead of a 4-month period to work out a payback period, you're giving them a 7-month period to work out a payback period.
Right, okay, and you don't have a concern about that?
No, I think it's, again, you're tying it to something which is a federal declaration, and I think I wouldn't want to go beyond that.
Right, okay, fair enough. And then I guess the bigger concern I have from a legal standpoint is this retroactivity to April 1st.
Right, and that's something we're still looking at, Mayor.
Yeah, I know you're looking at it. In some cases, it's already been in effect and somebody's paid it.
Right.
And so I'm not sure what we do to pull it back. It feels an awful lot like it raises a lot of the same Fifth Amendment concerns and interferes with contract concerns. I'm trying to figure out how it happened. So if this ends up coming back to us and those concerns are real, I'm not going to support this. There's no way I'm going to get out there, especially for something that affects only 2 weeks at a time and probably an extremely small number of renters. I just don't think it's worth the legal risk. This whole thing gets struck down over retroactivity that, is not going to make a significant difference in 99.8% of the cases, because I just don't think there's a whole lot of rent increase happening right now. So I just want to give a heads up about that. I would be open to supporting the substitute motion, but I wanted to ask if there could be consideration for a couple provisions. One is the item from Council Member Davis, Foley, and Camus memo. I guess the 5th provision relating not using service reductions to petition for rent reductions. And I guess Councilmember Prowls, I guess I would say in that particular instance, I don't support everything in that memo, but for those landlords that obviously are paying for the cost of those things anyway, and maintenance and so forth, and they're being ordered essentially to close them, but they're still burdened with a cost, it seems like it'd be overly punitive to say they could also be subject to rent reductions by petition.
And sorry, what item were you talking about?
Yeah, I think it's the 5th item. Forgive me, I wrote it down as the 5th item. I may have to go back and look at it. Yeah, the idea that you can't use the closure of a pool or a gym or some other service as a basis for petitioning a rent reduction, when of course the reason why the landlord had to close them is because they were ordered to by the county. And the point here is that not only are they still paying for it, and they're probably having to maintain them, but now they're going to face rent reduction petitions for reasons they have no control over.
Yeah, I'm not. Are you asking for an amendment here?
Yeah, would you be willing to take that?
So, initially, actually, I was thinking about that in regards to, people that clearly are not getting the amenities that they may be paying a premium for
I know when I was searching for apartments last year, that's selling points that different places would use. But you know, I do recognize that that was not a decision by the landlord. I mean, none of this, right, is anything that any of us have asked for. I think I could forego that and accept that amendment.
Okay, thank you. Is that okay with the seconder? Okay,
Yes.
Councilmember Renz? Okay,
Yes.
thank you. And then the other question I had, and I'm still trying to understand it better. Let me pull up the memo. The third item about requiring I'm sorry, I may have, I think it has to do with documentation. Okay, I misread it. I think those are the primary concerns then that I had. So I'm happy to support this now. If what we come back with next week or whenever this comes back is that this retroactivity is problematic from a constitutional standpoint, I'm not going to support that. But I'm fine supporting it otherwise. Other Councilmember Diep?
Thank you. So I've been listening to this, and you know, we've been having this ongoing discussion for many weeks now in various aspects. I hear, you know, I think it was last week or a meeting or two ago, Councilmember Carrasco was saying how this virus is showing how we're all connected, and she was giving some examples, and I agree with that. I think there's more to the interconnection than we realize. I like to get to the roots of the problems. I like to recognize what our limitations are. I feel that there is a lot of goodwill and a lot of desire on the part of my colleagues to solve this crisis. And I understand a thing or two about hero complexes, but we have to know our limits. And there are things that a city cannot do, arguably should not do, when it's the role of the states or the federal government. A lot of the things that we're doing need to be done, and I don't disagree in principle. But I do feel that by intervening as a city, in certain instances, we are not merely solving the problem, or we might just be solving it for a class of individuals, but in fact, we're shifting the burden on to other members of our community who also need assistance in a similar way. We have people losing their jobs, losing their livelihood, and so we're asking landlords to forego rent or you know, take less income. And for some people, that is their income. So landlords in some instances need a bailout too. We as a city cannot do that. We need somebody from the state or from the feds to do it. I really believe, you know, if you trace it all the way up, the feds get the landlords get a bailout. That means the banks take the hit. And when the banks take the hit, what you end up getting is lack of liquidity, because banks buy mortgage-backed securities, right? And when the mortgages go back because they aren't being paid, who buys the mortgage-backed securities? It's usually university foundations or retirement plans, like, you know, our city, to pay out pensions. And when that's stuck, banks run out of liquidity. They don't have money. They can't hand out loans. The economy starts drying up, and you take your credit card out to go out and buy a burrito, and it doesn't work. And you can only use what you have on you in the form of cash. So really, at the end of it, it's really up to, I think, the federal government, and we all have to collectively do what we can to urge our congressional delegation, our you know, senators and the president to do what they can collectively. And I'm with you every step of the way there. I think though, what we have here, I pick a side on this, but I find things to pick at on with both motions here, the substitute and the underlying one. I do share the mayor's concern with retroactivity, and not just going back to April 1st, but even in the Davis Camus Foley memo, April 14th. If we actually adopt this, you know, on the 21st or whatever, it should apply the day that we adopt it. And because if we say the 14th, then it would be going back retroactively from the date of adoption. I'm not sure that I believe landlords in this instance need the right to bank the rent increase. The 5% is something that we allow ARO units to do. If we're in agreement that we're in a downturn and nobody will likely, or not nobody, but it's probably not likely that people are going to raise their rent anyway. On the upswing again, it's going to go gradually. So I don't really know that you need like a 10% rent increase spread out over however many years, because we're coming out of a recession, and I believe it'll take at least 2, 3, 4 years to get back to where we were just 6 months ago, let alone when our economy was better. From the Corrales Carrasco memos and associated memos, I do think it's a bit overly burdensome to go back to April 1st. Tying it to the declaration of national emergency, I think, is somewhat dicey and undefined. If we're going to have a San Jose rule, then we should somehow define it ourselves rather than tying it to perhaps a dysfunctional Congress or an erratic president to determine our city laws. And things like not allowing somebody to even issue a notice of eviction simply because they're somehow put on indirect notice that this person has COVID-19. I find issues with that, because proving notice, and I mean, if the eviction notice is illegal, then let's defend the notice and keep that person in their home. But to kind of just ban them outright from even issuing it, I think is problematic. So I guess what I'm saying is I'm undecided, and I'm open to saying no on both of these and going back and just approving staff recommendation, the mayor's memo and Vice Mayor Jones's memo as kind of a Goldilocks thing. I don't know. I'm not trying to count here. I'm trying to get to 6. I don't know. Well, it depends on the mayor, I guess, but I don't know if you guys can do this without me. So, so let's talk this out, and I'll yield.
Councilor Diep, did you want Councilor Perales to respond somehow, or?
So I guess what I'm saying is I'm undecided. Mayor, if you're in it, then Vice Mayor Jones and you make up the 6. But I'm just saying that I see a third path forward, a more moderate one, I suppose, centrist, and building on the staff recommendation along with Vice Mayor Jones and your own memo. So I would be willing to hold out for that if I can get some takes on that.
Okay. All right, we've got a few more folks who'd like to speak. Councilmember Foley?
Okay, now I'm really confused. But I did just have a couple of clarifying questions with regard to the date. Thank you for accepting the mayor's friendly amendment of adding number 5 from our memo. And I actually thought the crafting and marrying the sausage making, as Councilmember Davis referred to it, was a good compromise of all the memos that were received. But seeing that that's not where we're going, I have a clarifying question with relation to the date. The date of December 31st, I've heard, is a date for the freeze in which the rent freeze would expire, or is that the payback period? Can someone clarify what the date, the 31st, December 31st,
It's my
is in
understanding.
connection with?
It's Councilmember Perales' motion, but it's my understanding that the payback period is extended to 12/31.
Okay, so we're locking in a landlord and a tenant to paying back that arrearages within the calendar year. Is that?
Well, you're locking it in unless the landlord and the tenant can come to different terms.
Okay. So if they want to go longer, that's okay.
Yeah.
They can't go shorter, they could go longer.
They could negotiate whatever they want to negotiate, shorter or longer, but the ordinance would say the tenant has until 12/31 to do the payback.
Got it, unless they negotiate a longer period. And that's
Right.
kind of one of my points, is that it may not be realistic for a tenant who has lost their job to get their job back and start being able to pay their bills and pay their rearages all by December 31st. So, but if the landlord and tenant come up to an agreement that goes beyond that, that's perfectly within the understanding of this proposal if we pass it this way. Is that
Right.
correct?
Right.
Okay. So this does not relate to the freeze then on rent increases. When does the freeze expire per this?
Again, my understanding is
proposal.
531, and the council can extend it by resolution, like you're doing, like it's being proposed tonight. Instead of the April 17th, you're going to May 31st. That tracks the county. And then, come May, if it looks like the council wants to extend it again, they can revisit the issue.
Okay. All right. I appreciate that. Frankly, I'm listening to everybody's discussion on this issue, and I'm listening to Councilmember Dieppe saying he's undecided and he may come up with another motion. So for now, I'm just going to sit back and listen to the rest of the discussion, but that clarification really helps me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Davis?
Thank you, Mayor. So I just want to clarify a couple of things. The Vice Mayor's comments and Councilmember Dieppe's comments. And first of all, though, I want to thank Councilmember Perales for adding in our item number 5. That is, that's very important. But just on the caveats that we made about making sure someone was impacted by COVID-19, we used the same language as the eviction moratorium. So we weren't trying to make up any new criteria, and we weren't trying to make anything more difficult for staff. What we were trying to do, as you were saying about wanting to have things simplified, we were trying to make things simplified for our housing providers and also for our tenants so that they understand that the eviction moratorium and the rent freeze had the same qualifications. So that was our intent on that. And I'm not sure that that was clear for everybody, but that was the point of doing that, is to try to make it very clear for our housing providers and our tenants that when we did the eviction moratorium and we're doing the rent freeze, that it applies, the same criteria apply. Now, I know that it's not exactly the same because the eviction moratorium, we have the capability to make it for all rental units, regardless of whether they're under the ARO, but I didn't want to make yet another difference. And that was why we put in about the COVID-19 impacts, that it was the same. So I just want to clarify that. And I think that's a really important point to make, not just for staff, but for everyone who's going to be impacted by what our legislation is, that by not making it parallel, we're making this difficult for people to unravel. And we're making these conversations among the tenants and the housing providers, we're making these conversations more difficult and less clear. So I would really, I don't think Councilmember Perales is interested in it, but Councilmember Perales, if you are interested in making the eviction moratorium criteria also apply to our rent freeze, just for simplicity for everyone who's going to have to deal with this, I would very much appreciate that that friendly amendment. And that was the whole purpose behind that. It was not to introduce complexity, but rather to make it simple for the people who have to work under these ordinances. And then just a clarification for Councilmember Dieppe on item 4, wanting to reserve the increase for later years is because we don't know what the shape of the recovery will look like. We've had different kinds of recoveries, economic recoveries, over my lifetime, let's put it that way, since I've been interested in politics in the 90s and beyond. Our recoveries sometimes are very quick and spike up, and our recoveries sometimes are very slow. If it's a very slow recovery, this having this item number 4 is not going to matter because it won't help people. But if it's a very quick recovery, we do want, again, we've been talking about how we impact our housing providers over time. And the point of this was, if it's going to be a quick recovery, we do want people to be able to recover quicker. And that includes our housing providers, as we have stated, multiple people have stated that it is many people's sole source of income. This is their business, to provide housing. So there has to be a give and take. And that was the point of having those items in there. So one was for simplicity for Vice Mayor Jones. And then the other one, again, not knowing what shape it was going to take and wanting to have a balance here on what we're doing. So that was the point of our memo. And I also, as Councilmember Foley stated, I'm not really sure how this is all going to shake out yet, but I'm not super excited about the motion that's on the floor.
Councilmember Carrasco?
I thought we were ready to vote. I thought we had worked through this until I got mansplained by Councilmember Diep. But I guess, I'm ready to call the question unless people are really have a burning desire to continue the debate. I'm going to give it a couple of seconds.
Well, there are other hands up.
Okay. Then I'll yield then.
Okay. I do just want to ask on this issue, I think Councilmember Davis raised about, I think having the 2 periods be coterminous so there is some clarity and understanding and approach. I think that's what she's saying. I don't want to put words in her mouth.
It was also about the criteria that apply for the moratorium.
Right.
We said that they had to be impacted by COVID.
Right. Okay.
And so the idea for the freeze was also that it would apply to the tenants that are impacted by COVID.
Right. So if there's no loss of income, then they're not impacted. Is that the assumption?
Yes.
Right. Okay. So Councilmember Perales, did you want to respond to?
I will not accept.
Okay. Councilmember Camus?
Yeah, I'm I actually just got more confused because, well, maybe it got cleared up because all we're talking about is a rent freeze for basically 1 month because we can't really pass this till the end of this month. Am I correct?
The idea was to come back next week with an urgency ordinance, so it would be effective on the 21st.
Okay, so 1 month and 1 week.
And the resolution would be adopted today to the extent you're extending the moratorium on evictions. So that would be effective today, but the ordinance would come back next week.
Yeah. Well, okay. Yeah, this is what I hate about sausage making and motions that come in at the middle of the night. I'm just not going to support it because it's very micromanagey. Everybody's going to give. I don't see any. All they have to do is wait out 1 month, and then they could raise the rent after. I mean, this whole exercise is for the last 3 hours. For me, it's non-substantive. It probably didn't warrant us talking about it.
Okay. Are there comments from the council?
Yes, Mayor. Sorry, I lost my ability to raise the hand. I switched from my computer, which died, to my iPad, and I couldn't find it. If I could chime in. Thank you. Thank you. So I just wanted to make clarification because I believe what Rick had stated in his summary of what we were voting on was not actually what was moved. So in regards to the rent freeze, Rick, the motion was not to have the rent freeze end on May 31st. And I believe that's what you described in your understanding of it.
Yeah, it's your motion, but that was my understanding. So I'll let you clarify.
Yeah, no. So even in the staff recommendation, I believe, and I don't know if Jackie's still on the line, but that the rent freeze there contemplated was the one, as it states on, what page is that? Page 9. It states, and this was the staff memo, it states the rent freeze will be effective from the time of adoption to 120 days after the eviction moratorium expires. And then obviously there is the expectation that individuals will be repaying, allowing them that time to repay outstanding rent. So the extension and what I had put in my motion was using the date of December 31st. So changing out that 120 days to state December 31st. And so that would extend the rent freeze as well until that date, as well as giving individuals until that date to pay back that amount. So they sort of go hand in hand. It's not a May 31st and then a December 31st. It was a combo of the two.
All right, so both items are December 31.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, with that now, with that new understanding, Rick, does that raise any legal issues? We have a rent freeze that may go well beyond the period of the actual declared emergency.
Well, it's a period to go. It's a freeze on rent increases. So clearly within your police power. Again, I wouldn't want to go beyond 12/31. Again, you're tying it to the federal declaration, and so you take some comfort there. I think it's permissible.
Okay.
And this was the first question that I did ask, obviously in regards to trying to see if we could extend it to December 31, and that was the same explanation, Rick, that you had given then. And so that I just wanted to clarify that was what the motion was. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other comments? All right, we have a motion then from Councilmember Perales. Oh, Deb, did you raise your hand?
Yeah, I just want to say, with that clarification that the rent will be frozen until December 31st, I cannot support the motion that's on the floor.
Other comments?
I would just say that, yeah, I won't be supporting this either. If it depends on you and the mayor, the mayor and the vice mayor. If there's a way for the both to fall, to start over based on the mayor's memo and the vice mayor's memo, I would prefer that path forward with some things. But we can talk to that if it happens.
Okay. Other comments? All right, let's vote then on Councilmember Peralez's motion.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Peralez,
Aye.
Dieppe,
Nay.
Crosco,
Aye.
Davis,
No.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Aye.
Foley,
Nay.
Camus,
No.
Jones,
Aye.
Liccardo.
Aye. All right, the motion passes. I believe those are all the items we have. I see a hand up in the public, so let me just confirm this is for open forum and not for the prior item. Phone number beginning 5010 area code ending 8794. Welcome.
Hi, Blair Beekman, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My open forum speech. With U.S. Transportation Security Item 2.7 from your consent calendar, a simple reminder, our decision-making does not have to be hostile, rushed, or xenophobic in this time of a sort of inverted 9/11/2001. As I tried to say last week, for the last 5 years, and what I intend to politely remind all this summer, many people have been trying to develop a new era of peaceful, humanistic guidelines and practices towards the ideas of living and sustainability. Among its many good purposes, we can address and apologize what the U.S. forced upon the world with 9/11/01 and its economic meltdown of 2008. I hope these years and decades of good practices can help all of us want to consider constructive, life-affirming ideas of what can be sustainability and community for this summer and in the next few years. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Tom Tang?
Hey, thank you for giving me a chance to speak. Yeah, I think the one thing that I want to concern is as the smallest landlord, is the payback, so it's December 31st. So how is the landlord guaranteed, the payback is happening? I think that the consequences will be, let me tell the fact is, if the most landlord is a small landlord in this area. As for those low-income renters and as for the poor renters, actually the limited house provided by the small landlord, because the big landlords have very strict application criteria. They check the credit score, they check the W2 tax report, also they check the driver license, also they check the deposit. Low-income people is very hard to move into apartment, condo, and the housing provided by the large landlord. The small landlord, for example, myself, I don't check any credit score. I don't check the deposit. I don't check I just ask the income. I don't ask to provide the proof of income proof. So I think most of the low income people live in the house provided by the small landlord. If this the payback is passed, majority of the small landlord will be hurt. The consequences is the low income people will be very hard to fund the house in the future, because we are going to check the credit card, we are going to check the deposit, we are going to check the W2. It's very hard for the low income people to fund the house in the future. Because right now in the Bay Area, it's the seller's market. It's a seller's market. It's a seller's market. Thank you.
Thank you. Scott Largent?
Hi, good evening, everyone. Sorry about the background noise right now. This has just been a nightmare for, of course, everybody that I know, everybody in the world right now. I'm not sure if a lot of you do know this. Visitation for a lot of parents has now been put on the back burner. I have a 4-year-old daughter. I'm sorry, a 4.5-year-old daughter. It's a big reason why I got sober. And I'm going on about a month and a half now since I've been able to see my little girl or being able to talk to her. She's a big part of my sobriety. I'm not the only other person out there that is hurting inside, missing their child, missing family members. I can't be around my grandmother right now. There's just a lot of things that are missing. And I'm getting to know a lot of people on the streets that are going through similar things. I have a bond with them because I have been homeless in the past. I am currently going through that right now. I was in a transition. Things were really going well, and this kind of fell in my lap. I would hope that the community can help lift each other up and realize that people are going through situations like this. And I love San Jose, and I know we can pull through this. I really also hope that our elected officials are paying attention to what's happening over in the FAA crash zone over here. This is kind of where I've been staying at, and it is really turning into a third world country over here. We need better services out here. We need dumpsters. We need more police. This is going to really get out of control, and I hope that people are paying attention. So I love you, Kalia. Thank you.
Owner Pay?
Yes, I would like to make a comment. Thank you, guys. So a few points I want to make. One is that, I'm a owner, so I want to be transparent. But I would like to say that I'm a frugal owner. I'm not super rich person. And I earn my money by, hard labor. And the reason I want to own a property is that I can save, money for my retirement. So I'm not ripping people off. So I want to say that we contribute to the city's prosperity by providing housing. And then my rent is below the market rate. So I believe that I provide service to the low end, renters. The second point I want to make is that I think some of the city councils are pitting the renters against the owners instead of trying to address the root of the housing crisis. They're just putting some artificial facial touch to the problem, and that's not going to help to solve the problem. It will only aggravate the problem. And last point I want to say is that I actually grew up in a communist party's government, and the Communist Party tried to micromanage everything in that society, and that, you guys all know, turns out to be a complete failure. I don't want the San Jose Department to become a Communist Party government. Those who favor that should go to live under the Communist Party society for a year and see what happens. Thank you.
Thank you. Ted Zhang?
Yeah, thanks for taking my call. So I'm the resident in the District 1 and in San Jose. I'm not the landlord in San Jose. So, but I listened to the council meeting, and I don't like the way the council discuss things, which to me is like a sausage meal. It did not address the whole problem. It's just trying to put the patch on the problem, which is not good for the whole thing. I mean, the council member should try to find the root cause for the problem and address at the root cause level, not just to bring one group of people against another group of people, which will not solve the problem. Okay, and I'm very disappointed on the motion just passed. You put rent freeze and all this on the landlord. You basically put the load on the landlord, shift the burden from everybody's burden to the landlord, which is not good. And it will tighten the house market. We all know that. And I hope you guys can find a better solution for this instead of just keep putting more pressure on the landlord and all on the homeowners. Okay.
Thank you. Robert Aguirre.
Okay, I'd like to address some of the things that have been brought up. First of all, I don't really see the city as pitting anybody against anybody else. I see that they're trying to respond to an economic issue that's affecting all of us. And the people that are the tenants, the people that pay rent, do not have enough money to be able to plan for even a retirement. Most of the people are paying more than their 30% in order to be able to pay rent. And they can't even think about sending their kids to college or doing any other stuff that landowners get to do. I'd also like to point out that not all of the landlords are mom and pops. I happen to be living in an apartment complex owned by one of the largest apartment owners here in San Jose. And he's very generous, has reached out to people in the apartments that he owns and manages to try to reach out and help them. I don't think anybody is really talking about this thing coming out of the backs of the apartment owners or landlords, but I would suggest that as a landlord, they have representation in Sacramento. They have lobbyists that will go and stand in their stead and argue for them to try to get relief for them. The renters don't have such a lobby. They don't have that kind of power. They're all separate and scattered through all over the place. There's no organization right now that represents all the renters in the state of California. So all the landlords that are complaining about this, rather than try to come to the city who has no control over those kinds of issues, I suggest that they gather together and build that coalition across the state and go to the state and request that kind of relief. And then they also push forward so that it's done on a federal level, so that they can get something with the banks, so that the banks can provide the same sort of relief for them. And then they can keep on having their vacations, sending their kids to school, and retire comfortably. This is an emergency. Let's act that way. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Shang. I want to remind all of our speakers, this is open forum. You're actually not allowed to speak on an item we've already decided that's on the agenda that time passed. We will welcome comments on any items not on the agenda. That's the way the rules work.
Yeah. Hi. So I want to talk about the 2 points. One is, so what I heard is that the tenant, they are more in a poor position than landlord, and in many cases they are, but it's not always, okay? I also have rented to a lot of tenants. They working for IT. They are working as a lawyer. They making much more money, okay, than I do. So it's not always. So we need to have the bill depending on the renter themselves. The second point to what I want to say is also somebody talked before, okay, and we have actually saw those situations. So basically, in China and North Korea, okay, they all want to help the poor people, okay. So they took a lot of property from the rich people, okay, and maybe not always very rich people, and they want to make the life, good for all the people. That happened in 1950, and what happened is the country actually got worse for everybody, okay, not just for the landlord, okay, but also for the poor people. They can even hardly to eat their meals, so they are hungry all the time. And what I don't want to is that the San Jose, a lot of people, they have not experienced this kind of socialism, communism kind of society, okay, are talking things that more drag us into those kind of situations, because those are not good, okay. Many times we even don't know that we are doing those things, because the government in those countries, they also did not want the tenant or the poor people to suffer. They want them live better, okay? But the effect is not, because they just get too much involved in the economy. And I just want to make these 2 points.
Thank you. That concludes our public comment.
No, Mayor, this is Tony. I have 4 letters.
Okay.
They're short.
Tony, can I ask you, is this a Brown Act mandate that all letters be read if they're already in the record where we can find them? I'm just trying to understand, or Rick, I just want to understand the process.
Right. These ones are specifically sent for public comment. There are letters that are emailed to city.clerk@sanjose.gov that are attached as letters. And then we also have an option that if during the meeting they want to make a public comment that's read out loud, that they email council meeting. These are only letters that are received after the start of the meeting until now. The 4 that I have to read, and they're all 250 words or less. If they submit them to me and they're over 250 words, I send them to letters from the public.
Right. So Rick, I'm just trying to understand the process here. We obviously have letters that we read in our email inboxes. Is there a reason why these are treated differently than other letters?
I think we're taking it as testimony to be given the virtual meeting. I don't know any other reason why. But to your earlier point, Mayor, if it's any item that's already been considered, i.e. the rent issue, that's not the purpose of public comment.
Yeah, understood. Yeah, I'll be sure to cut it off going forward. I tried to drop a hint, but folks didn't get it. Just with regard to this process, though, Rick, I just want to understand clearly. I just don't understand why some people write letters get different treatment than other people write letters. Usually the letters are sent to our email, we get them and we read them.
Yeah, I don't know, but this is the practice we're following. Let us, I think we should do it tonight because we've been following the practice, and we can clarify with the council.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so the four I have, the first one is from Jamie Garland. She writes, "Hi there. Before the shelter-in-place order, my home started the process of a remodel. I am due with my first child in less than 20 days, and our house is unable to get any of our scheduled inspections done, leaving us homeless and staying with family members. We would like a solution, possibly video inspection, like we had for our structural portion of the home project, so we can close up our walls and move into our home as soon as possible. On top of this, I have had to shut the doors to my business, thus we are not in a financial situation to pay rent in another place. I would like to comment at the meeting, but I'm sure I'm not the only person left with a home that is not able to be lived in during this time. Our construction workers who are deemed essential would like to continue work following the CDC guidelines, but can't because there are no inspections." Comment number 2 is from Mo Hosseini. He writes, "We started a full remodel job of our primary residence earlier in the year before the spread. The place is gutted and uninhabitable. We submitted engineering plans and had an appointment for inspection, but everything suddenly shut down. What is going to happen to city inspections and permit process? We are stuck with no house to live in and bleeding money." Third comment is from Sarah Dominguez. She writes, "The city and county of San Francisco released a compensation plan for COVID-19. It includes an incentive for employees who are still reporting full-time, additional floating holidays. For regularly scheduled employees performing essential services who must remain in the workplace, the city will provide 8 hours of floating holidays for every 40 hours of regularly scheduled hours worked in the workplace, up to a maximum of 80 hours of floating holiday over the duration of the emergency. Part-time employees are eligible for a prorated number of hours. The city will credit these floating holiday hours in the first full pay period after the end of the emergency. As with other floating holidays, these hours are not subject to cash out. Any talk on possible incentives for employees who must remain in the workplace?" And the final one is from Jean Bernard. He or she writes, "The Tax Foundation estimates that the great state of California's statewide unemployment fund will run out within 4 weeks. That's weeks, not months. If their estimates are close, there could be thousands of people going hungry soon. I have not heard any officials at any level discuss how to mitigate this and how to get the governor's update on how this will be handled." And that's it.
Thank you very much, Tony. All right, then, if there's nothing further, the meeting's adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Stay healthy.